Hey, what's up, guys? One second, guys. Let me just put out an announcement on the servers, and I will everyone, I'm live. I'm gonna go get some water. I'm gonna go, and I will be back in just a second. How's everybody doing? All right, we're back. We're back. Yo, how's everybody been? Needed to go over a couple things. Gonna work on the script for a little bit. 1 second. Actually, give me one more second. Give me one more second. I need to step out. All right, how's it going? How's it going? What up? Found a kitten home. Dropped her off at my sister's. Nice, lovely. Hope that it's well, I think it's gonna be in good hands, honestly. But yeah, I hope the kitten has a nice little transition into the new home. Finding a stray, they probably will be a bit timid for like the first couple of days or weeks. Nothingness, thank you so much for joining. You misspelled the title. Did I? Fuck. Nothingness, thank you so much for joining. How only one of the big three could handle an Otsutsuki invasion. Now that Eon's gone, we can talk about. Alright, Lord Mood. Can you guys hear me? Is it possible for you guys to hear me? Let me just get my headphones. Can you guys hear me? Let me make sure. Yeah, One Piece slams. No, not this. Oh, we hear you? Okay, perfect. Yeah, One Piece slam. Okay. So, first of all, Nothingness. Appreciate you. Guys, can we get some W's for Nothingness for becoming a warlord? Thank you so much, dude. I can't even argue / debate on this because I've never seen One Piece. It's all good, Natalie. It's all good. I mean, if you still wanna just tell me why you think Naruto wins, etc. I'm fine. Like, so one thing, bro, I need that paid server link. It should be in your membership perks. You should look at your. It's like in your profile. I think it's like in your profile. Let me look it up for you again, because I usually forget. How to receive membership perks on YouTube. Opt into receiving gifts, YouTube purchases, and members settings. By default, the option is turned off to prevent spam. No. How to receive... Okay. How to access membership YouTube. Sign into the same account you used to purchase the membership. Go directly to the creator's homepage and click See Perks or Join button. Yeah. We can hear you? Lovely. Can I send them the invite? Yeah, you can send them the invite. Yeah, you can 100% send them the invite. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, so I wanted to cover a couple things from yesterday. I'm gonna throw in the Discord link again if anybody wants to have a conversation today. It sounds robotic to you? No fucking way, dude. Again, if anybody wants to have a conversation today. It sounds robotic to you? No. If that's the background, it's just my AC. I have to have my AC on. It's way too fucking hot for this, bro. Okay. So I'm gonna drop the Discord link if anybody wants to have a chat. I would prefer if we could have an actual chat instead of I would personally prefer if we could have a chat instead of just having a back and forth here. I may have Itachi's reaction speeds at FTL plus. That's okay. Let's put up 25 uses. No, I don't want to give any rolls. And I'll have it gone after 6 hours. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I want the smoke. Yeah. Copy. There we go. I also might have a might guide 50 times FTL. I think that's fine. So... why is everyone in anime FTL plus? People want their characters to be as strong or as fast as possible, so if you can find a way to like get them to that point, you probably will. That's one of the reasons, Cap Only, that I never use the term plus when I say anything, because honestly I feel like it's one of those... I feel like it is personally one of those power scaling jargon points that, like, if you're knee deep into like the calc based stuff, I guess sure, but it's all completely arbitrary at the end of the day. What is considered FTL plus, or what is considered FTL massively FTL and then massively FTL, it's all the same shit to me. If you are faster than light, you're faster than light. At that point, it's just some arbitrary metric that you use to figure out how fast they are. Are there any characters you can make a good case for MFTL in One Piece, or is it not consistent enough? You can make a... So, I don't know, again, so terms like MFTL, it's usually used to define, like, what, like 1,000 times, 100 times faster than the speed of light? Again, one of those arbitrary values that people make up in order to get their characters to be as fast or as strong as possible, right? I mean, you could say that it's supposed to mean this because Versus Battle Wiki said so, but I don't give a shit what Versus Battle Wiki says for the most part. If you're asking if there's like a way to get any character to like a good case for FTL, I can easily get Monkey D. Luffy. I could easily get Monkey D. Luffy and any of the high-end Straw Hats to at least a couple of 100,000 times faster than the speed of light without any issue. Luffy on a low ball, and I keep saying low ball because even though it sounds like a massive number, it really is me essentially only giving Luffy the bare minimum. Essentially only giving One Piece characters the bare minimum, ignoring some actual scaling and ignoring the fact that they get stronger after every island. I can unironically get Monkey D. Luffy to 270,000 times the speed of light before Gear 5 with Gear 4 and Advanced Conqueror's Haki. I can do it very easily. And that's by also, again, giving Luffy, like, the bare minimum low-end scaling I can give him without being just outright... I'm already being disingenuous, but without being outright disingenuous. Bruno is multiversal, because of the door for multiversal. Bluno. If we take the data books as literally, Kage's dimension is a parallel universe to Naruto's main dimension, or ETSO could destroy that, and the majestic attire Susanoo from Naruto stated to be the strongest jutsu. Some fans overhype lasers, some authors just have characters travel crazy distances in a short time, and multiplier slash calc stacking. Yeah, it's fair. Yeah. So, I sat down yesterday after streaming. I sat down with my girlfriend and we watched The Boys. I had this video up that I was checking out a little bit ago. Mostly just seeing, I get some stuff about like crazy MAGA stuff. The reason why I'm coming into this is because I when I woke up today, I saw this video saying Trump voters finally admit MAGA as a cult, right? Now, I'm not into the political spectrum. I don't really give a shit about politics as a whole. I think just be a decent human being. Give people the care that they need. There are, I'm not going to get too political on this, but, watching that video had me thinking about the Naruto community as a whole, and not to say that that the Naruto community as a whole, not even to say that Naruto scalers as a whole. I'm saying that there are people on both sides, not even just Naruto. It is in One Piece. You can find these people in Bleach. You can find these people for Dragon Ball. You can find these people. When I say that, I've used the term "you people" quite a bit throughout the last few streams, out of frustration for the type of person that cannot even remotely accept or consider the notion that, you know, what they believe may not be objectively true, right? I've said this once and I'll say it again. Power scaling is all about interpretation. At the end of the day, what is going to convince you is not what is going to convince people. What is always going to convince people that a verse is stronger or weaker than what they initially thought is their own ability to accept change and their own ability to essentially have an open mind. I say this, side JJK scalers, yeah, even JJK scalers. It doesn't just go into this conversation about scalers as a whole, but it goes into this conversation about this, let's just say, subculture of anime fans, of pop culture fans, that have a hard time accepting information, even if accepting pieces of information, even if it contradicts what they previously believed. The reason why I brought up the whole like MAGA, the MAGA cult thing is because I have come across throughout the last 3 years, I have had a lot of live streams. I think I've had over 200 live streams throughout the last. Guys, is stream lagging? It shouldn't be because I am. It's good for me. It's good for me, Swarnum. I'm on Ethernet, so I don't really have an issue. So what were we at? Oh yeah. So, excuse me. There's this sub niche there's like this subculture in anime fandoms that essentially dedicate or have a large portion of themselves, or give a large portion of themselves to these series, right? Like, they absolutely love these series for one reason or another. It doesn't have to be One Piece, it doesn't have to be Naruto, it doesn't have to be Bleach, it doesn't even have to be Dragon Ball, right? It could be anything. It could be Superman, it could be Batman, etc. And as I've mentioned a couple of times before, we've talked about this before, there are people who are not capable of separating their personal feelings from whatever topic of conversation is being had over a series, over characters, etc., right? You talk about some of the flaws with Harry Potter fans. You talk about some of the flaws with Harry Potter. I don't know any flaws about Harry Potter, but I'm just bringing up Harry Potter fans because a friend of mine is a Harry Potter, really loves Harry Potter. You bring up, like, let's say, like, some flaws in Harry Potter, and these people in the Harry Potter community will, they'll say that you just don't understand Harry Potter, that the series has so many benefits to it, that this and that. They only ever look at the positive end of it. Another group that you can probably see like a parallel in this is with Nintendo fans, right? We've talked about Nintendo fans before. There's nothing wrong with being a Nintendo fan inherently. It's just that sometimes Nintendo makes anti-consumer decisions that ultimately, that consumers, especially in 2026, where gaming is essentially is starting to become a high-end luxury, they just don't like this stuff, or they're like, okay, some other games are overpriced. You can see this with, as a matter of fact, my girlfriend and I have been watching The Boys. You can see this parallel very blatantly with Homelander, right? Where people who follow Homelander, who follow Vought, who want to idolize and believe that this man has the capacity to save everyone and is there to help everyone. Essentially, yeah, they excuse all of the bad behavior and they, you know, or there doesn't even always have to be bad behavior. Like, they excuse it or they feel like they're a bigger part of something, right? And it's not to specifically attack any specific group of people or anything like that, but it's mostly just to talk about these people that seem to believe that, you know, whether it's through, I guess the term here is, whether it's through an echo chamber of, yeah, Bleach is the strongest, Naruto is the second strongest, and then One Piece is the blah blah blah, the weakest or whatever. Within this echo chamber of people, especially across the internet, saying, well, you really gonna disagree with the internet who decided a long time ago that these characters are the strongest, that Naruto's always gonna be above Bleach, etc., or Naruto's always gonna be above One Piece, etc. You kind of come across like this idea that, like, okay, so maybe a discussion isn't always the best place. Maybe a discussion isn't always possible because you cannot have a discussion with someone who's essentially not willing to even remotely consider the latter, right? Now, I've said it many times, I'll say it again, I don't think I'm objectively right when I make any of my claims for any of my characters, right? And I say this not from the perspective of, like, oh, I'm just a hack who's essentially making shit up to piss Naruto fans off because of some weird agenda, vendetta, or just to play contrary. No, I'm just telling you guys what I genuinely believe in, but I can't tell you that what I say is 100% correct, right? I guess the point that I'm really trying to make here is that I'm sounding a little robotic. Let me see. Fucking way, dude. Let me see. Who's essentially not willing to even remotely consider the latter, right? Now, one second. Okay. I think I know how to fix it. Give me 1 second. I'd have to do it through settings. Yeah, I have to do it through settings, and then it's not volume mixer. How do we do this again? How do I sound now? Let's just double check that. Let me see. Who's this? Okay. How do I sound now? Oh yeah, Let's just double check that. Yeah, we sound way better. Okay, it's not terrible, just a bit. Natsu without highballing, aren't crossing planetary, HTF, did you know? How the fuck did you make him multi-galaxy without, at that point, make him outer versal tier? Anyway. I kind of started thinking about this whole thought process of, like, what about, like, you know, whether or not it's even worth having a conversation with specific people, and whether or not I should just start calling out bias for the sake of calling out bias. I think I should just start calling out bias for the sake of calling out bias, because it's like, at some point, I don't know if you guys have seen this guy. His name is Dean Withers. This guy's name is Dean Withers. I came across him recently. He does a lot of, like, MAGA, MAGA debates on, TikTok, I think it is. But he goes out of his way quite often. Let me just close this because I don't really care about this anymore. But he goes out of his way to usually call people idiots, usually call somebody like a moron or whatever for, you know, essentially believing all the Huckabee Garbo that they've been fed, or to completely ignore blatant facts because, oh man, you know, their Lord and Savior Trump believes whatever the fuck he believes or says whatever the fuck he says, and they just don't believe that he says or does anything wrong. But anyway, I guess the reason why I'm bringing it up is because I've been thinking about this. I've been thinking about this for a while, about this idea of, like, you know, just calling out blatant bias when it's like, if you see something, if something is stated, if something is shown back to back to back to back to back, how can you really go? Like, you can go, not how. It's not a question of how. It's more so, you can choose to believe whatever the fuck is written on a page. You can choose to view everything as a hyperbolic statement, but ultimately, why is Anime Atto here? Who the fuck is that? You can choose to believe whatever it is that you're gonna believe at the end of the day, because it ultimately, the only thing that really genuinely matters is whether or not you are okay with what the author writes, or whether or not you're okay with what the author writes. But at that point, a question must genuinely be asked here, and it's, who's Anime Yato? Is that like a YouTuber? Is 4 in here? Oh. Oh, cool. Sweet. Well, nice having you here. Nice having you here. Anyway, so it's this really interesting idea of, like, I don't know, man. It's like power scaling is just such a subjective fucking topic of conversation that I just find it so interesting, and I find it so jarring that, like, it genuinely is in this really weird spot of, like, it's almost to the level of fanaticism when it comes, for some people, it's almost to this level of fanaticism where it's like, people will generally get upset with you almost to the same extent as like, I don't know, you attacking a religion, or you attacking a political party, or a side of the political spectrum, and people coming at each other, or people refusing to believe facts that somebody else says. Like, it's like if One Piece fans are the left and Naruto fans are the right. If Bleach fans are the left and Dragon Ball fans are the right. If JJK fans are the right and Black Clover fans are the left. You know what I mean? It's just one of those, like, shaking my head, my feelings hurt. How high do you scale Naruto in terms of AP? Anywhere around, like, what? I can give him, which version of Naruto are you talking about? If you're talking about end of series from Naruto, I'd probably give him, like, country to maybe continental. I wouldn't give him anything more than that. I really don't have an objective reason to. If we're talking Hokage Naruto, I'd give him planetary. End of series mainly, nothing past country level to maybe continental if I'm being generous. If I'm being, like, unironically generous. But anyway, I think the last thing I just wanted to cover was just that, like, I lost my head yesterday. I really got so mad that I yelled at, like, the top of my lungs in, like, the last 20 minutes of the stream or whatever. I do feel like a hypocrite for that. Not because I necessarily insulted the dude or anything, but because I've told people before that, like, you know, when we get those guys that randomly say, like, oh, Eon, you wouldn't like me when I'm angry. If I react a certain way, it's your fault or whatever. Like, that's the thing. And I keep this kind of energy even for myself. I'm not someone who's going to sit here and say that I was justified in yelling. I don't even think I was justified in raising my voice, but the fact was that I did not control my emotions well enough, and it's because of that. It's because I could not control my emotions well enough that I essentially crashed out in the stream harder than I crashed out in a while, I would say. Now, Naruto used the Talk No Jutsu on the Nika fruit to make Sun abandon Luffy and give Gear 5 to Naruto instead. That's pretty interesting. How does Naruto awaken Gear 5? But anyway, yeah, I kind of just wanted to talk all about that because maybe it's just who got you all riled up. It was yesterday. It was some random dude. It's in the past already, but essentially they were going with, like, that whole bullshit, like, logic that because Foxy the Pirate looks as stupid as he does, because he looks the way that he does, he cannot actually shoot beams of light, or his light beams cannot actually be light speed. It's one of those, like, really fucking stupid arguments that, like, you only make up. I'm telling you, it's the same guy trolling you. They always have the same speech pattern. Yeah. It's fine. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think that it's the exact same speech pattern. It might be the same speech pattern, but I don't think it's the exact same person, because I see that kind of speech pattern across the internet, dude. Maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, but that's the thing, right, Ligma? There are people who believe that Natsu is universal. There's probably an argument for it because he burnt up a thing that was a form of magic that, like, it could like manipulate all of time or encompass all of time or some crap like that. I'm not gonna sit here and say that, like, I agree with it, but I am going to sit here and say that, like, dude, who gives a shit? Who cares if Naruto is multiversal? Who cares if Bleach is fucking planet level? Who cares if Natsu is universal? And who cares if Luffy is 5D because of Mont Dor or some shit, right? Like, at the end of the day, it really just is one of those cases of like, how strong do I think this character is, and how much of this information am I willing to throw into the series, or how much information am I willing to believe in before I say it's cap. Power scalers care, but that's the thing. Like, does it really fucking matter? It really doesn't matter, though, right? Like, you can care about something, but at the end of the day, do you care about it so much? Do you care about it so much that, like, you just cannot even remotely change your opinion? That, like, it just does not even remotely matter? Because, sorry, not matter. That you cannot even remotely see any other perspective possible. This is what I'm talking about when I say that, like, it's to the same extent of, like, religion or politics, where it's like, no matter what you say to a person, they will not change their minds. But it's in this really weird area where we're talking about a topic of conversation as meaningless in the grand scheme of things as power scaling. That in genuine, true honesty, scales. What argument would there be for that? ETSO was gonna wipe out a star. Naruto, Kaguya scales to the ETSO, which she does not, by the way. Naruto was able to slash Kaguya, rip her arm off. Therefore, Naruto is able to destroy a star. Again, it's leaps and logic that doesn't necessarily have anything. Ultimately, I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys that I'm out. Hey, what's up, Black Yoshi? I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys that I'm not also someone who, like, genuinely believes the things that they believe to an extent, but I think that there's a difference between coming into a conclusion based on all the research that you do, all the research that you've done yourself, and coming to a conclusion based on information or arguments that other people have essentially made, right? And it's not to say that because somebody helps you with an argument, or because or somebody reminded you of a specific point, that it's no longer valid, or you're not allowed to use it. But what I'm saying is, one of the reasons why I feel like people think I'm so stubborn, one of the reasons why I think people believe that I'm so stubborn and that I think I'm always right, is because I don't give them any leeway when it comes to trying to argue things that essentially have no basis for that ideology, right? What I'm saying is, if you believe that Naruto is continental, you're more than welcome to believe it. But if you're trying to argue to someone like me, that has read the series too many times already, that knows the chapters, that knows all the feats, that knows where things are popping up, I'm not going to say all the feats, let me take that back, and you can't change my mind because it essentially revolves around believing something in a hyper-specific way, yeah, of course I'm not going to change my mind. Why the fuck would I, right? Like, what would even remotely be the point? I'm trying to change someone's mind when you do not have objective evidence, right? Now, if the argument is, for example, going off of a different metric, then sure, right? I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong. I'm not going to tell you that you can't change my mind. It's more so just that the metric that you use is one that I don't personally agree with. And it's because I don't personally agree with it that I'm not going to sit here and tell you you're wrong. I'm just going to sit here and tell you, believe whatever you want to believe. If you can get them that high because of those metrics, sure, fine. That's your prerogative. It's not my prerogative to try and change your mind. I don't personally care. I'm just expressing and defending my point. I think when it comes to things like, let's say, like the discussion yesterday with, like, the buggy town level stuff, it's like people focus too fucking much on trying to quantify something. People trying to quantify something to the most literal extent possible. Where, like, if Buggy says verbatim, that would have leveled a smaller town. You have people saying that, well, Buggy's a clown, or Buggy doesn't look like he's serious, or Buggy is a joke later in the series, therefore this statement at the earlier points in the series, when it was written without the context of anything else that was happening later in the story, this can't be taken seriously, right? Or like Foxy's light beams, where it's not light, even though it's stated to be light, photons, etc., 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 right? Where it's like, well, I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong because you don't believe them, but I am going to say that I don't have an objective reason to even remotely entertain your argument. Because if the argument is you just don't believe it, or you just think it's hyperbolic without any objective reasoning, I just do not have a reason to even remotely engage with it, right? Like, what is forcing me to believe it, right? Like, if I see Naruto blow up a mountain, I am forced to believe that Naruto blows up a mountain. If Buggy says that it would level a smaller town, do I have anything else to go off of? Well, consistent explosions that take out entire block, that can take out essentially like an entire block. I mean, yeah, that's all I have to go off of. Would that be the same as a smaller town? I don't know what a smaller town would be considered in One Piece. Take the Buggy shit back, because I actually gave you... What's the evidence? What is the objective evidence you gave me, Michael? Did you give me a chapter? Did you give me I'm not going to take it back because you never actually offered any evidence. You said, and I quote, look at all of the... You are ignoring the facts. What were the facts? Give me a chapter. Give me a page. Give me something. I can pull it up, bro. That's what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. People said, because the... And you said, yeah, man, because the con said so. Yeah, I have nothing else to go off of besides an explosion. Chapter 10, page 7. Cool. So what's chapter 10, page 7? Let's see that. Buggy Ball, a demonstration of its power. Page 8, you mean? Yeah. He blows up 7 houses, wipes them out completely, then says he could level a smaller town. What's the objective evidence? How is this objectively mean that it's not town level? Smaller... Sorry, let me take out the level. How does this objectively prove that he can't level a smaller town? Objectively speaking, no room for interpretation. This is how 7 houses were destroyed. Correct. He could level a smaller town. They're also 3-story houses. 3-story houses are normally larger than single 1-story houses. You can see the destruction. Correct. Yeah. Exactly. And then he says it would have leveled a smaller town. It blew through 7 fucking houses, dude. How big is the town? How big is this town? How many houses does this town have? Because if this town has, let's say, 30 houses, yeah, I could see it. Why not? If this town only has 14 or 13 or 12 houses, yeah. They will speak about Luffy versus Buggy like Whitebeard versus Roger. Yeah. Anyway. So, moving past that, it's like Eon didn't talk about people taking it way too seriously. Yeah. Brother, the location there is literally called Orange Town. Right. And you're telling me that Orange Town is the smallest the town could ever be? So you're telling me, brother in Christ, so you're telling me that Orange Town is the baseline for how big towns have to be? Anything smaller than Orange Town is not a town by your definition? Because what exactly forces me to agree with that? What exactly is making me sit here and say, yes, you are right. Orange Town is the smallest a town could ever be within the context of One Piece. A town cannot be smaller than Orange Town. It says right here, it doesn't say a small town, it says a smaller town. You see what I'm getting at? It's like, this is what I mean, and this is what, and I hope you understand where I'm coming from, where it's like, what exactly, again, is because the town name is Orange Town, and surely that must mean that the town is the size of an orange, yeah. Right? Isn't Usopp's town smaller than this? Usopp quite literally has a smaller village than this. What is it, like, page 20 or some shit? If I stomp out a sandcastle at my castle level, you just said sand castle, buddy. You just said sand castle, so have nice try. Good luck with that. You said... So this is a town. How many houses are in this town so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They're not all lined up with each other. Can Buggy beat Konoha Village? He would probably take out a small portion. You told me what, Eon? I didn't catch that. I didn't say anything, Jeff. I didn't say anything. Oh no, Kokoyashi Village should probably be bigger. I think Kokoyaki Village should probably be bigger. Like, all of these houses are smaller than the ones that Buggy literally destroys, dude. All of these houses are literally smaller than the one that Buggy blew up, dude. Yeah. Yeah, they're definitely smaller than the ones Buggy blew up. It's literally just like, what, like 8 houses and like a big... It's like 10 or 15 houses and like a big mansion at the end. I think that's really just it. So it's like a compressed explosion. Bro, Captain Kuro had his eye on a decent town. Let's not downplay Don Krieg or Don... I mean, I'm not trying to downplay what they were searching for. If he wanted to literally just live in a mansion for the rest of his life, I think that's completely fine. But it's like... I mean, look... These houses are fucking tiny in comparison, dude. I don't know. Anyway. All I'm saying is that, like, yeah. Yeah, this would probably, like, if Buggy shot a buggy ball through this place, literally this entire row of houses would just be wiped out and half of it would just be gone. Like, literally half of this town would just be gone if Buggy shot a buggy ball. Is it still about the first 100 chapters? No, this could be about anything. I'm gonna move on to the conversation. Let's talk about what is actually on the. I want the smoke. Can anyone make a half decent argument for Naruto beating Luffy? My bad. All right. If anyone can make a half decent argument that I can't make a counter argument against, you're more than welcome to. I put a Discord link there. You guys can join the Discord, and you guys can we can have a conversation live. I don't know how many times I have to spell this out, but I'm not the type of person to go out of his way to insult somebody. There's no way beginning of series Luffy is town level. It's not that we literally see him punch through several layers of bedrock, causing a localized quakes that shift buildings out of their foundation. For our Naruto. But yeah, in all seriousness, what do you think about the earliest arc that Luffy beats end of series Naruto? If I had to be honest, post time skip. Straight out of post time skip, I think Luffy curb stomps Naruto. I don't think Naruto makes up the speed difference. Post time skip, right out of, I'm not even talking about fourth gear at this point. I'm talking about second fucking gear. I'm talking about third gear. I have to basically lowball Luffy every single time, because in reality, if Luffy's elephant gun is as powerful as Sai's drill dragon nail, and I would argue that it is, I would argue that Luffy already strikes with continental amounts of force, and Naruto does not even have continental levels of durability. There's just no way of going it. Give a script writing update. It's where it was yesterday. I do have to fuck around with a couple of things here. and change up a couple of things. You think Fishman Island Luffy beats Adult Naruto? Adult Naruto, not so much, but I do think Wano Luffy onward, it's just not a contest. From Wano onward, not even Egghead or Elbaf, from Wano onward, there is genuinely no argument I can see for Naruto. The speed difference is too far. It's too wide. It's like a chasm deep fucking difference in speed. There's no way to quantify Naruto's speed scaling without making up multipliers that to some extent are even more of an assumption than anything I could get for One Piece, and even then it just doesn't stack up. That's what I thought of with Wano versus Star Level. Like, Luffy actually is beyond faster than Naruto's max. And when I say adult Naruto, I'm talking about Baryon mode. Like, you could throw Baryon mode into the conversation. I have an argument six path Sage Naruto beats East Blue Luffy. You know what? I would probably agree with you. I would probably sit here and say, yeah, end of series 6 paths Naruto would probably beat the ever-living fuck out of East Blue Luffy. I'm not gonna lie. That does sound... Didn't Naruto from the last destroy the Tenseigan? He punched the guy in the face. Stated Lee, if I remember, to be 100 times stronger than base. It's tens of times, not 100 times. The statement is tens of times. I can pull that up for you if you need it. We're looking for a streak of green. Right here. The release of all 8 limiters results in a power tens of times greater than the Gokage. Whatever you expect that to mean. Is the data book statement 8 inner gates? Do I have the 8 gates in my notes? In my files? How strong do you think it was Fishman Island had he used it? It's impossible for me to quantify it. I'm going to be honest with you. 30 times, essentially... Several times, whatever the fuck he did to Arlong is the easiest argument I can give you right now. Several times, whatever he did to Horty Jones. Elian, Arlong bullied Momu and was strong enough that a sea beast would rather get beat up by Luffy than Arlong. So my question is, could Arlong tame Manda? Manda's a little weird. Manda's weird, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you. What took out Manda was like a 10-kilometer power... an explosion from Data that essentially took out 10 kilometers, but it was 10 kilometers worth of tree, stone, and soil. That's what took out Manda. As far as feats go, Manda really only has the one fight with Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. That's the one thing that I can really give Manda. If I'm remembering correctly, mind you. If I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, this is the only instance I can think of where Manda genuinely shows up. Like, the like, the giant summons are, like, in this weird area where, like, they all kind of scale to one another, where Manda might be more, the most powerful of the two, since it's 2v1ing them. Does Katsuyu ever do anything in this fight? No, Katsuyu literally doesn't do a single damn thing in this fight. What the fuck? Are we dead ass? Okay, these are just the same. I'll just delete this one. I don't really care. Yeah, like, these are Manda's best feats. It dodges acid at an unquantifiable speed. It can be kept up with Gamma Bunta. It splits itself. It goes... What is this? It can swipe away Gamma Bunta with its tail, or cause Gamma Bunta to forcibly dodge. It can avoid a giant fireball explosion by going underground and shedding its skin. Its mouth can stretch up to about 17 meters. And it was stopped by a large knife. That is what I can give Manda. I don't know anything else. Third Hokage solo smoker because you'll just inhale him. That's a pretty good argument. Doesn't Deidara's explosion cover most of the 4th Great Ninja Wars arena? I cannot argue. I cannot answer that. I don't know how big it is. Okay, check general chat of the server. This is the gate scan I normally see. Got you. Appreciate it. Well, glad you could join. Pierston. Once the limits are removed, you can obtain 100 times your normal power, surpassing the 5 Kage. Okay. Let me look something up real quick, and then I'll let you know which, what episode does Guy use the 8th gate? Sekizo, 420. Blaze it! Oh, that's funny, because Guy's body is on fire, so he's blazing it. Okay, so let's see. Dubbed anime. Actually, no, I don't need dubbed. I need subbed right now. Yeah. Subbed anime. Naruto. Jesus Christ. You know, I thought when... let me not make the joke. Let me not make the joke. Anyway. So, if you need context as to why... If you need context as to why I'm looking up the anime, is because usually the anime adaptation will follow the... Usually the anime adaptation will follow the script of the, of, like, whatever's supposed to be the actual manga translation. Okay, so which moment is this specifically? This is when Madara pops out of the hole, right? Okay. God, I hate this fucking thing. Okay. So we have to wait until he comes out of the hole. Okay, so Madara is out. That's that. Okay, so he pops right out. Madara's out. He flies up. Air grade formation. It's... Okay. Hold on, I gotta, like, speed... I can't speed it up. Okay, I'm gonna play with you. Okay. I figured he didn't bring him down. So what has Might Guy done? The 8 gates and information that tease allows one to draw out their maximum power by releasing the limbers placed upon it. The final stage of the jutsu Lee used to you a long time ago. Remove powers tens of times greater than that of the 5 Kage. So this statement that I brought up would actually be the correct translation to use. Were the people good boys last stream? Yeah, they were good. They were good guys. Okay, so this would be the translation that should actually be used. There you go. So that should be the correct translation, not the hundreds of times stronger. So tens of times greater than the 5 Kage. Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. It is what it is. Doesn't really matter. There's a lot of ways to interpret that statement. There's a lot of ways of interpreting this statement, so if you still want to say tens of times can mean 100, sure. I don't personally care. That's your prerogative. I don't know how to interpret that, yeah. Like, okay, so let's look at the statement real quick, right? Let's look at the statement, and then we'll keep moving. By the way, again, if anybody wants to... Are you using viewbots? What are you talking about? What viewbots? How am I using viewbots? I got like 53 viewers. 63, holy shit, that's a lot. Can we get to 6-7? Alright, anyway. I probably just... like 5 people probably just left after me saying that. Amazing. This actually makes me more sure that Night Guy is light speed. Like, one of the very few things that are legit light speed in Naruto. Yeah. So, that's the thing, right? Kage tier is basically Vice Admiral level. If you take Onoki and Gaara, if you take out Onoki and Gaara, I would disagree with that, King T. I wouldn't put them at Vice Admiral level, at least from a physical standpoint. I just cannot see Tsunade or A literally knock down a creature 4 or 5 times larger than, like, a tailed beast. I just don't see that, bro. I really just do not see that. Like, I don't know why I should agree with the idea that, like, if a Vice Admiral like Red King can punch away a massive sea beast that can dwarf the Thousand Sunny that's already 3 times larger than a tailed beast, I don't think so. I think Gear 4 lasts longer than Baryon mode. Well, that's the thing, Super Mario. Baryon mode is not a good transformation for any setting outside of specifically Boruto, the Ishiki fight. Baryon mode is absolute dog shit. I just do not think it works in any scenario unless you are giving Naruto quite literally like an untapped, uncapped, unstoppable version of the transformation where like he essentially has infinite chakra. I just can't agree with it. Now, if anyone here thinks that I'm, you know, being disingenuous or whatever, we can go over it. Because Baryon mode legitimately only lasts for about 5 to 10 hits on a highball. My main problem is Kage tier being comically large because it ends up like Hashirama at end of series Naruto. Where do you draw the line? I think anybody more powerful than Hashirama, I would say Hashirama's like on the highest end of Kage level, and anybody above Hashirama is essentially on just that 6 paths tier. Yeah, there's also a difference between like being a Hokage and being like any other Kage. I had a versus discussion with someone earlier, and it dawned on me that Skypiea Luffy has better physical AP than most of Naruto in the last arc. Can you give me your argument for that? What's your argument? If Big Mom replaced Madara in the 4th Shinobi World War, would she win? If Big Mom replaced Madara, I'm gonna be honest with you, the Shinobi Alliance would have been fucked. The Ten Tails would have not have been necessary. The Ten Tails, unironically, would not have been necessary. Like, she literally would have just changed the entire weather and started bringing down blasts of lightning from Zeus, who is stronger than Don Chinjiao and Don Sai. Is the Gokage that fought Madara that got low diff? That is Kage level. Hashirama's like Shinobi God level or something. Don Krieg can pick up a ship, Madara can. Don Krieg can pick up a ship, Madara can't, yeah. But Big Mom would put her soul into a Amaterasu or something. You can probably argue that she can. Eon question, can anyone in Naruto versus One Piece survive a hydrogen bomb? I can't answer that. I don't think there's anyone in either series that uses legitimate radiation in order to kill something. I don't know if I can argue that. Let me look up what a hydrogen bomb is exactly. I'm not exactly sure what a hydrogen bomb is. I think it uses radiation. A second-generation nuclear explosive that derives its destructive power from both nuclear fission and nuclear fusion. Capable of yields hundreds of times more powerful than early atomic bombs, it works using a traditional fission explosion to trigger the fusion of the hydrogen isotopes. A conventional atomic bomb detonates, producing extreme heat, pressure, and flood of X-rays. The X-rays compress, and the heat fusion fuel, typically lithium-6 deuteride, inside a second chamber. Under these conditions, isotopes of hydrogen, deuterium, and tritium fuse together to form helium, releasing monumental amounts of energy. Tertiary stage fission. Many designs use the high-energy neutrons from the fusion reaction to split surrounding materials like uranium-238, significantly increasing the bomb's explosive yields. Hydrogen bombs. Do hydrogen bombs have radiation? Do hydrogen bombs have radiation? There we go. Yes, they have. They produce massive amounts of radiation and radioactive fallout. Okay, so probably not. Basically radiation, gotcha. Logia should be immune to radiation? I don't know. Put fire, radiate fire and let me know how that goes. Radiate light and let me know how that goes. Wow, she probably can. Yeah, Skypiea Luffy was canceling out an island to country level attack. Well, that was by swinging his armor. I saw a video saying One Piece hasn't reached light speed and Luffy is struggling with sound speed attacks. I don't know if you react to videos on your own time. Maybe I could send it. No worries, Anime Ito. No worries at all. I've already checked out a lot of those videos. If it's from guys like Sage or guys like Sixpath69 or Sixpath Sage 69 or whatever, I've already checked out all those videos. There's probably a reaction in one of my live streams, but overall, I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, it's all bullshit. They never actually give you an objective reason as to why it can't be light speed. It's just they say it's not, and it's not, and it's not, and therefore it can't be. That's really just the arguments what they boil down to. Because Naruto is stronger than Luffy. For A being stronger than B means that A can beat B, hence Naruto beats Luffy. That's a really good argument, honestly. That's a very good argument. Got poisoned by a fish. If he got hit, he would instantly die from vaporization or radiation. I don't know what you mean by that. How does radiation even remotely compare to poison? Radiation is busted? I agree. Radiation is very busted. I agree. No, while relying on non-canon movie, quote from Rayleigh. One more to the funny number. Ah, interesting. They are not only radiation, extreme heat, hotter than the sun 5 times. Okay. Speaking of terms of pure physical muscle strain, he can fling around a golden ball weighing 2 million kilograms, or what, 4 million pounds, roughly? Does Choji have a stated height? No, the closest thing you can compare Choji to, if you want to make a size scale for Choji, because again, I know that Kishimoto made him look very, very big, in this arc specifically. Because Kishimoto made Choji look very big, does not have a stated height. The only other time he gets very, very big is during the war arc. That is the only other time Choji gets very, 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 very big. Yeah. This is the only time, and he seems to be about as big as the Ghetto statue, and the Ghetto statue at half its body, it seems to be about as big as half of Kurama and half of the Eight Tails. It's one of those cases where you just have to eyeball it. It really just boils down to how you choose to eyeball it. This is the only comparison I can give you, at least as far as I'm aware. This is probably the only comparison I can grant as far as, yeah. Because they get sucked inside, like they literally shrink inside. This is like the closest comparison I can give you, where you see like the Eight Tails upper chest, you see this thing's upper chest, it looks about the same as big. You may be able to say that it's a bit bigger, but like the difference shouldn't be astronomically larger. I've been reading LOTM, I don't know what that is. It's been hilarious. It's created a whole new type of diff for win, which is knowledge diff, where just knowing something immediately causes madness and death. That sounds crazy. What's LOTM? Nukes have radiation too, right? Yeah, they do have radiation too. Wait, so when's the video coming out? The Ultimate Naruto versus Luffy video? I don't know, man. I'm still on the first 100 chapters of in terms of the script. I'm still in the first 100 chapters. Bro, chill out. Let's watch Agenda Piece on Lobotomy Kaizen. Chill. Well, by my chemistry knowledge, radiation doesn't require a medium, aka matter, to pass through, so any matter logias are done other than maybe Kizaru, since light is an electromagnetic wave like radiation. Gamma? Got you. So I would like to say that Naruto gets knowledge diff, like, while Chad Luffy survives. Okay. Is one of the greatest peak ever compared to One Piece, if not better. Okay, cool. Love that for you. Big Mom and Frankie ate nukes to the face. When did Big Mom eat a nuke to the face? I guess she took like an explosive, like, is it chemical warfare? Was it like a chemical? But they couldn't scratch their face though, right? It doesn't actually like release radiation. What's radiation? I don't know, bro. You might have to just Google that yourself. Lord of the Mysteries. Got you. Give me 1 second, guys. But yeah, like I said, if anybody wants to have a conversation, you're more than welcome to hop in. I'm willing to have a discussion. At what point do you think Luffy surpasses all versions of Naruto's iterations, and where does Naruto stop at Luffy's iterations? If you want an honest answer, Naruto genuinely stops, in my opinion, by, like, Wano. Like, not even Wano technically Dressrosa, but Wano because of internal destruction, etc. For any bullshit, like, higher-end arguments that anyone wants to make. Luffy, by post-time skip. I'm talking about prior to the Dressrosa. I'm talking about prior to, like, I'm talking about, like, right off the post-time skip, I think Naruto is genuinely getting speed-checked by Luffy. If I had to be honest, Naruto is genuinely getting speed-checked by Luffy by, like, post-time skip. It's just not even close. I genuinely have second gear pre-time skip Luffy I genuinely have pre-time skip second gear Luffy at KCM 2 Naruto speeds. Genuinely. And I can technically argue it to be higher. As far as attack potency goes, yeah, 100% by, like, Dressrosa. There's no ifs, ands, or buts in my mind that Luffy's already outscaling Naruto not only physically in terms of speed, but in terms of attack potency by Dressrosa. So, again, just let me know. Anyone wants to have a chat. And by the way, I have a claim here that if anyone wants to debate or have a discussion, sure. 8 Gates Guy. I'm gonna type it into chat. I'll put up a claim right here real quick. Actually, I'll just put it up right here. Light is a form of radiation, yeah. 8 Gates. Let me make this bigger, actually. Fuck is this? Let me make this bigger. 8 Gates Guy shatters his leg on Base Kaido's chest. 8 Gates Guy shatters his leg on Base Kaido's chest. I'll never forget Luffy dodging an explosion he was in the middle of. Yeah, he saw the explosion. Very random, but I just started posting long-form power scaling videos. I think it's better to have 1 or 2 verses to be known with, or have a lot of versatility. I will say, do whatever it is that you feel is best for your channel, but if I had to give you my honest opinion, I would say that learning to scale a series, if you genuinely want to, like, learn the scaling yourself, if you want to, like, you know, actually do the research and stuff, it's a lot better if you actually put in the time to, like, make content on it, or on 1 or 2 series like I did for Naruto versus Luffy, because Naruto versus One Piece, which version of Luffy would defeat Ten Tails Madara? Literally anyone that has technically anyone that has internal destruction, but honestly, yeah, Wano again, just curb stomps. I really don't have anything else to say. If it's, put it like this, if it anything Wano onward, there is anything Wano onward is already beyond anything I think Naruto characters can reasonably deal with. But as far as, like, content goes, I would say focus on, like, 1 or 2 series if I were you, if you want to, like, really familiarize yourself. Because the thing is that, like, as a power scaler, you're always going to get comments from people saying that, like, you got this wrong or you got this right. Now, if you're going by, like, agenda pieces and, like, you're just trying to essentially, like feed the algorithm and just give opinions that people generally just agree upon just because whatever the fuck reason it could be, probably then diversify yourself. If you want to put out your own genuine takes, if you want to, like, actually make your own scaling, then probably focus on 1 or 2 series to start off with, and then branch out whenever you feel like you're ready, or whenever you feel like it's time. But if you want to, like, just put out content, just put it out, it doesn't matter, like, the scaling itself doesn't matter, you're just doing whatever, then yeah, just do however many series you'd like. I would say do however many series you'd like to do. There's nothing wrong with that either. I can debate you with Luffy or Naruto versus a hydrogen bomb if you wanna. I don't care about the hydrogen bomb. It's not important to the actual discussion. But, thank you. Shippuden, or you think Dressrosa Luffy is stronger than the last in Boruto era? I think that Dressrosa Luffy can unironically speed blitz the last Naruto, and unless he's putting all of his chakra into a specific singular point, I still don't think that he really stands a chance. Like, I really do think he's getting monumentally speed blitzed by... I think he is genuinely getting monumentally speed blitzed by Luffy, and I don't think even if you separate Kurama outside of his body, Luffy is launching Kurama outside of the fucking moon. Like, if I had to be genuinely honest with you, I think a single punch from Luffy, a Kong gun from Luffy is sending Kurama out of the fucking moon, out of the moon's atmosphere. I'm not even kidding. Like, Naruto the last, I'm sorry, but tanking his own chakra's explosion A big blast of his own chakra's explosion while unconscious, that, again, what, covers maybe like a mountain is not enough for me to believe that, you know, he outscales him. I just don't think so. Borrow Breath was vaporizing mountaintops. Luffy was tanking it on the rooftop. Search up IV Mike explosion. There's an actual footage of nukes going off. It's so good. Sure. The hydrogen bomb combo seems fun. If you want. I was genuinely thinking about making like a... I was thinking about for next year. I was thinking about making a video titled like Naruto versus a literal coughing baby. I'm talking about AP, who's overall stronger. I would give it to Naruto. I would give overall AP to Naruto just based on him. Well, do I think Toneri scales to the slash that cut the moon? No. Toneri never tanks the attack himself. I don't know if I would actually argue Toneri could tank the attack himself to the same extent Naruto could have. Naruto put his whole chakra into one arm, so however much stronger or if it's just as strong, if it was only powerful enough to cancel it out, wherever you fall on that. I would probably say Naruto does have higher AP, but I don't think it matters given the speed difference. I just don't think it matters given the speed difference. Yeah. Luffy with Future Sight foresees this, runs away and survives while the hydrogen bomb explodes and goes into doing nothing. So what was the video again? Can you react to the trailer for Joe? You almost got me. You almost fucking got me. No, I'm not reacting to no fucking trailer. Anyway. You almost fucking got me. Holy shit, that was... I had to catch myself on that one. Ivy Mike explosion. Sure, let's check it out. Ivy Mike countdown explosion detonation. Sure. Jesus Christ. That does look insane. It kind of looks like an expanding universe.
Minus 15 seconds. 1 T0.
Holy shit, they made lightning storms. Did you check out the One Piece remake trailer? I did. Naruto can drown that boy so quick. So, Pink Matter, would you like to have a discussion? There's a link in the bottom. If you want to join it, we can have a discussion live if you'd like. It'll just be you and me. I'll hide chat and everything. We can just yap. You're drinking Fanta right now? I'm not a fan of watch the first video. I did. I clicked on it. This is the first video. Mushroom Cloud. Cool. One Piece also, for the most part, is equal between AP and DC. Luffy took a hit from Kaido, who is continental to multi-continental. I would not even argue Kaido's I wouldn't even argue Kaido's continental. He would far be past that scaling, considering that he one-shot Luffy. I don't think I can watch this. I think I might get this stream demonetized if I watch this. Let me get my headphones.
Every legend starts.
Okay, I'll watch this later. I will watch this later.
With a dream.
Yeah, I'll check this out later. I do want to focus on like the topic at hand for the discussion. So what I'm gathering is that Musashi Solo's Baki saw him as a mushroom cloud. Probably it's a parody video. I imagine it's a parody video, but I don't know if people are here to watch me react to a funny video for a moment. On the Michael Jackson movie? I imagine. Yeah. I kind of picked up on that. Okay, I'm pretty sure that Kaido isn't impressive. Goes speed blitzes and one-shots Guy, just like he did Luffy in Act 1 of Wano. That's a cooler one called CD. Yeah. If you guys have anything, let me know. If not, I think what I'm going to do is, I think what I'm going to probably just focus on is working on the script a little bit while somebody tries to, you know, where do you scale Emu in terms of AP? I have no fucking clue because I have no tangible way of proving anything. So I just don't give him anything yet. Solo's Naruto is comical to you? I mean, hey, listen. I was being genuine when I made that video. There's really just like maybe one character that has a chance, and And you kind of have to plug a controller up her ass. You genuinely have to shove a controller up Kaguya's ass. But them getting Speed Blitz plus Room is one hell of a drug. Yeah. You're gonna do Usopp versus Naruto and Sasuke next? Fuck no. Fuck no. It's not... No, this was just brought up because we were having a discussion about, like, what constitutes a smaller town. So what even is the topic at hand, right? On hand? I'm just asking people if anyone has a genuine argument. If the 59 people that are here, if anyone believes that Naruto beats Luffy, I am willing to listen to any arguments you have. I might ask some questions along the way, but I'm not here to debate. I'm just here to see what people's arguments are. If there's anything specific that you think Naruto has over Luffy, because here's the thing. Can I give Naruto higher attack potency? Yes. Can I give Naruto higher durability? Sure, why not? I'm gonna be so fucking real with you. I still don't think it matters because the speed difference is too fucking big. 57, not 59. It says 57 for me, 59 for me, but whatever. I imagine that, like, I've always thought that the live watching thing on, like, the thumbnail when you're, like, looking at somebody's live stream through, like, thumbnails, I think it usually yeah, this updates much quicker than the actual thing. So yeah, it's actually 50. But yeah, if anybody has an actual argument they'd like to make, I'm open to any kind of thing. And if you guys have any versus battles you guys would like to bring up to me, I can cover any fights regarding One Piece or Naruto. I can cover any fights you guys want me to bring up. You want to know where I scale Frankie? Okay, I'll give you a bit of an idea. Okay, let's go to Egghead. I haven't scaled Frankie personally, so I can't give you the most direct line of scaling. I cannot give you the most direct line of scaling. How far high would you scale Ace? He's a second commander, but he's also a second commander for the Whitebeard Pirates, and he just doesn't have the greatest showings besides clashing with Aokiji, but being completely overpowered by Akainu. We know that to an extent, Devil Fruit weaknesses are a thing, but we know that Devil Fruit weaknesses are only a thing up to a certain extent. I mean, Green Bull did state that, like, he did state to the Akazaya 9, as an example, and I will get to the Frankie scale in just a second. But but they did state that, like, against the Akazaya 9, Green Bull specifically stated that, like, he couldn't be an admiral without, you know, being able to deal with such an obvious weakness, the obvious weakness being a weakness to fire. Ace was able to clash with Aokiji or Kuzan, depending on how you want to name the guy. And in that scenario, you can argue that probably Ace's Haki and his... you could probably argue that Kuzan is overall still stronger than Ace. I mean, you rarely ever see, like, a first commander or a second commander really, like, truly fight against an admiral and do well. And do completely well. I mean, you could try to bring up Ben Beckman, but, like, Ben Beckman I wouldn't say is the exact best metric to go by because Kizaru kind of just disregarded him after a certain point. Yeah, he says right here, you think I could hack it as an admiral, as a Navy HQ, as an admiral of Navy HQ if I was susceptible to such an obvious weakness? Now, I think something that must be taken into consideration is whether or not you think that the samurai from Wano, that the Akazaya 9, are powerful enough, are specifically powerful enough to overpower, let's say, like a first or second commander. You can definitely make the argument for Yamato, but she was told not to fight. I don't know where that would be in comparison to Momonosuke because of the devil fruit that he has. But overall, the reason why I'm bringing up this conversation in the first place is because there is an argument one could make that the only reason Ace was able to clash with Aokiji in the first place was because Ace does have a devil fruit that matches up relatively well against Aokiji, or you can argue one of three things: that Ace has a devil fruit that matches up perfectly with Aokiji, that Ace is at least an exhausted Ace is somewhat relative to an admiral, or that the Admiral Aokiji, because of who Ace is, who his grandfather is, and just whatever relationship you think that Aokiji might have, or however nice Aokiji might have been feeling that day, he decided to simply allow Ace to clash, and he didn't decide to, like, push it any farther than that, right? So it's either Ace is as strong as Aokiji and as strong as an Admiral. Aokiji held back. Ace's Devil Fruit is what allowed him to match Aokiji, even beyond the fact that, but again, that's kind of contradicted by Akainu being able to fight Aokiji with a higher one. Or this isn't a proper way to scale because, again, there's probably an argument to be made that, again, neither of them was going all out to begin with, or maybe Ace was and he wasn't, or Ace is in a weakened state and Aokiji not so much. There's a bunch of different ways that you can go about it. Now, Ace did lose to Blackbeard, but he lost to Blackbeard. Now, do I think that Blackbeard is powerful enough to fight an Admiral? Maybe not. I would say an Admiral's Haki would probably still be too strong for him. I'm not gonna react to a JJK animation, Netaruki. I don't want to look at it right now. I don't care right now. I really do not want to look at it. I haven't checked out anything for JJK. And if you're talking about a JJK manga chapter animated, I do not care for fan animations. Good for them. They are very talented. I do not like them. I never usually say, oh my god, I must watch this. That's not for me. That kind of content isn't for me. Had a mix of factors, such as an ideal elemental counter. Blackbeard scarred Shanks, by the way, before he had a Devil Fruit. He did, but again, you could say it was more so due to underhanded tactics rather than him actually, being able to physically, overpower Shanks or whatever. Sengoku versus Hashirama, how close is it? Sengoku is a fucking fraud, and I'm going to tell you right now that I have an agenda against Sengoku, so I'm going to say Hashirama regardless of what the scaling could potentially provide. Sengoku essentially has no feature statements. I'm going to be honest with you. Sengoku is essentially just, he fought alongside Garp, but everyone only views Garp as the hero of the Marines and never him. So, I don't know. I feel like when Shiki assaulted Marineford and nearly took out the island, I'm going to be so honest with you, I feel like it was a case of Sengoku hiding behind a rock and Garp being the one to physically fight him one-on-one. I'm not going to lie to you. Sengoku offers me nothing as far as scaling goes. It's just Blackbeard is strong, say ha 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 ha. Cool. Aokiji probably didn't go all out of curiosity for Garp. Yeah, I think all of those are perfectly reasonable assumptions, right? Any of the assumptions I brought up before, and if you guys agree with any of them, I think it's all completely fine, right? I think we should make power scaling more so an idea of, these are the potential ways that things could have gone. It just boils down to what you personally choose to believe. Shanks low-key a fraud? How? Law accidentally stumbled on Blackbeard and Garp pulled up to Hachinosu, but I'm supposed to believe that he couldn't find him for 2 years? I mean, he would already know where he's at. It's more so just a case of, not wanting to start up an unnecessary war. A stronger version of Blackbeard than the one that beat Ace still ran from Akainu. Aokiji mostly scales too, so yeah. Oda really fumbles power scaling. Whitebeard stood 0 chance against the Admirals. I disagree with that wholeheartedly, but you can 100% choose to believe with that. You can 100% choose to believe that. Didn't Shanks say that Blackbeard scarred him fairly, or am I tripping? He says that, let me bring that up. He speaks to Whitebeard, and he brings up that, this was right after Water 7. This was right after Water 7, right? So it should be, he got the same damage as Garp in their disagreement after God Valley, and Garp was half dead. What are you talking about? Who's he? Okay, so we're already too far in, so do we have to be 4 for this? So 426, so 445, so what is it, 435? Yes, I think I want to know your opinion. I have a whole video on that opinion. You can just go, you can take 20 minutes out of your time and go out and see it. If you need my opinion, it's right there. There's a whole video that I made on why I think the Admirals are weaker than the Yonko. It's all based on an opinion. It's all based on the fact that Admirals usually lose to Yonko in almost every instance, or they're usually put down by the Yonko. So I'm going to be straight up honest with you. If your opinion comes down to, but Whitebeard lost half of his face against Akainu, yeah, but Akainu literally got taken out of the fight by Whitebeard, so however you choose to go about it, however you choose to interpret it, if you genuinely sit here and tell me that, well, no, you have to look at it like this, I don't care, that's your opinion, I'll leave it at that. Okay, what chapter do they meet up? Okay, it should be, okay, there we go. I fought against Roger's ship so many times. We locked arms so often I began to remember some faces among his crew. What happened to that funny red-nosed kid with you? Did he get killed? You mean Buggy? That really brings back a lot of memories. On the day the captain was executed, we parted ways at Logtown, and we've never met since. Come with me, Buggy. I'm not going to work under you, idiot. I heard rumors that he's still a pirate. It all happened in a blink of an eye to me. There aren't many who speak of the legend anymore. Your duel with Hawkeye is still fresh in my memory. Everyone was surprised beyond their imagination when you came back from East Blue missing an arm. What enemy did you give that left arm to? This? One day I will have a ship and crew better than yours. I'm gonna be the king of the pirates. I gave it up for the sake of the new era. If you don't have any regrets, then that's fine. Whitebeard, I fought countless battles and received countless scars, but the only one that aches right now is this one. I didn't get these scars on an adventure or in my fight with Mihawk, but what gave me the scar is Blackbeard teach from your crew. And it wasn't because I was careless. Do you understand what I'm saying, Whitebeard? He laid low and waited for his chance. He didn't even rise up to become a squad leader or make a name for himself. He hid himself behind the giant shadow of Whitebeard, and once he had enough power, he finally made his move. A man like that will never be satisfied. He'll keep aiming for the top with his own will. One day he will aim for your seat. Get to the point. What do you want? I want you to stop, Ace. He's talking about how underhanded he is. Blackbeard is clearly portrayed as an underhanded fighter. Just look at how he defeats Whitebeard. Also, look at how, look at the devil fruit that he has. He doesn't fight you fairly. He doesn't go band for band. He literally takes away your powers. He did it against Law. Like, say whatever you guys want about, like, Law or any character losing a Blackbeard or Blackbeard's, like, jokes aside, take away that. Like, let's look at how Blackbeard wins his fights. He requires the darkness fruit, because the darkness fruit essentially makes it a one-sided fight, especially against devil fruit users. He never fights anyone. He genuinely never tries to fight anyone who only has hockey. It's always against devil fruit users. Just have a hockey man like Garp and Blackbeard is no more? Yeah. I'm not saying that Blackbeard is a fraud. I mean, that's part of his character. I mean, it's okay. Like, it doesn't have to be the strongest character of all time. Or having his whole crew jump his opponent, too. Yeah. Did Luffy ever surpass old Whitebeard? I assume he did once he beaten Kaido. Same with Kid and Law beating Big Mom. I would say that Kid and Law are probably, like, around that Admiral level of power. Like, that Admiral may be slightly stronger than an Admiral. But in general, like, yeah, no, I think Luffy did surpass Whitebeard, which is why I personally believe that Luffy is planetary, because Whitebeard's devil fruit scales to him. Luffy is likely narratively above old Whitebeard, who is stated to have the power to destroy the world, so on and so forth. There are other interpretations you can use. Why do you basically mischaracterize of Naruto characters you pit up against? Because they're portrayed as lacking intelligence or bloodlust, and they just stand there while One Piece is bloodlust. I never said that One Piece is bloodlust or that they're, like, unintelligent. If you're trying to say that, like, I'm not saying that they lack intelligence, but what I'm saying is that Naruto characters in general are not the massive 500 IQ analytical shinobi that you seem to believe that they are. In many cases, you can even look at it in the war, they literally have to take their time to slowly figure out the opponent's abilities. Tobirama literally only figured out that Sage Mode worked against the TSO, and Naruto only figured out after someone used Sage Mode against them. They didn't figure stuff out just by looking at the opponent once and being like, oh yeah, no, this should easily work. No, they have to see. It's a trial and error thing for most shinobis. Much weaker. That's the thing. I feel like an Admiral, in any case, I feel like an Admiral against Blackbeard is always going to be like a bit of a debate. But I feel like Admirals in general, at least like Aokiji and Akainu, likely have very high levels of haki. So that's probably why Whitebeard wanted to run away, because he probably wasn't. 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. I'm back. Okay, well, what I mean is you kind of nerfed Naruto like they wouldn't go for a strike. Naruto goes for the strike immediately, if not faster than One Piece. You make them weaker. I don't make them weaker. Okay. Aoi Sugunda. Let's do this. Tell me how fast you think Naruto is. Tell me how fast you personally believe that Naruto is. How about that? Okay, back on PC. Let's not forget that Blackbeard and his crew were versing Garp and Sengoku, I guess, for a while. Versing Garp? When did Blackbeard fight Garp? Oh, we were never getting to the Frankie scaling. My bad. That's right. Frankie scaling. My apologies. I got so, like, hooked up in... Yeah, my bad. Let me look up the Frankie stuff. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of Frankie's scaling is essentially chain scaling because he's not like a main combatant anymore. I'm gonna be so honest. It's right after the Straw Hats get to the ship. So I'm going to need One Piece, no color. For starters, Naruto should be well above the speed of light massively. What do you mean by massively? Just upscaling off of his earlier show? Okay, so we're not having a discussion then. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you're genuinely, let me ask you this actually. Do you think that all the data book statements are correct? Do you believe that all the data book statements are correct? Let me ask you that first. Do you think that all Naruto data book statements are objectively correct? Let's start off with that. Very simple question. Answer it as you will. Okay, I got it right. When thinking of Sengoku's statements of Whitebeard, it's hard to think Sengoku meant society when the statement would apply to Luffy much better. Yeah. Sneak attack from a giant shining golden Buddha, skill issue. No, the data book directly contradicts some of the source. No, yeah, but I'm asking them. I'm asking Aoi Sugunda if they believe that the data books are objectively correct in the first place. This is a very important question to ask anyone who believes in the Naruto Lightspeed meta. Because you cannot... Actually, I'll just let them answer that first. If they can answer that, then yeah, sure. I don't know why people are always so afraid of, like, just having a discussion, like, voice to voice. Like, if anything, I could just delete the stream right afterwards. I don't give a shit. Like, if a person feels like some type of way, I could always just delete. Oh, he said absolutely? Cool. So, then you cannot agree with the Naruto Lightspeed meta. You cannot even sit here if you genuinely think that if you genuinely believe, right, that the data books are objectively correct, then you're telling me one of three things. Either no jutsu ever scratches faster than light speeds, Naruto and Sasuke cannot be the speed of light, because that would mean that they would be objectively faster as children than the literal fastest shinobi in the world, plus a perfect Jinchuriki while using chakra cloaks. It just doesn't work. You cannot sit here and tell me that the Naruto Lightspeed meta, early Lightspeed meta from the first arc of the story makes any fucking sense if you are going to sit here and tell me that you also believe that they are faster than the narratively fastest shinobi in the world. If you genuinely believe that Mabui, who has a teleportation jutsu that transfers substances, that makes substances move at the speed of light and is the only actual canonically stated Lightspeed feat within the context of the story, we can just pick and choose. It's simple, to be frank. So you're saying that now we're picking and choosing which Lightspeed statements are right and which Lightspeed statements are wrong. So you're telling me, right? So by your logic, you are saying that this Haku Lightspeed statement is the only objective. You're telling me that this is the only objective Lightspeed statement in the whole series. You're telling me that literally every single other statement in the story is objectively wrong? Every single other Lightspeed statement in the data book is objectively wrong. That's what you're saying, right? They're all wrong. It doesn't matter. It just does not genuinely matter. That's what you're saying, right? Just to be clear. Yeah, we're cherry picking. At this point, yeah, we're 100% cherry picking. 100,000%. Okay, and and for the person that wanted me to do the Frankie scaling, I am looking at it right now. Give me 1 second. Let me just download this one real quick. That way I can just have it all up. Okay. Yeah. It's confusing because it's not clear, because that's not a bad thing now. But we have to piece together what source is right or not. Right. So, now, what would make more sense for you? What would make more sense for you, right? Like, logically speaking, fuck the agenda, fuck thinking Naruto, like, is light speed from, like, the first arc in the story, right? Like, let's think about this logically, right? Right? Remove any bias that you have from your body, right? Mabui, you know, the Raikage's personal assistant, right? I'm going to teach you a little something that you probably didn't know. I'm going to teach you a very interesting little piece of evidence that you probably were not aware of. But this right here, chapter 529, page 7 says, Mabui's ninjutsu skill is object teleportation. So she can send any object anywhere at the speed of light. That is why she's my secretary. There you go. Now, let me show you another statement really quickly. That is, by the way, believe it or not, I don't give a shit if you don't really, that is the only objective lightspeed statement in the entire context of Naruto. There is not a single lightspeed statement during the entirety of Naruto that even remotely implies that anything or anyone is lightspeed. It is the only statement in the entire story. There is nothing else you can look for. There is nothing else you can find. Now, let me show you this one. Prepare the ethereal transmission jutsu. The ethereal transmission jutsu is for transporting objects. It's not like the summoning jutsu. It's not like the reverse summoning jutsu. It's not meant for people. The transmission rate is so fast that the body cannot keep up, and the one just comes out torn apart on the other end, and dead on the other side. That means that in general, they have done this to other people. That means that in general, it would be impossible for a character to just reach the speed of light without some kind of damage to their body or a specific kind of technique. So you're telling me that Naruto and Sasuke, as children, that doesn't contradict anything though. Naruto is a literal god and Sasuke's too. Who gives? What are you talking about? They're a literal god. Where is it stated that they are literally a god? Like, are we using this whole term of god to mean that, like, oh, they're all powerful and all knowing, so Naruto can just do whatever the fuck? Because if Naruto's a literal god, he can do whatever the fuck he wants. He could literally snap his finger and a bowl of ramen will pop up right in front of him. Don't tell me that he's a literal god if you're not willing to back it up with objective evidence, Aoi Segunda. So here is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna tell you straight up. They are reincarnated from gods? No, they are reincarnated from aliens. Just because they call them gods does not mean that they are objectively the literal term of a god, and being reincarnated from the half-human, 3/4 human, 1/4 alien descendants of some rabid bitch from space does not mean that they are literal gods. Anyway. Okay. Frankie scaling. I'm going to be so honest with you, it's going to boil down to these moments right here. It's going to boil down to these moments right here. The highest scaling for Frankie that I am personally aware of, because I don't personally scale Frankie. I do not know his scaling personally. The highest end scaling I can give Frankie in this case is... 1 second... Okay, here it is. This is my scaling for them. Okay, if he was a god, he wouldn't be treated as an outcast in the village. Yeah. Anyway, Aoi Segunda, just say you're biased and get it over with. Like, once you, I don't know, man, just say you're biased and let's just get it over with, dude. I don't know, man. Moving aside. Okay, so Frankie's scaling. I'm gonna be honest with you, I cannot give you guys a direct line of scaling for Frankie right now without either looking through every previous arc and trying to find something specific. I don't know if there's any character that Frankie's fought that directly scales above Don Chinjiao and Don Sai. If you think that the Tobi Roppo scale above Doflamingo, then there is an argument to be made that Frankie is likely around that continental levels of attack potency. A reason why I'm bringing up these specific panels in the first place is because I want to give a context for size. I know that, again, I don't go by any specific metrics in terms of, like, pixel calcing or whatever, or real-world math and science, but for context, the Thousand Sunny is 56 meters tall. The Thousand Sunny is 56 meters tall. From the tippity top of the mast down to here, this is 56 meters tall. The average tailed beast is 17 meters tall, as for a comparison, right? This giant robot is so large that it is able to hold the 56 meter tall Thousand Sunny, and its body seems, and from mast to the top of its head, it seems to be like this whole thing seems to also be about 56 meters tall total, right? If you just shift it up a little bit, right? Again, I'm just eyeballing it here, right? The reason why I'm showing you guys this is because during the assault on Egghead, prior to this, we can see the giant sea beasts that are even larger than, yeah, you say I'm biased, yet you try to argue the very outlier continental meta, the FTL meta, which are both outliers. They aren't explained as well. They are misinterpreted for years. And can you explain to me how I'm misinterpreting this statement? Can you tell me right now how I am misinterpreting this feat and statement? Tell me right now what exactly I'm misinterpreting here. Tell me exactly what am I misinterpreting here. It's so weird. What's up with this stuff? Not even fire or our pickaxes will break it down. This continent is known as the Crystal Ice Sheet. Cracking it requires monumental force directed at a single point. Drill, dragon, nail, open, Chinjiao. He split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal. How am I misinterpreting it? When I say he split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal, how am I being disingenuous? How is it an outlier? Okay, so we can agree on and establish that Frankie should be within a continental tier of attack potency, allegedly, should be within that continental tier of attack potency, depending on whether or not you think that Don Chinjiao and Don Sai are weaker than the Tobi Roppo. Now we can make a comparison, because Frankie not only defeats one of the Tobi Roppo members, but throughout this arc, again, Thousand Sunny, 56 meters tall, smaller than the robot. You see these giant creatures. These are the same giant sea beasts that attack the marine ships in Egghead and essentially wipe out their 60-meter long battleships. From tip to end, these battleships are 60 meters tall. These giant creatures are larger than the ships are at their longest. Stop being biased. He's clearly talking about fucking the continent. You're right. How could I be so rude? He is clearly talking about, yeah, fucking a continent. Now, Red King, where the fuck was it? Ah, right here. Red King is capable of literally not only knocking down one of these giant sea beasts, but he is capable of literally shattering their metal armor. If you need a visual example of this, the first translation is Ice Sheet. The first translation, and it's the Crystal Ice Sheet, not a continent. No. If you need me to bring up the anime, if you need me to bring up the English sub of the anime, it says the continent is known as the Crystal Ice Sheet. Not that it is a Crystal Ice Sheet. And what continent is stated to be metal? Not even our fire or our pickaxes will break it down. What is this pickaxe made out of? Some kind of metal. So again, I am not lying when I say he split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal, because this ice isn't even breaking down no matter how much they strike it with pickaxes or fire. A pickaxe is generally made out of metal. Pickaxes are generally made out of metal. I don't know what kind of metal. So again, Nice job being biased. If you want, I can bring up the anime episode. It'll literally say the continent is known as the Crystal Ice Sheet. So whatever bullshit translation you've made, whatever bullshit translation you have, I could not give two fiddly fucks or two tears in a bucket. It is not the correct translation. Anyway.
Feat about as impressive as Luffy's, especially since she's arguably not using Haki, unlike Luffy, who was using second gear and in the very least the tail capable out. I'm a book him and say that all the tail be in time to physical fruit biter or one shots and shatters
right here.
A large portion
a giant creature larger than a 60-meter tall battleship, and this guy is capable of one-shotting it. And Frankie is capable of one-shotting him and literally breaking, shattering the arm. Literally breaks right through the arm of the guy who could literally do this to a giant sea beast. Look at the size difference. Diamond, stone, or wood pickaxes. Doesn't look like diamond, stone, or wood, my guy. Yeah. So for scaling for Frankie, if you believe that, I haven't done the full research on it, but if you believe that the Tobiropo are stronger than Doflamingo or Don Chinjiao and Don Sai, now what does this mean in AP, Eon? It means what this means. Whatever you get from this, it is exactly what it means. I cannot tell you because I do not have a direct objective comparison with Frankie either destroying something or having a legitimate statement. Can you make a video with this debunk so you direct people to them instead of repeating the same thing every stream? Yeah, I should. Yeah. Okay. Dude, I need to go to the... Dude, I might need to... the dude is making a Minecraft reference with the diamond. I know what he's... I know the reference. I know about wooden, gold... stone pickaxes. I know about the diamond pickaxe. I know about the netherite pickaxe. Like, I know the joke. I know the reference. It's okay. Okay. So, yeah. What does this mean in terms of AP? It means that Frankie can probably knock down a giant creature larger than a 60-meter tall battleship. Sorry, 60-meter long battleship. A creature that can one-shot these battleships, and he should be likely more powerful than, at the very least, Dressrosa Doflamingo in terms of AP. Actually, should be steel or an iron, not metal. That would be 5 times harder than the metal scaling. We haven't used metal for tools since the Dark Ages in real life. Yeah, but again, I just want to make a generalized low-end assumption because it's the easiest way for me to make a point without people saying, who says it's steel? Who says it's iron? Who says it? I don't care what it is. Like, if your people are always going to argue some kind of pedantic semantic bullshit, so I might as well just sit here and tell you, it is a metal pickaxe. It's all a metal at the end of the day. It is a metal pickaxe. What about Frankie's feat against Big Mom? He actually caught her off guard and hurt her with his bite, causing visible damage, which is genuine feat since Big Mom is known for durable skin. I'm going to be so honest with you. Frankie runs over Big Mom. I'm going to be honest with you. I would call that more rough marks. I would call that more like rough marks, like dirt marks, than anything else. But as far as Frankie's own personal attack potency, I don't necessarily know how it stacks up entirely. But if you think that that feat, if you think that this bite is relative to Big Mom in any way and actually did deal damage to Big Mom, even though again, after this, I'm pretty sure it's nothing more than like dirt on her face. You know, like rough, like dirt patches. I'm gonna be honest with you. Crystal ice sheet. Let me know what type of metal would have been used for the ice, because remember, it's fictional, so can be any metal. It must be weaker than in real life metal. So now you're no. So you're making the assumption now that the metal pickaxes that they have, without any objectively good reason, so do you have any objectively good reason? Do you have an objective reason, objective evidence to claim that the metal they're using is weaker than real life metals? Do you have any objective evidence for that? What episode does Don Chinjo split? $6.49. No, this was the English version. That was the English version. That's right. That's right. 649. The fuck? I don't want it dubbed. I want it subbed. Oh my fucking god, dude. I'm gonna crash the fuck out. Oh god, alright. Can you fuck right off with the ads? God damn, I really fucking hate this site ever since they added these goddamn ads, dude. Nobody wants to give you guys the fucking revenue. God damn. Opera GX can eat a fat cock, honestly. It is harder than metal. How hard the metal is depends on you, but it's harder than the ice and ground. This is all in good faith. It's not in good faith. Dude, shut up. It's not in good faith. You are doing everything you can to try and say that the characters aren't even remotely close to Continental because of a random translation that you believe some either random ass fuck ass YouTuber, you either believe some YouTuber, you believed some random fucking TikToker, you believe some random dude on the fucking internet. Like, don't sit here and tell me that it's all in good faith when you're not even willing to accept the fact that if I show you the anime adaptation and the guy literally calls it a continent of ice, you will still sit here and say it's probably just a mistranslation on the anime. Oh, look at that. Look at what I just found. This continent is made up of what's known as crystal ice. In order to break it, this continent, look at right there. Continent. Continent. Right there. Right there. Right there. Continent. Continent. You have to strike it with tremendous force in a single concentrated point. There you go. It's not in good faith. You are biased, Aoi Sugunda. You are biased, dude. It's okay. Hey, what's up, John? What's up? It's a continent, dude. If the fucking anime translation is saying it, there's nothing else I need to use. If the anime is literally following this translation right here, then why exactly would I believe some random ass translation that some random dude on the internet is saying, oh, hey, no, it's just an actual ice sheet? Yeah. Like, come on, dude. Come on. John, how you doing, man? I have an open server right now for anybody that wants to join in. If they want to have any kind of scaling, they want to convince me for Naruto, I'll just sit there and listen. I'll probably ask a couple of questions, but I'm not going to bring the Bon Clay, yeah, word, yeah. I'm not going to bring up the Bon Clay stuff because it's not necessary. I'm not going to keep bringing up the Bon Clay stuff because I don't think it's necessary at this point. I'm just going to listen, right there, anime says it. If you don't like it, that's your fucking problem. That's not my problem. Also, I'm going to save this one instead, because that way I can just always access it for my videos. Videos, 649. Yeah, replace it. Keep your unknown point, sure, man, but they couldn't match Naruto characters till... They couldn't catch? Okay, so how fast are Naruto characters, since we know for a fact they're not Lightspeed? How fast are Naruto characters, Aoi Sugunda? We know for a fact they're not Lightspeed at the start of the series, so you're gonna have to first of all tell me exactly how fast you think they are now, because There's no way you're gonna sit here and tell me that they're faster than the speed of light by the first arc of the story. You can't argue it. I hear this talk about translations, but why the fuck are we not defaulting to Viz translations or whatever official comics? How do I downplay Naruto and Luffy at the same time? However much you want. I'm down to listen to whatever. Oh, come on. Why are you doing this? What am I doing what? Asking you to provide evidence? Asking you to explain to me how fast they are? Because you're the one making the claim they couldn't catch Naruto characters to land that AP at all. Yes, they can. 100,000%. 100,000%. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to piss you off by showing you a guy who literally proves Luffy is light speed, at least in terms of reaction time and short burst movement speed, as far as long ring long. You guys know where this is going. You guys know where this is going. And no, it doesn't matter that he looks stupid. It is not an argument. I don't give a shit what you personally choose to believe. It doesn't matter if he looks like an idiot. There you go, Foxy. Literally, I can literally present light speed feats, or at least relativistic feats, within the earliest arcs in the post-time skip. Yep, we've seen this 90 times. 100%. We're back at it, guys. There you go. So, if Luffy's already dodging beams of light that are stated to be light multiple times, if he can dodge them, please direct them to the One Piece Lightspeed video. It's always the same thing every stream. Yep. You want to see it? Right here. Check out this video. Aoi Segunda, go out of your way to check out, Go out of your way to check out this video right here. If this was light, then why don't they light up in fire and get damaged from it? I don't know. Why doesn't Naruto light up? What? I could ask the same thing to Naruto, my guy. I could ask you the same thing for Naruto. If Naruto and Sasuke really were light speed from the start of the series, as you so wrongly seem to believe, then why don't they light up in fire and get damaged from it? Why doesn't that happen? Here, let me show you some funny stuff.
This crew is structured.
All of this right here. All of this right here. All of this right here. All the debunks are here as well.
The main protagonist can do this. And he rides on a ship with a talking reindeer, a walking skeleton, a cyborg, and a fishman over a rainbow. Stop thinking about things.
I actually put my research into this. So you're telling me, so wait, let me go over this again. I need you to listen. I need you to open up your ears. I need you to open up your ears and tell me right now. Here, I'll even put on my headphones. I'll even put up my headphones. Let's listen to this again.
Light shouldn't logically move faster than light. The main protagonist can do this. And he rides on a ship with a talking reindeer, a walking skeleton, a cyborg, and a fishman over a rainbow. Stop thinking about things in terms of real-world logic and instead consider the logic of the story. Now, I am aware that trying to rationalize this isn't enough for some folks, so let's actually support this claim with evidence. During his assault on Egghead, Kizaru...
Matter of fact, even Nami has light speed scaling in Origashima. Yo, what's up? There you go. I don't see why you want to use that Foxy stuff when you could use the Pacifista lasers. The slow cap is cap, as you can tell. But I don't know how to get around the actual laser dodge. Because you can't get around the laser dodge. Let me ask you this. Do you think it's genuinely unbiased of you? Do you think it's genuinely an unbiased opinion? Like an objectively, truly, unilaterally, unequivocally unbiased opinion to say that if characters are stating multiple times that light shot out from his hand, light, whatever this light strikes, whether it's a living creature, liquid, or gas, will maintain all of its properties but lose velocity. The fact that it's saying slowpoke photons slow down anything they touch. He can emit photons from his body. Everything the light strike loses speed, so on and so forth. And then, so if are you really going to sit there and tell me that, like, you think it's not just your own personal bias that tells you, or your own personal lack of disbelief that tells you that these guys aren't light, that this beam cannot be light speed, that it is not light, that it is not a light speed light, you know, the light, literally, it's called light multiple times. Are you seriously telling me that, like, you can't even see it being... You can't even see, like, the perspective of calling something not light when it's literally being stated to be called light multiple times. Are you seriously telling me that, like, that's not an inherently biased take? Right? Are you telling me that Luffy evading a beam that is literally stated to be light multiple times throughout the same arc, are you seriously telling me that it's just impossible for it to be considered light? That you just can't look at it that way. That it's like not even remotely consistent? I don't know, man. Yep. I read through the manga chapter to Fox and watched I generally don't think the argument for it being Lightspeed holds up. Pacifista laser. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's fine. I don't have to agree with you. There we go. In the same way that you genuinely don't think it, I genuinely do. I have no reason to ignore this. He shoots the beam, Luffy dodges, comes at him from behind. If there is no objective reason, then I don't have to even remotely entertain it then. You can just agree to disagree. You don't have to believe that they're Lightspeed. I do. And there is no objective reasoning for me to even remotely entertain the argument that they're not. I went in with an open mind, genuinely evaluated it as best as I could, and honestly don't agree with the Foxy stuff. That's completely fine. Is there an objective reason why you cannot believe it, or is it just because you just don't think it? Because again, that would still fall under bias. If there is nothing that disproves it, if there is nothing that says, no, these are not actually Lightspeed, I mean, again, you can believe it, but that does not make it true. It's not to say that no. They did not evaluate it wrong. They evaluated it however they wanted to. If this is a debate, then can I judge? There's no judging. Likely because Foxy looks silly. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It reflects off of mirrors. It does the whole thing. If you don't think it's light, that's completely fine. I don't have a reason to. I don't have a reason to believe that it's not. Failed to live up to the scrutiny? What hypothesis? What was your hypothesis? What was your hypothesis, right? Like, what was the basis for you to say, if it does not meet these prerequisites, it's not Lightspeed? What was it? They're bringing up JJK because they want to move the goalpost. Aoi Segunda wants to bring up JJK because they want to move the goalpost, because the thought or idea that they could even remotely be wrong. A volcano head, walking invisible, Yadabra still follows in real-life logic of being damaged and going at light. So you have zero excuses? You mean a series like JJK that follows closer to real-world reality? Yo, do me a favor. Show me one character in JJK. Show me one character in JJK that can do this. Show me one character in JJK that can do this.
And he...
Show me one character in JJK that can do that.
Shouldn't logically move faster than light?
His reply got buried? Oh. That's cool. The anime can make it look however it wants. I follow the manga specifically for... I follow the manga and anime specifically for, just to clarify things up. It's a comparison between one being stated to be light speed and one being stated to just be light. Cool. And the other not being stated light speed. Yeah, but it's stated to be light multiple times. Light travels at light speed. There's a reason why it's called light speed. Why would I sit here and entertain the idea that if something is stated to be literal light within the context of this story, why would I not consider it to be light speed? What's the speed then? What's the speed of the fruit then? Because if it's not light speed, then I'm making an assumption. Mahito can do that? Yeah. Naruto shrouds himself. I don't know. Naruto, I guess that's actually a good point. Mahito could do that. Naruto shrouds himself in a TSO cloak. GG's for Naruto. Nah, I'm kidding. Yeah, I got you. Switch to PC. Sorry, thank you for asking. My personal approach was to test whether slow beams were the speed of light. My process was this. Continue. Literal Takaba. Takaba cannot literally transform his body and turn himself into rubber, dude. Stop lying to yourself. Either way, JJK logic doesn't follow, One Piece logic doesn't follow, Naruto logic doesn't follow, etc., etc. These series all pertain to different logic and different appeals to fiction and reality. So, again, you're really not making an argument here. Can't be Lightspeed because JJK isn't, but Naruto can be because you say so, and you cherry-pick some statements. Am I wrong? That's what I'm understanding. Yep. You can't do that. You're making them look disingenuous and like they have fallacious logic. Yeah. Okay. Well, while you guys do that, I'm going to work on this real quick, because I do have to change up some of the stuff that I wrote for yesterday. I just got to double check. Okay. What do I mean, finally? What about the toad? Is it over? No, I don't need any of that. Okay. Okay, as soon as Luffy picks up Zoro as his first crewmate, we eventually come across to an island where we meet Buggy the pirate. We eventually come across, Orange Town, where we meet Buggy the pirate. Buggy took over an entire town and started using it as firing practice in order to test out his Buggy Ball. Now let's get this out of the way, because I know for a fact a lot of people cannot move past the fact that One Piece characters has a very cartoonish art style. It does not matter how stupid the characters look, it doesn't invalidate the scaling of the series in the slightest bit. No one has an issue with the Looney Tunes being reality warping behemoths that will one-shot many verses because of Toon Force, or Saitama and Fat Boo looking like an egg-shaped bald fuck and a giant diaper-wearing man-child. But when a series like One Piece has a cartoonish art style, it's all of a sudden a problem. Well, when One Piece has a character that looks ridiculous, it's all of a sudden a problem. If you have any kind of an argument that even remotely revolves around the idea that it doesn't look cool, therefore it can't be strong, do us both the favor and grow up or shut up. Yeah. I mean, have you seen some of the designs? Yeah. What's the thing? That's the thing. I don't, but we're going to have a genuine discussion about which of these protagonists will come out on top in a fight. You have to be able to look at past the art style and look at the scaling from at least a somewhat objective perspective. If you can't look past it, then you can't really say you're being objective, and if your scaling is based on vibes, then you're not really scaling at all. Regardless, Luffy gets put in a steel cage that he can't seemingly bust right out of, partly because he's also tied up by rope. Buggy demonstrates the power of his Buggy Ball by loading it into a cannon and blasting it into a house, which results in not 1, not 2, not 6, but 7 3-story houses being destroyed as a result. Okay? Don't get mad at me, Oda literally drew 7 houses being blasted straight through. Anyway, in the aftermath of the Buggy Ball's explosion, we saw that it's not my fault that Oda literally foreshadowed the joke in this feat. Oda literally foreshadowed this joke with this panel. Anyway. Explosion. Because they start from a neutral perspective. I don't know whether they are not light speed. Neutral hypothesis. Then I move to taking a piece of evidence one at a time. Right, so what piece of evidence implies that they are not light speed? What piece of evidence? Yeah, use the Discord and just let me know when you've got it all written down. I can just go that. Not gonna lie. Who do you think would in a 1v1 your girlfriend if she had AI, robot body, or you? I don't know what you're asking me. I don't really care. Yeah. Why is Saitama catching strays? Because if people are willing to say that bald-headed fuck is super duper powerful, even though he looks absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. Just let me know. Just ping me whenever you're done, or let me know on chat. Don't worry about it. Why do you have such a hard time trusting others? It's not that I have a hard time trusting others. It's that I've heard all the bullshit arguments already, Aoi. I've already heard all the bullshit arguments. You haven't brought to me anything new, any interesting discussion here. You said the exact same thing that literally everyone that tries to downplace One Piece says. None of the feats are light speed. Naruto characters are faster than the speed of light by the first arc. The continent of ice is not literally a continent, or it's not literally an ice sheet. Blah, 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 blah. Like, you haven't added anything new to the discussion. You haven't added anything interesting to the discussion. You haven't said anything that hasn't already been spewed ad nauseum by other people who essentially seem to have the same level of scaling ability that you seem to have. It's simply just a matter of, I've read the story, I came to my conclusion. My conclusion is based off of what is either consistent or not consistent with the narrative. It is not consistent for Naruto characters to be lightspeed at the start of the story. It is only consistent for them to be lightspeed at the near end of the story. It is consistent for One Piece characters to be lightspeed at the very least by the early portion of the story. As a matter of fact, I can literally just bring up a bingo board. As a matter of fact, I can quite literally just pull out a bingo board. Wait, no, it's in gallery. I can unironically just pull out a bingo board that literally tells me right here all of the bad arguments that I've seen already. Kizaru caps at light speeds. The translation isn't right. Look at the calcs. Size doesn't matter. The continent of ice isn't a continent. Foxy's beams aren't light speed. Using other mistranslations. The data books are not hyperbolic. Like, you haven't added anything in this conversation that is even remotely new. All you've done, I could quite literally pull out many of the arguments that either you or somebody else has brought up in the last few months at any point in time, just to basically go out of my way to prove to you that, like, yeah, you're literally not even remotely giving me anything interesting or anything new to bring up. You're just essentially trying to feed me the same level of bullshit that everybody tries to feed me all the time, when in fact it's not even remotely true, and it's only based on a very, very, very subjective opinion. Either way, yeah, you probably believe some of these bullshits in here too. This is a bingo card that I also made for Naruto, guys. You're not adding anything new to the conversation. You're not bringing anything interesting to the topic. You're just giving me the same stuff, and I can already counter everything you say, and I know exactly what to look forward to because I've done this. I've done this already dozens of times. It's that simple. Is it consistent for an admiral? I don't know about the fleet admiral, but at least the admiral, yeah, it's probably consistent for them to be weaker than Yonko overall. They never win. One thing we both can't disagree on is Naruto's success as a series and as a manga. Yeah, and one thing we can't agree on either, right, is One Piece's success. One Piece's success that surpasses Naruto's success by miles, right? Because if you want to start bringing up success, if you want to bring up Naruto's success, you know what? Let me see, right here. Didn't I have one of those real quick? Let's see. Wasn't there one of those too? Let me see that real quick. There's no way that you just fucking hit another one of the fucking bingo card points, right? There's no fucking way, dude. Baryon mode, the games, Rock Lee, Sage mode, Kamui, the data books, Otsutsuki, Sealing Jutsu, Shibai Negs, the verse, fought the Otsutsuki, Minato, Genjutsu, Battle IQ, you don't get it, bro. Oh yeah, it's in a more iconic show, yeah, look at it, it's a more iconic show, yeah, right there, more iconic show, yeah, just read the light novels, yeah, all that crap, yeah. Again, not bringing in anything interesting, Naruto's better written too, right? That's what you're gonna say? Naruto's better written too? Yeah. Naruto's super successful, though. Naruto is 100% super successful, though, right? Popular series. Yeah, if you want to talk about popularity, you want to bring up popularity too? I mean, yeah, let's just compare. Let's just compare apples to oranges. I'll just bring up One Piece. Do whatever you want. I will, like, what do you want me to tell you, dude? What do you want me to tell you, dude? Yeah. And then, again, not bringing up anything interesting to the conversation. No, Sandbeck, calling it town level will mean that I'm essentially adhering to calc-based metrics. Yeah. It's not about trust. It's about simply understanding what you're laughing, but I mean, Naruto has made a way for new writers, and what writers. One Piece only got Fairy Tail? Okay, and who gives a fuck? Cool. Keep moving the goalposts. Keep trying to make yourself feel better. Dude. Bro wants to play sales numbers game when he's getting whipped in the debate. It's not even a debate. I would never call something like this a debate. It's essentially me it's essentially me basically putting somebody else in their place. It's really not even a debate. Not even a debate. I would not call anything like this a debate. Not even worth it. At least let's agree on this point. Nope, I don't have to agree with anything with you. I really don't. There's no at least. Owie. Here, how about this? How about you show some level of, I don't know, humility and simply say, you know what, Eon, I have nothing to really say to you. There's no arguments that I can make. I'm just gonna go on my merry way and go on your merry way. That's it. Essentially, Eon being in heat. No, One Piece is more successful. No fee and or buts. No ifs, ands, or buts. That's what copying One Piece would be pretty hard, to be honest. I would say so. Do you have an extra R in the title? R in the title, do I? Thank you for letting me know. Oh, thank you for letting me know. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. No sandbag. Calling it town level would mean that I'm essentially adhering to calc-based metrics. The buggy ball is literally stated to have the capacity to level a smaller town. How big the town is, I can't tell you. If for whatever reason you think that buggy is hyperbolic, then it probably doesn't even have the capacity to actually level a smaller town. But the simple truth of the matter is that because the character stated it in the story and literally wiped out multiple 3-story houses, which are seemingly larger than the buildings in other islands. Even if we just go by what is visually shown multiple times, it clearly shows the capacity to wipe out several buildings in a row without any difficulty. Sasuke's fireball jutsu is only considered small town level because of calcs, which are inherently non-canon, and once again, it's never stated in the actual story that the fireball jutsu is town level. All in all, considering where One Piece can eventually scale to, this honestly isn't as egregious as one might initially think, and if you're one of those people that just doesn't want to take Buggy's work as facts, all I can tell you is believe whatever you want to believe, but there is no objective way one can prove that he's being hyperbolic in this specific instance. Buggy tells Nami to fire the cannon at Luffy, but she refuses, and with a single swing of her staff is capable of taking down a full-grown man. Zoro shows up, slashes Buggy into 4 pieces, and is immediately stabbed in the back by one of Buggy's knives, as a devil fruit user who ate the chop fruit. Buggy is capable of withstanding most forms of slashing attacks as long as his body isn't broken down into too many pieces. He launches one of his blades at Luffy, which immediately sends him flying backwards while in a cage. Luffy not only caught the blade with his teeth, but he also completely shattered it in half with his biting force. While fighting with a heavily injured Zoro. Bro, his final punch on Kaido was enough to destroy Onigashima. People underestimate how big that is. Yep. Yeah. I don't know, man. I would find it funny if, I would find it interesting if for once, actually, no, we've had people like this come into the chat before. Why does Yun have for Naruto twice in the stream title? Do I still? Still? There's no way. Dude, I gotta actually, sit down and read the whole thing. I want the smoke. Can anyone make a half-decent argument for Naruto beating Luffy? There we go. Do you think Jinbei is objectively the strongest Straw Hat outside of the Monster Trio? Probably. Yeah, I would argue that. I'd probably argue it. I think he's actually close to the Monster Trio. If you call accelerating faster than he's ever moved before on panel a half-hearted push, then I don't know what to tell you. Saying Sasuke is small town level because he burned up some dirt, but scoffing at a cannon that brought down 7 buildings is diabolical. That's what I'm saying. You know what? I'm throwing that into the script. You too. And in all honesty, let's be real about something. Saying Sasuke is town level because he lit up the ground, because he burned the ground beneath his fireball. But Buggy blew away 7 houses. Buggy blowing away can't even be a plus having a statement. In all honesty, let's be real about something here. Saying that Tusky's talented because but Buggy isn't. Even though he blew away 7 houses and has a statement is a level of mental gymnastics I don't think I could ever compete at. All in all, considering where One Piece will eventually scale to, I don't think it's as egregious. Look, Mom, I'm famous. I'm added to the script. Yeah, no, it's pretty good. That was pretty good. Did you know that the small umbrella in Onigashima is bigger than the Burj Khalifa? I don't know how you got that comparison, but sure. Like, half of Sasuke's attacks are lightning, and Loki has a fucking lightning dragon fruit. He's number 4, told us to us by Zoro. He's number 4 in terms of... He's number 4 in terms of bounty. Chop Chop Fruit able to withstand. Luffy not only got caught the blade with his teeth, Zoro picked up the heavy cannon. Picks up the heavy cannon, flings it backwards, and then fires a buggy ball right at Buggy and his crew, which Buggy tanked directly. Zoro then picks up Luffy's cage, even with his injury, and they make a run for it by jumping from roof to roof. As they find some shelter so that Zoro can eventually rest from his injury, Moji, Buggy's first mate, and Richie the Lion eventually find Luffy and the others since he's still stuck inside the cage. Richie is so powerful that he can literally tear apart a steel cage with its bite force and claws. Fortunately, Luffy was fast enough to use that opportunity to escape the cage, but Richie was powerful enough and quick enough to slap Luffy into a 2-story house, nearly bringing it down as a result. I don't think you people understand how insane it is that we are only 3 villains in, and already one of them has a subordinate who commands a lion that is physically powerful enough to bring down entire houses with a swipe of its paw hitting somebody else. By Luffy takes no damage from the attack, and after he finds Moji, he grabs Richie with his hands and pile drives the house-busting lion into the ground with Gum Gum Mallet, both one-shotting it and driving its head straight through the stone pavement. He deals with Moji and goes on to look for Buggy, who fired another buggy ball that destroyed another 7 multi-story houses, one of which had Zoro sleeping inside, who obviously survived the blast. That makes them different? Alright. Wouldn't it be couldn't compete with instead of couldn't compete at? Oh wait, is it couldn't compete with? Where did I write that? Couldn't compete with? For what point? Sorry. Where did I write that? What did I write? Couldn't compete with... What did I write? Couldn't... Either hurl or teleport the large object. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's already not trying his pure cope. I don't know. Let me read that again. Buggy tells Nami to fire the cannon. She refuses. Shows up. Slashing attacks. Completely shattered it in half. Zoro picks up the heavy cannon. Richie. Richie is so powerful. I don't think people understand how insane it is. The commands who's physically powerful enough by knocking a person and swipe with its paws. With a swipe of its paw. Luffy takes no damage. House-busting lion. He deals with Richie. He deals with Moji and goes on to look for Buggy, who survived the blast. As they prepare to fight against Buggy and his crew, Buggy fires another buggy ball at Luffy, who counters attacks with the Gum Gum balloon that bounces the buggy ball right back and blows up the building they're standing on. Historic black powder cannons launched cannonballs at speeds of 340 to 460 meters per second, give or take 500 meters per second at the highest end possible, also putting the feet at the transonic to mid-end, supersonic feats, mid to the low end. I'm going to put low end, supersonic speed feet, supersonic speeds bare minimum. Bare minimum. While most of his men were taken down by the blast, Buggy used 2 of them as human shields in order to walk away from the explosion. Though it isn't as impressive, I thought I should have Buggy also show the clear capacity to be able to casually throw a full-grown man several feet through the air. The only noteworthy points that I can really talk about are that Luffy shows the capacity to dodge in midair by using his rubber powers to pull himself into other locations. This is actually a common tactic that Luffy uses, especially in pre-time skip. Buggy is fast enough to dodge Luffy's pistol, but the rest of their fight doesn't really display anything important other than Luffy clearly showing the capacity to harm Buggy far beyond what the smaller town busting Buggy Ball was capable of doing. Now, if I had to be honest, he does kick Buggy in his groin, which, depending on how you choose to go about it, could imply that taking damage to one's family jewels is more effective against male characters than literal explosions, but I would find that, but it is One Piece, so I can't exactly rule it out. It is One Piece, I can't exactly rule it out. Regardless, this means that Luffy, at bare minimum, has the capacity to at least kick with more force than a cannonball that can blast through several multi-story houses and potentially a smaller town, and transonic to supersonic reaction speeds and potential combat speed, since he could use a balloon after it was fired. If you were disingenuous and tried to use every excuse in the book to say that Luffy didn't deal more damage to Buggy than his own multi-house exploding bombs, we know for a fact that through Buggy's side stories, Luffy was capable of launching him to another island with a Gum Gum Bazooka. So, from a very literal perspective, Luffy has the capacity to send a smaller human being flying across an ocean into another island at an unquantifiable distance. Does that sound good to you guys? It was on how people believe town level Sasuke won't believe town level Oh! Thank you. Considering that, now in all honesty, if I have to be saying that isn't concerned, level gymnastics, I could ever compete. It would say I would ever compete at, because it's a level of, because I'm not saying that I would compete with anybody. I'm just saying it's a level. It's like saying I mean, it should be grammatically correct because I'm not getting the blue line beneath it. It should be grammatically correct, but it's not just that. It's like, are you going to compete at the Olympics? Are you going to compete at the mental gymnastic Olympics, for example, right? Why don't you scale Neji to weightlessly? Oh, I can answer that real quick. Neji never displays that level of speed. Objectively speaking, Neji never displays that. John the Mayman is done. You want to check out Loki? I agree, but I don't think you will. Okay. That's fine. Where did he post it? Here. Is it in text debates? Where did he post it? I was just curious. No, you're fine. You're fine. Where did he post it? Is it in the main server? Oh, it is. Okay. My goal is evidence. Yeah, reject the hypothesis that doesn't mean anything as the opposite is true or even what you said is false. However, I'm trying to see the claim itself holds up. So I hate to repeat myself. I hate to make you repeat yourself, but let me please know if I missed the argument. I would like to try and go off the pace and not the strawman. Hypothesis. Slow fruit moves at light speed. Evidence. Foxy says the slow things are made of photons. Evaluation. Does something being called a photon mean that it has the same properties as real-world photons? If we assume that One Piece follows the same real-world physics, then yes. However, are new, different kind of photons. Therefore, the photons are not necessarily equivalent to real-world photons. They're not a new, different kind of photon. They are discussed as an undiscovered particle, which means that they already exist within the world. It's just that nobody has found them. Therefore, let me just pull it up. Long ring long. As yet undiscovered. It doesn't mean that it's a new type of particle, or that it doesn't, or it's that it's a different type of class of particle. He's saying that it's an undiscovered particle. Therefore, the photons are not necessarily moving at light speed. They might be, they might not be, but based on data points, I find insufficient evidence. Cool. Hypothesis. The beams of light, same speed of real-world light. Observation. The beams do not bear the appearance of real-world light beams, resembling the pattern of consecutive disks, rather than straight beams of light. I could bring up Kizaru as an example as well. Light beams aren't just a singular line of of energy that is shot that explodes. I mean, that's sure. The beams do not bear real-world designs. The appearance, they expand slowly and maintain a disc-like cylinder. Say their color, they are purple in color. That doesn't mean anything. The beams appear to have several differences that distinguish them from lights, both in appearance, construction, propagation, and changes over. Therefore, they're not necessarily equivalent to real-world beams of light. In other words, a character simply referring them to something with the same similar name as something else doesn't necessarily mean that it has all the same properties. This does not prove the negative, but it disputes the hypothesis. Additional context. No character in the scene appears to mention insanely impressive feats or characters being FTL. However, it is called out that they do so in the future. Pacifista laser. In the anime, the beam is used several times. Other movement feats, other characters that could examine further context, but I'll pause here, including characters like Foxy's bulldozer moving and punching. In context, these relative objects do not appear to be FTL. Therefore, my conclusions based on the evidence. I've personally seen that Foxy's. I do not believe that the evidence sufficient backs up that they are beyond, that they are being actual light speed. They might still be, but the evidence is insufficient to justify every standpoint. I mean to somehow believe that they are not light speed. I'm not necessarily saying that I'm just saying that an agnostic atheist perspective. Okay, please let me know if there are any other points to go over. I don't know if I missed anything. Here are your thoughts. Okay, so I'll cover the first one. So they are made of photons, right? Well, it's not that they are made of photons. That they are legitimately called light and photons multiple times. Right, that's my first point. They are literally called light and photons predominantly, right? Now you're saying that because they may not have all the same properties, but to argue that they may not have all the same properties would mean that to some extent you would have to believe that the specific property of speed is a property that they are not emulating, which sure, if you don't want to believe that the speed is not being emulated, but once again, it is stated to be light. It is stated to be photons. Photons and light in general travel at relativistic to light speeds. To argue that they aren't even relativistic, to argue that a massless particle, a photon, is not inherently or would not inherently at least be relative to the speed of light based on the evidence that we have, I would say is not disingenuous, but it's essentially choosing to not believe it based on its appearance. Now, you go on to about the idea that its appearance. You're saying that it's, rather than it being a straight beam of light, which, I mean, Kizaru's are, but Kizaru's also explode. So by that logic, Kizaru's own beams of light do not follow normal light beams because his beams explode, right? But that's never an argument that anyone uses because Kizaru's also called light, right? Now, you're saying that it resembles a pattern of a consecutive disk, and sure, maybe, but let me show you how a flashlight Flashlights in general emit beams, as you can see right here. Flashlights in general emit beams that expand outwardly. So, when you put a flashlight in a dark cave, you see right here, when you put flashlight in darkness, you see that they also expand. Just because Foxy's move in the form of discs that are expanding, it still follows to an extent the same logic and the same property that light follows, that when you probe it forward when he probes it forward from his hands, it expands in the exact same way. It might be in the form of discs, as you referred to it, and I'm not going to sit here and say that the discs themselves I'm not going to say that the discs themselves are indicative of how light actually travels, but what I am saying is that just like regular light, it does expand, thus following the context that they are light. You say that they don't have the appearance of real-world light, but neither do Kizaru's beams, right? Kizaru's beams are all yellow. Light is inherently not just yellow. Light is inherently not only just yellow, and they expand slowly. I mean, it seems that they expand slowly, but it's the same thing as in Dragon Ball, where you see characters fighting across in these massive environments, but then when you're looking at them from an outside perspective, you only see shockwaves happen. It's the same exact concept that could be argued. The context and the idea that you're saying that, okay, well, it may not necessarily moving at the speed of light, though again, if you choose to believe whatever you want to believe, but there is no piece of evidence that verbatim says that they are not moving at the speed of light, and there is no piece of evidence that would imply this such as well. Evaluation. The beams become several distinguishes from light beams, both in terms of appearance, construction, propagation. Not really. So I disagree with this. Appearance, sure. Construction, maybe. But in terms of propagation, they do expand outwardly in the same way. And like I said before, Kizaru's beams are inherently also just straight beams of light that he can also manipulate and move through the air. Beams of light, unless they're refracted, don't. I'll even give you an example. Kizaru versus Luffy. Kizaru versus Luffy. I'll give you an example with this. For one, Light doesn't take the shape of a sword, yet we know the sword is made out of light. It is light, right? Light doesn't take the shape of a sword. 2, Kizaru shows the clear... Kizaru's beams, Kizaru, especially when he's turning himself into beams of light, literally shows that his beams of light can also curve. His beams of light can also show the clear capacity to curve mid-air and to spin around, curve, and do all of these things, even though normal light beams don't just spin around and break like that in an instant, right? Then we also have to cover the fact that the beam of lights that Kizaru creates, they, again, bend around, form around, warp around. It's pink, not yellow. It's called a slow beam, and it's pink, not yellow. Yeah. Guess why it's called a slow beam? You want me to tell you why it's called a slow beam? Want me to tell you why? Everything the light strikes loses its speed. Is that not enough for you? Is that genuinely not enough for you? Okay, cool. Let me show you this. Whatever this light strikes, whether it's a living creature, liquid, or gas, will maintain all of its properties but lose velocity. Does it matter if it happened in the manga? Let me ask you this. Does it matter if it happened in the manga? Because by his own arguments, again, in the anime, he used the anime itself to express that. Again, right here, where was it? Feats, the character could examine the context. In context, the relative objects do not appear to be FTL. Foxy's bulldozer moving and punching. Again, he's using the anime adaptation to say that the Foxy's movement and large punching machine is also not seemingly moving at those speeds. So again, the anime adaptation doesn't necessarily objectively mean that because it's visibly shown like this, that everything must be moving in exact real time. But sure, let's look up the manga real quick. Luffy fights Kizaru at what, 1105, was it? No. It would have to be before that. It would have to be like, what, 1092, I think it was? Why would a beam of light be associated with a slow name? Are you dense? Are you dense, or are you just straight up unbiased? Read the words that are on the screen. Whatever this light strikes, whether it's a living creature, liquid, or gas, will maintain all its other properties but lose velocity. What the fuck is he gonna name it? The fast beams? Is he gonna call it the fast beam? The fuck are you talking about? Are you just dense, or are you just being straight up disingenuous? Jesus Christ, dude. Everything the light strikes loses speed. That's why it's called the slow fruit. Because everything it touches, it's just so unorthodox. I don't give a shit what you think it is. Your opinion means nothing to me. Oh, it sounds unorthodox. Oh, look, Kizaru's beams do bend in the manga, too. Oh, wow, it's just so unorthodox. Cool. I named a beam of light the slow beam because it slows down everything it touches. Wow. Wow, it's so unorthodox to call something that slows other things down the slow beam. Wow. There's just such a massive leap in logic there. How could any kind of rationally thinking person even remotely consider the concept that something that slows other things down would be called a slow beam? Why didn't Vegapunk discover it then? Because Foxy is the only person on the planet that can emit them. Foxy is quite literally the only person on the fucking planet that would either know about them, if it's not in a Devil Fruit encyclopedia. He literally says right there, undiscovered. What the fuck are you talking about? Just say, like, listen, there's no argument you can make. Whatever fucking bullshit logic you're gonna convince yourself of, just at least admit you're biased. At least just admit you're biased. Just admit you're biased. That's all I'm asking, right? But Dr. Vegapunk is all about devil fruits. Why would he get Kizaru's but not Foxy's? Because Kizaru... How about you read One Piece? How about this? How about you go watch One Piece? How about you go out of your way to watch Egghead Island? Maybe that'll explain it for you. Maybe watching the arc where the explanation as to how pacifistas were made, why Vegapunk has the people that he has in his circle, all the flashback. Maybe you should go do that. How about that? How about you go do some of your own research before you come in here and talk to me? How about that? Because you know what? I'm not going to go out of my way now to explain why the guy who works for the government asked one of the government agents to literally do him a favor and let him replicate his abilities. Wow. Why would I go out of my fucking way? Like where the fuck is the logic? Like do you think before you write? Do you actually go out of your way to think before you write stuff like that? Before you think up of a quote-unquote question, counter-argument, pushing the goalpost bullshit? Do you genuinely think to yourself? Come on now. Like, let's not do this. Let's not do this whole thing where you're going to ask some other really weird question that is simply answered by just reading the fucking story. Go out of your way and actually do some damn research instead of asking the guy to answer every little thing for you, because if something doesn't make sense or if you don't like a response to something, you have to then move on and on and on and on and on and on asking different questions. What's the next question going to be? Well, why doesn't Luffy just blitz the entire planet, circle it around 7 times instead of using a ship and go find something? I just want to make sure that there's a concise, correct pointer. I'm a perfectionist. Of course, I'm going to need correct answers. Then go ahead and find it yourself. Go ahead and look for the context yourself. Go read the story, watch the story, look at the pages, read the chapters, and then answer yourself that if you're such a perfectionist. If you're a perfectionist, then you don't need another person to develop an opinion for you. You can find your own opinion on your own. You can come to a conclusion on your own. There you go. Okay. The TLDR are those that just because something is called X by a character doesn't necessarily mean that the rest that have properties of X. Cool. I agree with that wholeheartedly. So it's not enough in and of itself unless you appeal to reality and say they are called light, so they are light. Yeah. Yes. They are light, so they are called light. What else am I supposed to go off of then? How fast are they then, John? If I don't use that, then what am I supposed to use for the speed then? That's the question. If I don't use that, then what am I supposed to use for it? Like, that's the thing. It's like, but you're just always on about these very vague light statements that barely make sense. No, it makes perfect sense. It's not vague. How is it vague? How is him literally calling it light multiple times? How is it called light multiple times being vague? I don't understand the logic behind that. Like, that's what I don't personally understand. How are they being vague when they are literally saying it 3 times? Like, that's my thing. If it was just a one-off statement, I would be perfectly fine with someone saying, you know what, it's probably not light. No, but it's the fact that the author goes out of their way to write that it is light and photons 3 times within the context of the chapter. I'm not going off of just some random, it's appealing to reality. I'm not going off of this whole context of it's appealing to reality. My context is that if the author of the series wrote something to be light 3 times in the chapter that it is unveiled, why would I not consider it to be light? What reasoning would I personally have if I have to give no interpretation on my end? What reasoning would I have to say that the author is being hyperbolic in any way, shape, or form? That is my argument, dude. Because at the end of the day, yeah, it's just an opinion, right? And that's fine. It's just an opinion. I'm not telling you that I'm objectively right. But if a character is if something is literally stated to be light 3 times, 1 time, look, 1, chapter 309, 1, light. 2, light. 3 times light. Let's go. Slowpoke photons once. I emit an undiscovered particle. Slowpoke photons slow down anything they touch. I can emit these photons from my body. That's already 3 mentions. That's technically 4 mentions. Right here. Like, what am I supposed to go with, dude? Why do I have a problem with Naruto Shippuden doing it then? Because what is Naruto's lights? Because Naruto has different light speed scaling. That's why. It has very different light speed scaling. If you need it, if I need to pull it up again, there is exactly 1 singular light speed statement in the context of the story. This right here is objectively the only light speed statement in the entire story. Where the fuck is it? One second. Let me see if I can find it again. Right here. This is objectively speaking the only light speed statement in all of Naruto. That's why. Right there. Only light speed statement in all of Naruto. Its entire light speed meta is designed by the data books, and all of the data books say they are light speed. Did I sit here and say that Naruto characters aren't light speed, or they at least don't have light speed jutsu? No. They do have jutsu that can travel at light speed. Do they themselves travel at these speeds? For the most part, no. There are very few far and between characters in Naruto that use it. You're missing out more, not just this. What's the other one? Give me a page. I've read all 700 chapters. This is the only time it's ever mentioned. Where is the... Okay, sure. Educate me. Incredibat. Educate me. What is the other Naruto light speed statement? Give me a page number, whatever. I need something to say that it's verbatim states light speed. What I'm asking though is, does a character calling something light necessarily mean that it has the properties of real world light? Is it possible that they could just use the term a bit more loosely or more abstractly? But that's the thing, John. That is the problem. It's called light multiple times in the same arc. That is the problem. It cannot be considered... There's no way you can convince me that Oda meant it abstractly. There is no way you can convince me or even remotely tell me that you can genuinely believe Oda meant light abstractly. Well, it's in the manga, but I don't think you'd have to take a deep dive into the data books being Kirin. It's not in the manga. Kirin is never stated to be light speed in the manga. I can tell you that right now. You owe me money. 1 second. It's not just that he names it light. He says this light and directly refers to them as photons. I want to make a name fallacy. Look at the spiritual light in Bleach, but that doesn't apply here. Furthermore, most of the arguments just appeal to Batcher along the lines of, well, real light doesn't do that. It's fine in the context, makes his words like light and photons a description, not just names. That's fine. What I'm asking, though, is it possible they could be more loosely or abstractly? And conversely, in describing and constituting the elements of light as photons, does that mean that they all have the same attributes as real-world photons, or is there wiggle room? For example, imperfect, but I'm looking at a very convenient metaphor. Is Piccolo's special beam cannon light speed because it's a beam that emits light? No, I know it's not 100% the same, obviously. For the record, I don't think Laser Circus Naruto is light speed of light, even though it's called a laser, also because no circus. I understand the question. You are asking if the name fallacy like spiritual light from Bleach. The difference is that it is used as a description. He doesn't say my light attack. He says he describes the ability using the words photons and light when they are descriptions. The name fallacy doesn't apply. What I would suggest is, rather than just saying it looks to replace it with what else to use, for example, just say perhaps we just don't have a specific quantification here. One character using a term for something doesn't mean that the character is using the term correctly, right? So using Dragon Ball terms, doesn't Recoome have an Ultra Miracle kick that doesn't necessarily make him an Ultra Miracle kick? Yes, but Recoome doesn't go out of his way to explain. But the problem is that Recoome does not go out of his way to explain that his kick literally causes miracles. That his kick has an actual miracle described in it. That's the problem, John. That's kind of my issue, right? If it was just a case, okay, let's clear this up. If it was just the case where Foxy was just calling this, oh, it's just a beam. It's just a beam. Doesn't even say light, doesn't say anything. Or, yeah, whatever this light strikes once and never goes through it again, right? It's the fact that he is once again, through a description that Nami literally never saw this ability before. Nami never sees this. Also, you know how Oda adds all these show impressive cool names to the tags? Well, it makes it look strange. Light stable. That doesn't even make any fucking sense. I'm ignoring you from here on out. And Credit Man, I'm just going to ignore you from here on out. Your arguments just genuinely mean nothing to me at this point. Okay. Nami never sees... I got you in just a second, Memento. Nami says right here, light shot out from his hand. If this was a singular statement, sure, we could disregard it. We could say she's probably being hyperbolic because to her, it just looked like a beam of light. Cool. But no, Foxy goes in the very next page and says, whatever this light strikes, whether it's a living creature, liquid, or gas, will maintain all its other properties but lose velocity. He is describing what it does. He calls it photons multiple times in its description. He describes what the thing does again. He literally describes slowpoke photons, slow down anything they touch. Everything the light strikes loses speed. Yes, do I understand where you are coming from? Okay, but why should I entertain the idea that the slowpoke photons... Here's the problem. Under what facet of logic... In fiction, you have the concept of suspension of disbelief, meaning as long as it isn't otherwise, you have wiggle room in how physics are applied. The easiest example is Kizaru, said to be actual light, yet his explodes. In real life, doesn't do that, but here is One Piece it does, or at least Kizaru does. Yeah, exactly. He calls them slowpoke photons, like they are their own thing, a different type of photon. That doesn't necessarily mean that they have the same properties as in real life photons. Correct, but here's the problem. What exactly proves that they are not as fast? Because saying that they don't have the same properties as photons is one thing, but you are arguing it as if the speed of the photons, you are arguing this as if the speed of the photons are simply what's specifically not the same as real world photons. And to me, my point is, what exactly causes you to believe that? And as much as Foxy might continue to call them light, unless he is diegetically in universe a scientist or something, he's not necessarily using the term with scientific precision. We just need to look at more evidence before coming to a conclusion. No, we don't. Because devil fruit users have the best idea as to how their powers work. On average, devil fruit users all understand how to use their abilities. Devil fruit users, as they're depending on the devil fruit user, because there are devil fruit users like Momonosuke who don't necessarily know how to use their abilities right off the bat, but once they learn how to use it, they have an inherent knowledge and an inherent understanding of how to apply it. You can see this with Luffy with second gear, you can see this Luffy with fourth gear, and you can see this with Luffy with fifth gear. I had a friend of mine literally ask me when we first saw Gear 5 Luffy versus Lucci, wait a second, he can just use this whenever he wants? Yes, that's the point. When a devil fruit user is going to know how to use their abilities better than anyone else. I got you. When it becomes more descriptionary, it's essentially the author talking to you. It's not Foxy bullshitting you, but Oda making the abilities known to the reader via exposition. If Raccoon did say out loud that he thought he was chosen by God, his leg was a miracle based on the attack, does that necessarily make it true? I mean, it's not a one-to-one example because you're saying that he thinks he's chosen by God. That's not a one-to-one example. Doesn't mean that they correspond to real-world photons. Okay, but then what is the speed? What am I supposed to say then? The burden of proof, in order to argue that the photons, that they are... Just because he says they're photons doesn't mean that they correspond to real-world photons. Just because he's calling them doesn't mean it corresponds to real-world light. But neither does Kizaru's, and yet he is called literal real-world light. Light... That's the problem. You are trying to compare it so much to real world light. I am simply telling you, the author is calling them light consistently 3 times throughout the arc. At some point you have to ask yourself, why does the author write that it's light 3 times in literal back-to-back pages? Why is the author writing them to be photons back-to-back in multiple pages? Like, are we genuinely just ignoring that specific idea? I just don't think that the positive claim that they are necessarily holds up. Well, I think it does because I have nothing else to go off of otherwise. Otherwise, okay, then let me ask you this. If the positive claim doesn't hold up, then how fast are these beams? How fast would you argue these beams are? Because I can argue that they're light speed because they are literally called to be light multiple times in the same arc and they are literally called to be photons. The counter argument to this is just that they may not have the same properties. But I ask you, where on the page does it say that they do not have the same speed property? That's my problem. If the author is writing that a duck is a duck, then why the fuck would I sit here and say that it's a chicken? Well, it doesn't look entirely like a duck. It could be a platypus. It could be a shoe-billed fucking bird. That's the problem. That's the... If I tell you I can bench press 800 pounds, let's be honest, 210 times, it doesn't get true. Yes, but you're not writing a story, John. You're not writing a story. You're not literally going out of your way to put that into a long-ending narrative. It's not to supplant it with another speed just yet. The point is to evaluate whether or not the current conclusion is valid. Why is it invalid then? Why is it invalid? You're saying it doesn't hold up, but my question is, why is the opposite true? Why is the opposite true? Why should I consider that the photons don't have the same properties? What piece of evidence? Fuck interpretations at this point. What piece of objective evidence makes me believe that it's not? It's definitely not on me, and you do not make the same arguments. Don't even begin. As a matter of fact, Foxy's not a scientist, but it is his powers. Anyway, I'm just gonna hide you from the channel because I really don't care. Like, you're just one of those biased dudes. You're just one of those biased little guys who essentially can't get Naruto out of his head. It has to be stronger, blah, 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 blah. All that crap, yeah. They bounce off of mirrors, bro. Like, come on. How much closer to light could they possibly be? They expand in the way of a flashlight. They expand in the way of a flashlight. They can be reflected through freaking mirrors, dude. How much else do I have to go with before we just sit here and say, oh, man. Telling us that whales are fish? Okay, but did that person write a literal ongoing narrative that spans 1,000 fucking chapters? Are we really gonna sit here and say that Herman Melville is the exact same kind of writer as Oda? Come on, dude. Different writers have different writing styles. All authors do not write things to be the exact same way. Saying that Gege Akutami limited light speed in JJK does not automatically mean that that Oda must write the exact same logic that Gege writes. What are we talking about? Oda is extremely deliberate with the things that he writes. Almost everything that he writes, like the continental fucking statement, is being extremely fucking blatantly literal, but for some reason it's just so hard for people to even remotely consider that the author isn't being fucking hyperbolic. And I just don't get why, dude. I just don't get why. In this instance, it's exposition. It's not Foxy just saying something it's exposition written by Oda to explain the ability Luffy will have to face. Light in One Piece is not the same as in real life, so unless counter evidence is brought up, we cannot argue that it isn't light speed, as that would go against Oda's intention while writing exposition. One Piece is an absurdist manga, making a topic nonsensical to begin with. You have to be careful to not make appeal to nature, as that immediately invalidates your standpoint. Yeah. If there was evidence on the contrary, if there was something that said Foxy's beams aren't actually that fast, or somebody saying, wow, I didn't think light was that slow, or something along those lines, then sure, I wouldn't even remotely argue. But the fact is that there isn't anything like that. The only things we have to go off of is that it's stated to be light and photon. That's it. So that is what I will use. I will give as little interpretation on my end as possible, because it's literally what's being written by the character and by the fucking author. Yeah, I don't know, man. Okay, I'm done with this discussion. I'm done trying to go over it. Please, let's just pause for a second, because this is the most important thing I want to get across. It's totally fine if we don't agree on Luffy's exact speed. I have no horse in this race. I think you're saying, okay, if this isn't true, then what's the alternative explanation? You don't have another explanation, then I'm sticking with this one. I'm not saying here's another explanation, therefore it's better. I get what you're saying, but it's like, again, what else am I supposed to go with then? I'm saying, does light speed explanation necessarily follow the character saying this thing? Yes, it does. Why wouldn't it? And no, it doesn't necessarily follow. So we can't just assume it to be true. Why doesn't it necessarily follow? But what is the reason? Does the light speed explanation necessarily follow from this character saying this thing? And no, it doesn't necessarily follow. Why not? It's true from the character's perspective. That doesn't correspond to one world with reality. But I don't care about reality. I'm telling you straight up. The character's calling it light. I'm going to consider it light. I don't want to say Luffy is not light speed. I also don't want to say Luffy is X speed instead. I'm just hoping that you would agree that the particular positive claim has insufficient evidence. But what is the insufficient? How much more evidence could I need? Let me ask you this. How much more evidence could you want? How about that? How much more evidence could you want than a character literally stating an ability to be light? How much more evidence could you need? Can you give me the memento? Do you know what SBS he says that in? You do care about reality because you're applying real world speed, because that's the only thing I have to go off of. That's the only thing I have to go off of. That's the problem. That is the problem. If I had anything else to go off of, any other perspective that I could use in this conversation, I would use it. That's why I wrote in the script for Buggy. That's why I wrote in the script for Buggy, hey, it depends. Even if you don't believe that Buggy is, where the fuck did I write that? I wrote somewhere here that even if you don't believe that Buggy's statement was true, the fact is he still did this. I am offering different levels of interpretation, but the problem is, under what genuine facet of logic do I have to sit here and say that, well, okay, so it's insufficient having three back-to-back statements that call something light, two of them being descriptions of the ability. Two of them are descriptions of the ability. Exactly why would I have to? If it's the only thing you have to go off of, and that thing is why is it insufficient? But you haven't explained to me why it's insufficient. Why is it insufficient? Then you don't have enough info. No, you think it's insufficient. I don't think it's insufficient. Why is it objectively insufficient? Because if you cannot tell me an objective reason why it's insufficient, does Oda himself have to throw a lab coat and conduct a seminar on slow beams and outright say they are photons and move as fast as light? There's more positive evidence than negative. Exactly. That is the only thing. It's not enough. Why is it not enough? What facet of logic, curiosity, and healthy skepticism? Curiosity, cool. So nothing objective then. So I don't have any objective reason why I have to consider that this argument is insufficient. Because it's not necessary. So it's not necessary for a character to state that their abilities are light. So it's not necessary for a character to do that, right? It's not necessary for the character to even have the statements then. So then what's the problem if he does then? That doesn't make any sense. You can use Kizaru, who is photons as well. There's no difference for Foxy or Kizaru. Is the Foxy speed debacle really that important? It's really not that important. As far as like the whole argument goes, it basically either sets up whether or not you believe that that Luffy is light speed before Water 7 or Luffy is light speed after Water 7. There are exactly 2 points in the story that regardless you can use, but why would I just simply ignore blatant statements from a character? Why would I sit here, under what facet of logic do I have to sit here and say, well, the character is wrong, and from an objective standpoint, not from an opinion, from an objective standpoint that yes, no matter how you choose to look at it, the character is objectively not being true, they are being fallacious or they are making shit up. That is my point. If I cannot figure out an argument as to why one is objectively true and the other isn't, then why would I even remotely acknowledge, then why would I even remotely go for an argument like that? Like, people are willing to believe that Madara's Lighthanger is light speed because of, because of a data book statement, right? Something outside of the series, but again, a literal ability stated to be light, described to be light, used in the description just doesn't count. That doesn't make fucking sense to me. It's all speculation. It's all skepticism and speculation. Sure, if you want to be skeptic, go ahead and be skeptic, but I do not need to entertain it, and I do not need to even remotely adhere, follow, or have to talk about it. Because if I go through the video and I say, because once I make out the video, if I end up going out of my way to say, yo, if I literally just go out of my way and say, Luffy is light speed, bye, pre-time skip, you can't stay long, but the best evidence against light speed Luffy at that point in the series is how badly everyone is speed blitzed by Kizaru and Sabaody. Yeah, Kizaru can be faster than light. Who told you he can't be? Who told you Kizaru cannot be faster than light? Like, that's not even really a debunk. Unlike Foxy, Kizaru is literally a walking, moving beam of light that is casually going around blitzing everybody, yeah. He can keep up with a version of Luffy that is quite literally faster than the speed of light later in the series, so it's clearly obvious, and Luffy needed multiple arcs just to even be able to fight him in the first place. Why are people being ignorant like One Piece hasn't showed light speed since Foxy and Thriller Bark? That's the thing. It breaks up into two things. It's either the Foxy arc or the Thriller Bark arc, right? It's one of those two. But it would make complete sense that the characters, even in a completely fucked up state, tired after fighting for multiple hours, running around an entire island, being blasted by a fucking giant castle-wiping nuke of air pressure, he says directly he's light speed. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Does not mean that he's saying that he caps out at light speed. I don't know how you come to that conclusion. What you're referencing is him saying, have you ever been kicked at light speed? Speed is weight. Speed is weight. Focus on this statement right here. Speed is weight. It was a manga gag, but having trouble finding it. I'm going to be back. Fine. Speed is weight, right? Focus on that statement real quick. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Look at this guy. Able to visibly perceive the light speed kick as he gets sent through one building, right? Okay, cool. Here is Urouge. I'll show you Urouge in a second. Look how big Urouge is. He's beating up a pacifista after powering up. He's bigger and heavier than Basil Hawkins. He's he's bigger. He's about as big as a pacifista, so about, 20-something feet tall? 18 feet tall? 20-something feet tall? Here is Kizaru. Here is Kizaru knocking this guy through multiple houses. If speed is weight, and he sent a guy that is larger and heavier than Basil Hawkins through one house, then reasonably Kizaru put more speed into this attack in order to send the bigger guy through multiple houses. Would that not be the logical conclusion that one could reach? Therefore, if speed is weight, and he sent him through more houses, a bigger man through more houses, then wouldn't that mean that the speed at which he kicked them would also be faster than the speed of light? That is the logical conclusion. W stream, I'm having a ball. Appreciate it. 71 viewers. Holy shit, I think that's an all-time high. Like, you guys understand where I'm coming from with this? It's like, how can we, this is what I mean, dude. It's like, Yeah, you have to go so hard just to explain One Piece. You know, I just hovered the live and it was immediate screaming. Now I'm like, oh, someone's talking some bullshit, huh? No, it's not. He does not. It's insufficient because it's not necessary. What do you mean it's not necessary? Why is it not necessary? We don't have enough info? Yes, we do. We do have enough info. He calls it light 3 times. Why is that not enough info? Doesn't annihilate things on a molecular level. Stated in a data book. Doesn't matter. Phoenix, Sage, Fire, Nail, Crimson. Is a mythical bird involved? That's just a name fallacy. Person? Okay, but again, you're naming... You are literally just naming the abilities, attacks. And okay, so the slow beam, yeah. The slow beam is not indicative. They're not actually slow, but they do slow down the person. What the fuck? These arguments just don't make sense. I could go on lack of skepticism and curiosity. Yes, but again, comparing other series writing to this series writing is not a good example. It's not even a good argument. The buggy ball did more damage. The buggy ball is beyond light speed. No, the buggy ball is an explosive blast. It's a little different, but sure. Jesus Christ. And also, these houses are bigger than the ones that exist in Orangetown. Now, you hit 90 to 100 before? That's insane. Yeah, it's just coming across as a contrarian. Like, this is not a good argument right here. Isn't fucking light speed. I don't give a fuck if Dari calls this shit lasers all day. It doesn't mean that they necessarily move at real world light speed, so we can't take word or... What do we have more of then? Okay, so let me ask you this. What exactly is... John, by your logic, what exactly is sufficient evidence for something to be light speed? You don't need a data book from One Piece. You don't need a data book from One Piece. Just give me an example within the context of the story. It's not Naruto. You don't have to believe the Foxy meta, but these arguments are semantics at best. That's what I'm saying. Have you ever been flicked in the nose? Guess my max HP is flick level, I guess. Shit is crazy, dude. I don't know if you realize the consequences of the scaling you put into the narrative. What scaling? Oh. Hey, what's up, Soldado? What's up? Like, that's my point, dude. It's like, so then what could be sufficient evidence other than a character literally naming 69, ha ha ha, funny number, the less of the funny 60 numbers, but yes. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just one of those cases where I'm just sitting here really just thinking to myself, like, dude, even in the context of Naruto, like, there's only one light speed statement, but sure, no one's gonna say anywhere because it says speed of light, right? But when something is called light in One Piece, it's like, no, we have to go under this scrutiny. We have to follow all real-world physics, science, and math. We have to go through all these things. That wasn't to you. My comment was the Geigus who got broken up. That's fine. I realized that. I saw the Geigus thing here. Bro, when did I imply it was hacks? You're lost. Anyway, it's annoying. And never an ending cycle of moving the goalposts. That's just how it seems. Yeah, it just is how it seems, dude. It's just moving the goalposts. Like, here's the thing. Do I need to argue that Foxy's light speed? No, but it's like, what is the objective reason that he can't be light speed? Because if it is ultimately going to fall down to interpretation, I'm going to tell you straight up. I have no objective reason to not believe. Yeah, only one light speed statement, really. Yeah. This is the only light speed statement in all of Naruto. You can read all 529 chapters prior to this. You can read all chapters. Oh, what's the number here? 100. You can read all 171 chapters forward. At the end of the day, you're only going to find this one light speed statement. You're not going to find a single other one. Haku? That's a data book statement. I'm talking about in the actual context of the narrative written by the author. Yeah, you can find plenty of light speed statements, some of which are completely contradictory to the story. It took Rocks plus Roger and Garp to go all out to destroy God Valley, and Luffy is weaker than them if we count together, whereas in Naruto he can cut the moon in half with a meteorite. Who says they were trying to actively sink the island, unlike Toneri, who actively tried to destroy the moon? Like, are you just going to be disingenuous? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Sage already debunked your Naruto scaling? He didn't debunk anything. Sage is not a very good power scaler, I'm going to be honest with you. Data books are made by the author, fantastic, but what should I consider more? The actual story that was written by the author, or a random fucking statement that's from a supplementary source that isn't the source material? I think I'm gonna go... Why do the data books exist then? They exist as a way to sell the Naruto fucking media. They exist as a way, as almost like an encyclopedic source. I do not put the data books even on the same pedestal as the fucking manga. They're inherently contradictory to the story. They're inherently contradictory to the fucking narrative. Are you seriously gonna sit here and tell me that if this is the only jutsu that teleports anything or lets anything move at light speed, you're gonna sit here and tell me that this random fucking statement of the Anbu Black Ops saying as fast as light, making them faster than the Raikage, why is there way more money than data books? But the manga always takes precedence, exactly. Bro, view body, there were 72 watchers. Is that the most? I think I've reached higher than this on a previous stream. Then people say Naruto is more grounded and more realistic, so they shouldn't be Lightspeed and Naruto, exactly. Was not trying to cut the moon in half, just Naruto, so now that wasn't Toneri's goal, right? Cool. Can you prove that the data books are only for money like Cell? They are literally used to express more information. They are literally used to bypass and give out more information for the story that wasn't introduced into the series, but it's also there to hype up the story. It's there to give narrative context for specific points in the story to recap things for Naruto fans. They never intended it to be taken as these literal, objective, literal statements that all objectively mean everything that they say without any room for any level of scrutiny or hyper literal. It's there to explain certain jutsu. Yes, literally. They're just a way to inherently advertise the story or to give readers a way to basically have an all-encompassing encyclopedia of the series, but that doesn't mean should be taken as literal. So Tamari, okay, so Tamari is universal then, right? By your logic, Tamari is universal. So Tamari is universal. Can I prove that it's for hype? Read the final fucking line. Read the final fucking line. As fast as light. As fast as light. So now it's a mistranslation, right? It's... Yo, listen, if any of you want to have an actual conversation, there's a link for the Discord. Just have a chat with me on the Discord, dude. I don't care otherwise, dude. I'm like so fucking over this, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. It's a never-ending reasoning. That's what I'm saying, dude. It's always fucking moving the goalpost, dude. What the fuck? Is unable to destroy Onigashima because they literally move it away. Are you fucking dense? Like, did you just not read? You genuinely must not read or watch One Piece then. Where was it stated that he could not destroy Onigashima? What was the point of him telling Momo, move everybody out of the way, I'm ending this? Was that some sort of data book? Yes, it is a data book page. It is a data book page. This comes from the data books. This is an explanation of the Anbu. Turning it into pieces? Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, you people are just dense. Yeah. Yeah, you people are just dense. You people genuinely just do not read or watch the actual series, dude. Why am I debating with people that don't actively read or watch One Piece? Like, what is the point of having a conversation with somebody who is just going to spew whatever kind of bullshit logic they want to spew about their favorite fucking series? Are gonna fight tooth and nail against the series that they've never even read a single fucking chapter of, dude. What would even be the point? Gotta stop using mistranslations? Yeah, it's gotta be rage bait. It's just gotta be rage bait. You do not... I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about this dude, Kata Rotaku, or whatever the fuck his name is. Genuinely gotta be disingenuous. Genuinely have to be disingenuous. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. What is it, 1048? Move Onigashima out of the way. I will take your punch. I'm gonna put an end to this. Hey, Momo, what? I'm gonna put an end to all of this, but Onigashima's in the way, so move it. He's going to punch right through the island. Do it, Momo. I believe in you. You can type it in, join the Discord server, and you can type it in, general chat, or type it in text debates. Type it in text debates, and if anyone wants to jump into the voice channel with me, I'm here and I'm waiting. Anyone wants to jump in and have an actual fucking convo, I'm more than welcome to have it. Headphones are on. Hop in and yap if you want. Why wouldn't they? That's objectively untrue. She literally. So this character right here is just lying then. So she's just lying then. Oda wrote this character. Oda had this character say this without even remotely, for no reason. Give a logical explanation instead of glazing. The author wrote it. What reason would the author have? Why reason would the author write this specific line right here? Onigashima's in the way. So what's better? One Piece data books? I don't care for data books. Fuck data books in general. If I didn't have to use... If Naruto power scalers weren't so reliant on the data books, I wouldn't even remotely look at them. They could mean absolutely nothing to me. Both should be equally good unless it's hyperbole or contradicts something. Correct. And the data books inherently contradict... The data books inherently contradict the fucking narrative. They literally, in certain cases, contradict what's written in the story. Why couldn't he turn it into dust? Why would he want to? Why would he... What? You know what? Get the fuck out of my stream. Get the fuck out of my stream. You're not worth talking to. You keep saying the same dumb shit. You keep saying the same dumb, meaningless shit right here. Look at this. Look at this. Why would he want to do that? Why would he kill everybody on the island? Like, are you just incapable of any actual rational thinking? Are you genuinely incapable of genuine, rational, logical thinking? Do you just look at the funny pictures? Do you need me to jingle my keys? Do I need to put up a camera and start jingling my keys so you understand what I'm saying? How is that clearly not obvious from this page? What the fuck are we talking about? Like, is the bias is the bias so deeply ingrained in your fucking brains? Have people genuinely not been able to fully develop their frontal lobes that they cannot see something in their face and say, "Hey, you know what? You know what? Hey, hey guy, maybe the author wrote it. Maybe the author wrote it so that, you know, look at that. Oh, hey, look at that. Maybe he wrote this for a reason. I don't know. Why would the author write that when Luffy clearly can't do it? Right? If it's not to have a discussion, why am I in voice chat? If it's not to have a specific discussion over trying to convince me of some Naruto scaling, nobody join the chat. If somebody wants to present any kind of scaling, join chat. What do you think about Urashiki's speed scaling? You mean the non-canon Boruto anime-only guy that I've never even remotely once looked at because I don't watch the garbage Boruto anime with all of its fillers? No. No, I do not know his speed scaling. I do not care for his speed scaling. Fantastic. Fantastic. I do not care for Boruto anime scaling. I'm not watching the Boruto anime. I'm only scaling the manga. The Naruto manga says Kirin is lightning speed, but the data books contradicts it, so why is the data book reliable information? Correct. Oda was just feeling funny that day. I guess Oda was just feeling funny that day. I guess Oda just... Oh, I forgot where I should type. Okay, the data book stuff on Discord, either text debates or general discussions if you'd like it. One of those two. You can look back at the channel, sure. I'm going to leave I think it's going to kick me out at some point, so I'm just going to leave. Disconnect. Respectfully, if you think that moving a goalpost quite a bit is a bit of a course of the discussion, but remember, I don't believe that anyone in Naruto is just, so you know, I don't think that you think that anyone in Naruto is Lightspeed or any of that, dude. I don't think that. That's the problem. It's just that how much evidence could you possibly need for something to be Lightspeed? Because you're saying that literal statements back to back to back to back isn't true. Is not a good source at all for Kirin. Why is he not a good source? I also do think it's probably Lightspeed just later in the series. I also agree that everything you said about Kizaru regarding sufficient evidence, I would apply the same standard as one for both. Correct. If a character's making a claim, there is a specific reliable... Is their perspective reliable or credible? He is the only person with the power, so he's literally the only character that can speak on the ability. So yes, I do think. Is it supported by other character statements? Nami literally supports the statement. She calls it a literal beam of light. Light shot out from his hands. And then when the guy goes through his whole explanation, just before the fight... If you're still here, John, so just so you can see... Be careful of his beam. The beam. Does it fit with what we know about the physics of the universe? Wholeheartedly. Why wouldn't it fit? Does it fit reasonably with the scaling regarding other characters' feats? Enel. Literally fucking lightning. Enel. A guy who is literally made out of lightning in the previous arc. Skypiea. Oda. Talking about in an SBS. Oda. Literally references. Oda. Literally references. What should I do if Eneru shoots lightning at me in an SBS? First, duck at the speed of light, then do a corkscrew punch with a golden right arm. Oh, look at that. Who had a golden corkscrew arm in the previous arc? Who exactly, let me ask you this, who exactly, guys, who do you know had a golden right arm in the following arc, and outsped with a giant heavy golden ball, outsped a guy who is literally made out of lightning, literally saying he's fast. Okay, so I've already covered every single one of your points so far. Does it fit reasonably with the scaling or cross-reference successfully, etc., etc.? That is how I would establish a verse is light speed overall. And what did I just do? So, if a character's making a claim, is their respective reliable? Foxy is the only character within the context of the story that would know what his powers can do, John. So yes, his perspective would have to be credible because he is the only literal character in the story that knows exactly what his powers are capable of doing and what his powers are. He is the only guy in the story because, as he said, undiscovered particle, so he is the only person that knows it. He still calls it light. Is it supported by other character statements? Nami quite literally says in the previous page, in the very previous page, light shot out from his hand. Is it supported by other character statements? Yes, Nami supports it. Does it fit with the physics of the universe? Yes, it does. Clearly it fucking does, because they are clearly moving at faster than light speeds, even in Sabaody Archipelago. Does it fit reasonably with the scaling pre-established? Yes. Luffy with a golden right ball was so fast that he could literally outspeed a guy who was made out of lightning in the previous arc. And there is a statement from Oda in an SBS, from a literal direct statement from the author that says, first duck at the speed of light, then do a corkscrew punch with your golden right arm. Obviously pertaining to Luffy. What should I do if Eneru shoots lightning at me? In order to dodge Enel's lightning, you have to be light speed. Also, who dodged Enel's light? Who dodged Enel's light in a previous arc? Well, let's see. Sorry, lightning. Let's look at Skypiea for a second, alright? Let's look at Skypiea, because again, it's so unreasonable that any of these characters could actually be this fast or strong. So let's look at a bit of the scaling. Okay. Where is it? Oh yeah, look at that. Usopp. Yeah, Usopp. Usopp literally somersaulting over lightning. Nami and Usopp dodging lightning. Usopp dodging lightning. So Luffy's weaker and slower subordinates can literally already react to lightning. And as Oda's SBS statement says, first duck at the speed of light. So yeah, by your last few points, John, I'm gonna be honest with you, I've already covered it all. I've already covered it all. There you go. There you go. What does I get from you? What about Kizaru? He says it multiple times, so I don't believe because why wouldn't I? You're disingenuous, distant fucking cries. You're moving the goalposts. You are. What other speeds? You did. What other speed is it? I've asked you that multiple times. What are your standards then? I've asked you that. You haven't given me a standard for what should be or should not be light speed. You'll go to any lengths to downplay One Piece. Everyone goes to every length possible. I'm not just talking about you. I'm talking about other people who go out of their way. You're dense. I'm talking about these people right here. The ones in my fucking stream. The ones that I've had to time out because... I'm not talking to you, John. What reason would I possibly have to not believe this? Is a shift of burden of proof. Yes, why would I have to not believe this? Why would I have to not believe it? I'm doing my best to not debunk Luffy, but trying to advocate for a degree of skepticism. You can have all the skepticism you want. I don't have to agree with it. I don't have to agree with it, John. That's the problem. Can you go over watch the scene in the anime? I could show you literally any scene based in any anime and none of them will ever portray true light speed. Most scenes across most forms of anime will never portray true light speed, so guess what? It doesn't matter if I go by what the anime is visibly showing. An anime is not going to visibly show you. You can maybe use the anime to sometimes be able to figure out how certain things actually happen if the manga's not being strict enough, or is not being, if it's not explaining it well enough. But if you're just going to sit here and say, well, Foxy's shooting a beam of light, and the punches from the machine are moving relative to the beam of light or whatever, and it doesn't seem like it's still moving that fast, yeah, sure, then the punches are moving at light speed. Sure, it's a beam of light. If they are moving as fast, yeah, then the beams are light speed. That is my answer. How do you, like, I just went by, does light slow people down? This light does. This light does, right here. This light does, because that is what it's stated to do. Slowpoke photons slow down anything they touch. You're literally arguing that the ability that is stated to be light, that also slows things down, it can't be light speed, because real light doesn't slow things down. Cool. And real light also doesn't blow things up. Your skepticism is literally being countered. John, I have literally gone by each and every one of your metrics right here. I have literally, regarding the sufficient evidence, I would apply the same standards. Okay, so here you go. I've already counted all your points. I've already covered all of your points. The character is the only person in the series who would know what their powers can do. They are the only reliable source, and they stated it multiple times. It is supported by Nami literally calling it a beam, and and you know what? Just to back it up even further, let's go to Sabaody Archipelago. Because again, if your skepticism, if you're still skeptical, sure, why not? Sure. It's a beam. A beam is a light ray. A beam is a light ray. Right there. So again, multiple characters backing it up. Light does blow things. That's called a laser. So you're telling me if I point a laser pen at my wall will explode? At some point, it's not skepticism, it's just being disingenuous. Cool. At some point, it is genuinely not skepticism, and it is just blatantly being disingenuous. Like, I'm sorry. Like, what am I supposed to tell you? How am I supposed to sit here and genuinely have a discussion when I am literally going by your metrics? I am literally going by the metrics that you brought up, and this isn't hard. It's literally I'm literally disputing the appeal to nature. My whole position is that we shouldn't assume that something has real-world properties in a fictional universe. Fantastic. So what properties should it have then? Fuck the skepticism. The skepticism is one thing. It's not helping me figure out how fast the character is. I don't care about the skepticism behind things. I will have skepticism if something is contradictory. Nothing has been contradicted so far. With enough energy can produce explosions due to the pressure they apply in a single point. Fantastic. Fantastic. Cool. So it's required on also the energy that they need to have. Cool. Lasers are condensed light. Okay, and? Still light. Still light. Still fucking light. Doesn't matter what you tell me. Still light. Cannot convince me otherwise. Still light. Why? I've already gone through every single... Again. Okay, let's go through this again. So, I will even... You know what? I will even copy and paste this. The SPSs are light speed because they are called light. This contains an implication that because something is called something, it necessarily has the same properties. No, it's because the author is literally explaining it to be such a thing multiple times. That's why. You agree that that's not necessarily the case. You also agree that simply repeating the same thing over and doesn't necessarily make it more true. True, but also, I've again shown you that it's a beam. A beam is a light ray. Do I need to pull up the anime to back that up? What are my standards? I already told you. It's stated to be light multiple times by the only character who would know how they work. It reflects off of surfaces. It's stated to be photons, undiscovered, but photons nonetheless. It's stated to be a beam. It's backed up by another character, in this case Nami, calling it light and a beam, and then later on it is stated by characters in One Piece, by fucking Frankie and Usopp, who are the two smartest guys in the Straw Hat crew, saying it's a beam. A beam is a light ray. So a ray of light. Foxy's slowpoke beams are called beams. Nami calls them beams. Yes. I'm going by all of it. Enel, in an SBS statement, directly from the author, says, in order to dodge his lightning, you have to duck at the speed of light. And L, the guy who's made out of lightning, is outsped by Luffy's giant golden punch. How much more evidence could I possibly need? How much more evidence could I possibly need? Answer me that. How much more evidence could I possibly need? Okay, but who gives a fuck about it being undiscovered? What does it undiscovered mean? Because you're focusing so much on the other stuff. That's the problem. You are undiscovering it. You are focusing so much on the undiscovered particle part. On the undiscovered particle. Not a photon, an undiscovered particle. Let's be real about it. An undiscovered. But let's just assume that we know that their properties and they correspond to real worlds. We can use real world speed of light. That's not how science works. It is when you offer no substitute. If you want to debunk something, you have to give an actual negative evidence to back up the skepticism, more than just opinions. That's what I'm getting at. If you don't believe it, that's fine. But if you're fighting so hard to just say that it's not light speed, then just say I'm just going to sit here and believe that it's not light speed and leave it at that. But don't try to change anybody's mind on it if you do not have an alternative for what we can think. Because otherwise, it is not a fucking argument. In order to present an argument, you must present a different conclusion. What is the separate conclusion? So it's relevant. Sure. Why do you need an alternative? Because otherwise, why would I entertain it? Why would I entertain it if there's no other alternative? Why would I entertain the idea that after all the evidence that I presented, all of the literal evidence, again, beam, faster than an L, fucking, beam faster than an L, duck at light speed, direct statement from the author, characters implying that a beam is a light ray, this ability being called light multiple times and being stated that light is shot out of his hand. When I have all of that evidence, what exactly is the alternative then? What exactly is the alternative? I have not one piece of evidence, 2, 3 pieces of evidence, 4 pieces of evidence, 5 pieces of evidence, 6 panels worth of evidence, 7 panels worth of evidence, 8 panels worth of evidence, 9 panels worth of evidence, 10 panels worth of evidence, 11 panels. I have 11 panels worth of evidence, and you're telling me that it's not a reasonable conclusion? That you don't need another alternative to view it? Yeah, sure. Yeah, yeah. Exactly. How much more evidence could I need? What arbitrary value of evidence? Because again, everything that you brought up here before about your skepticism, I've already covered it. I've literally given you a response to each one of your points about skepticism. I've given you points every single time. Because the idea that the photon's properties are different, okay, let me base it off of this. Making the argument, making the claim, because it is a claim, there's no skepticism. It is a claim that the beams, that the undiscovered particles have properties that may, the key word is here, may not be the same as light. The main property being speed. Okay, let's go through each piece of evidence then. Nami's statement is the first, right? She says it's a beam of light. How much does she know? How much does she know about Fox's abilities at that stage? No, she just saw a beam of light. She is calling what she saw. She called it a beam of light. And how much does she know about light and corresponds to real world physics? She doesn't need to. She knows what light is. If I saw a literal flash of light, I would say, hey, that was a flash of light. You don't need to know. Do I need an entire physics degree now? Do I need to know real world physics to know that light, what light is? Is that what you're arguing now? You're arguing that Nami? All right, John, I'm sorry. You're just disingenuous at that point. You're just being disingenuous. You're just being disingenuous at that point. And now you're genuinely arguing that Nami has to know exactly what light is in order for her to make this statement. The conversation's over. I'm not having this anymore. Stop adding me, please. This conversation is between you, King of Pride, D's, Memento. I'm over this. I'm done with the conversation. That right there just tells me everything I need to know about how this is going. There's just no convincing you. There's just no way that this conversation is going to move forward. You are just going to sit there and say, well, Nami doesn't have a PhD. She doesn't have a degree in quantum physics, in light travel, in laser travel. So obviously, her not knowing what light is obviously means that she has to be hyperbolic, right? That the author, for whatever reason, didn't have a character who is a pretty smart individual, all things considered, that knows basically almost everything that there is to know about normal weather, all this other shit. Yeah, no. She's so stupid that she doesn't know what actual light is. She wouldn't call out light when she sees light. Yeah, okay. Sure. I'm done with the conversation. We're not going back into that. Believe whatever you want to believe. If you can't see that question as moving the goalpost, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Because it's not even about whether or not it's One Piece or Naruto at that point. It's just about what you're willing to believe, and you're genuinely willing to believe that now a character is so fucking stupid she doesn't even she literally would not be able to tell what light is when she sees it. She literally wouldn't. I guess Nami's so stupid she doesn't know what light is when she sees it. All right. No statement is valid, I guess. Yeah, no, I guess that statements are invalid. I guess the characters, I guess everything that a character says must be put up into scrutiny. It doesn't matter what a character says. It doesn't matter what a character does. It must be put up to scrutiny. It doesn't matter. Characters won't even know what light is. I suppose that when Chopper says that the mountains, in Drum Kingdom are 1,500 meters tall, we don't actually have an objective scale for it because nobody else backs it up. It's the one time that we get a singular statement, so I guess those mountains might actually be 200 meters tall and we don't know shit about it. Yeah, she's a weather reporter. She's literally a navigator that had to study weather and all these things back to back. Being lightspeed is... Okay, can you not use that language here? Can you not call them the R word, please? Luffy and Zoro deflecting Kuma's beams. Being lightspeed is... How is it bad? How is it stupid? Are we supposed to take Ceros seriously now? Ceros are made out of a literal spiritual particle that does not function like anything that functions not only in the real world, sure, but it's also written by a series where they have an entire different sense of science. And even then, again, later feats, like in the novels, contradict the Ceros being lightspeed in the first place. So no, the Ceros, again, different stories have different writing. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, well, I guess that this other series must now apply the same thing. No, because every series has different fucking authors. Jesus Christ, how many times do I have to explain that? Not every author writes things to be inherently the same. And unlike the Ceros that only have a singular fuck-ass statement, Foxy has 11 things backing up the claim, dude. What the fuck? Are made out of air. They're not made out of air. How would they not? Okay, so can you explain what the speed drop-off is? Because if you're making the claim that there's a speed drop-off, then there's a statement somewhere, there's a piece of evidence somewhere that would imply that Kuma's pad cannons would lose speed. Can you give me a chapter page where it says that Kuma's pad cannons lose speed as they travel? What do you want, Feldboros? What do you want? Regular physics? I don't give a fuck about regular physics. One Piece clearly does not have regular physics, and neither does Naruto. Neither series has the planet fucking explode. You know what velocity is, right? And you know that both series have characters that are faster than light, which means that automatically the laws of relativity are meaningless jack shit. Here's the thing, Jad, and I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna tell you right now. If you try to give me any argument that uses real world calculations, physics, or logic, I'm just gonna ignore you. I just don't give a fuck, dude. Because I'm not gonna chill out, dude. Don't tell me to fucking chill out. I've been here for 3.5 hours trying to explain to people how backed up evidence behind backed up evidence behind backed up evidence somehow doesn't equal what I'm saying, but all of a sudden I'm supposed to believe some bullshit like, oh, Kuma's pad cannons lose speed? Exactly why do they lose speed? You're talking about Vonki? Vonki has dog shit scaling, dude. Grown-ass man? Yes. A grown-ass man is showing exhaustion at the idea that people are downplaying literal fucking statements. Yes, a grown-ass man is exhausted. Yes, I am anything but a counter-argument. Yeah. So you want to have this discussion? Sure, let's have this. As a matter of fact, I'll even do you one better. There's a Discord link right there. I don't insult people. Go ahead, go out of your way. If you want, join it up. Is rage bait. It has to be, but yeah. What is the argument that travel speed, it has mass, it would take an infinite amount of energy to slow down air mass? The argument is ridiculous. Yeah. So join the live stream, join the Discord server. There is a channel right there. I am more than willing to have this discussion if you need it. I am more than willing to have it. There's a general voice chat. If you want to join, you're more than welcome to join. I'm not going to insult you. No one else is going to join up. I'll take out chat. I just need to understand why you are even remotely saying that a series that has a talking reindeer, a walking skeleton, a literal walking fishman, a cyborg who literally reconstructed the entire front of his body after it was destroyed by getting ran over by a train. You're telling me that a series with a rubber captain, a captain whose body is literally made out of rubber, that they all travel on a ship over a rainbow, you're going to sit there and tell me that this series follows real world math and science? Yeah, have fun with that. You have no right to say that. And also, Vanki has dog shit scaling. There's no way I'm checking out any more of his videos. If it's a Vanki video, it is 100% disingenuous and doesn't offer any real, actual scaling for the series. It's nothing more than it's nothing more than the guy just trying to downscale everything that he can and upscale Naruto in whatever way they can. If anybody wants to have a discussion, I told you, I'm up here. I'm ready. I will... Give me whatever scaling you have and then give me the objective reasoning why you think that it must be this and not anything else. That's not unfair for Key. His scaling is terrible. Scaling is absolutely trash. I'm sorry. I've seen plenty of his videos already. The guy quite literally refutes every single piece of One Piece evidence and literally highballs Naruto, not giving him the time of day. Yeah, why would I? I've seen his content. It doesn't do anything. Do you think One Piece has zero accuracy compared to real-life physics or some similarities? I think that it will follow whatever kind of logic it needs to follow at whatever specific point in time. Saying that a character in a specific moment is following real-world physics, math, and science just to suit your argument does not mean jack shit to me. It doesn't mean anything to me. Telling me that the pad cannon slows down its velocity after it flies? That seems a bit far. No, it's not a bit far. I've watched plenty of his content. The guy actively and disingenuously refutes every piece of One Piece evidence and doesn't even talk about any of the actual panels that would completely and utterly destroy his arguments. The guy doesn't even believe that the character is a light speed until post-time skip when Luffy literally says light is slow. How the fuck do you even come to that conclusion without just straight up being disingenuous? No, Vanki is not a good scaler, dude. And also, as far as real-world physics and science go, yeah, unless you can tell me, if the claim is that the pad cannons lose speed, if the claim is, Chad, that the pad cannons lose speed after being accelerated at light speed, repelled at light speed, I'm going to just be 100% honest with you. You're going to have to show me a panel, a chapter, a statement somewhere that says they lose speed. What's your take on Kizaru being light makes him light speed? I think the bare minimum his Devil Fruit would make him is light speed. In more positive news, I passed my airframe written exam with a 93. Hey, congratulations, IMAX. Yo, guys, can we get some W's for Lord IMAX, please? Dude, that's very big. How long until you can start, how long is it until you can start, like, flying, like, full, commercial airline? Or are you trying to do commercial airline, or are you just trying to do regular, like, air? Lovely. Anyway, back to it. Yeah, Kizaru ate a Devil Fruit that turned him into light. You know what that means? The bare minimum that you could give Kizaru from the moment he ate the Devil Fruit would be light speed. And Kizaru would have to be capable of moving faster than the speed of light, because like every other Devil Fruit user, the more you master your Devil Fruit, the more you push your Devil Fruit, the more powerful you become, the more powerful your Devil Fruit becomes. Your abilities become. And there is no objective reason, there is no objective piece of evidence throughout the entire case of One Piece canon lore that would imply that Kizaru is the only character in the entire context of the story, is the only character, the only Devil Fruit user within the entire context of the story that cannot improve the single most important trait that his Devil Fruit would grant him. So a Logia makes you an element 100% of the time, or only when you're willing to activate it, whenever you want to willingly activate it. What's up, Lilo? How you been, man? Yeah, they would have to prove it anyway. That's what I'm getting at. To sit here and say that real-world math and science is going to apply to a character that can repel air at light speed, you would have to literally show me a panel that says the farther they travel, the slower they get. But mechanic? Oh, okay, got you. And I still have to get through a power plant, propellers, and engines, and I got to pass an oral and practical exam for general airframe and power plants, so still a few months. That's still good, man. Hey, listen, will you be done by the end of the year? I'm really excited for you, dude. That's really good, and honestly, I imagine that the pay must be really freaking good as well. I can't make anything stronger than string. Yeah, I guess your string has to be trash durability, right? Like, how strong would the string have to be, right? Are we talking like wool string? Are we talking like cotton string? Are we talking like a spider net string? Like, if it loses 0.1% of its speed because it hits Zoro when it makes no difference. Exactly. It's not automatic. You can set it up whenever you want. It's not inherently automatic. Smoker can still be launched by Luffy when he wasn't paying attention. That is a really disturbing photo of Emu. No, I think Luffy on a massive low ball. I think that Luffy on a massive low ball is 270,000 times the speed of light by canon multiplier. Narratively implied canon multipliers. That is a really fucked image of Doflamingo. We're just getting images now? Sure. Post your funniest anime images while I'm here anyway. Dude has asthma, dementia, and apparently ADHD as well. Blood is daydreaming in the middle of a fight. He has a timer on. Yeah, with gear multipliers, yeah. His repel is conceptually not just him pushing hard. If something is repelled at light speed, it continues at light speed. That's what I'm saying. Then why he say he only 100 times stronger in Egghead? He could be physically 100 times stronger. I don't... Okay. He could still be physically 100 times stronger. As a matter of fact, Shaki is the one who says that Rayleigh is 100 times stronger, and then Luffy says he's 100 times stronger. Maybe Luffy's just making a callback to what Shaki said 500 chapters ago. Or maybe he's comparing himself to his base form now versus where he's at with Rayleigh. Because the comparison she made was with Rayleigh. Luffy's saying that he's now 100 times stronger, so you could just argue that Luffy's base is 100 times stronger. Just again, I want to see that. Okay, let me give you some quick scaling. If I can keep up passing the grade up and get my oral and practicals done, everything should be around September-ish, give or take with the orals and practicals, which are scarier, honestly. Well, best of luck with that. Do you have anyone to help you study? Sure. Okay, so let's cover a couple things. Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy is objectively faster than the speed of light by, like, Water 7 onward. There's just no way I'm going to entertain the idea. Like, the more and more that I see people try to, like, downplay this, the more and more I'm genuinely convincing myself that, like, there's no real counter argument to this besides people's own personal belief. So, Luffy's already capable of dodging beams of light by this point in the series, right? So let's just start off here. Now, I'm going to go off of a low ball. I'm going to try to downplay Luffy as much as possible. I'm going to do my best to downplay Luffy as much as possible, but I'm going to give you guys the speed scaling as we move along, okay? Since he's known to store CTs. I think his domain expansion, he's only shown one. Maybe. A grouped, yeah. Hold on. I'm biting my nails. Okay. So, Luffy objectively has the ability to react to characters who are the speed of light. Or who at least can shoot beams of light that travel at light speed. Yeah, sometimes a callback can just be a callback. Yep. Okay. Okay. Pulling this one up. Just looking for some chapters real quick so I can explain the whole meta. Says at the 10 times amp, Luffy states that when it's specifically in a One Piece yellow data book that states, the One Piece French yellow data book states that that it is his power and speed is increasing tenfold, and then Luffy also has a statement from, whoops, I do sort of feel weak. Okay, we need this one. Okay. Actually, no, I still need to stay here. Doriki. Doriki, they reach the top. Right here. Okay, that's that. Second gear. Right here. How is that a mistranslation? Why is it a mistranslation? I get people hate the French, but just because something is written in French doesn't make it a mistranslation. It doesn't... Why is it objectively a mistranslation, then? When does Luffy start fighting Lucci? I gotta, like, memorize, like, legitimate chapters like that. I really do. Okay. No, that's already the Lucci fight. Pigeon guy. Okay. Okay, I need this. And then... Where does Frankie show up? Anybody know the chapter where Frankie shows up? No, Rob Lucci's already transformed there. So, Rob Lucci's already transformed there. He knocks... Okay, right here. Okay. $375. We already got it. We already got it. Appreciate it, though. We already got it. Okay, when does Kuma show up? Right here. I do think most of the time you go by pages, it's either mistranslation or just the original sources, the more I recognize. Most of the time you go by being pages. What do you mean being pages? Either mistranslations? What do you mean? Just not the original source, so the more I recognize it? What are you talking about? Are these pages not the original translations? Because every single time I seem to put up one of these pages, give a translation, and then I go to the anime, it gives me the translation, so I don't know what to tell you. Okay, Sabaody Archipelago. Luffy, Okay, Sabaody. I'm gonna skip like 3 arcs here because there's no like direct scaling. I'll execute my straw hat. Pacifista show up. They start blasting. How come they always focus on the French and ignore the Doriki scaling supporting the 10 times? Yeah, or the fact that Bluno quite literally states, or the fact that Bluno quite literally states that he... Luffy literally stating that Bluno is okay. Okay. That's that. Punk Hazard, Dressrosa. Okay. You meant Lucci stated it? No, it wasn't Lucci. It was, no, Luffy stated that, he noticed specifically that whenever they, perform the shave technique, they kick off the ground 10 times each instant. You kick off the ground 10 times in each instance. So between that being stated to be 10 times and the French translation stating it to be 10 times, I think there's at least some level of consistency. I'll go through the entire line in a second. When the fuck does Luffy get blitzed? It's around here. Okay. Soru sounds cooler than Shave. I agree. Soru does sound cooler than Shave. Not that one. Dude. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, you're using a different language for English, which does have different contents in it. You could argue that the English translation is very different from the Japanese ones. Yeah. Cool. Except, let me ask you this. If the English translation quite literally says for Raikage moves at almost light speed, and the Japanese translation uses the term gotoki, uses the kanji gotoki, which is primarily used for similes, that says light like, which is essentially not making it a true 100% context, actual light speed, but something similar, but not literally light speed. You could say that, hey, look, the English translation, though worded differently than the Japanese translations, both follow this inherent logic that the Raikage, colloquially speaking, is not actually the speed of light, right? So the French translation, one says extraordinary power and speed. I cannot quantify the term extraordinary power and speed, but I can quantify the term, tenfold. Anyway, what's this about? Undetectable strongest jobs, rule breaker? Whatever. Okay, so I'm going to go through all of the fucking speed scaling so you guys can understand where exactly I get 270,000 times the speed of light. All right, so let's just pull up a calculator real quick, right? Okay. Starting off with the first one. Nami quite literally states, that's cherry picking? How is that cherry picking? I'm showing you a clear example. How is that cherry picking? Explain. Almost everything sounds better in Japanese hot takes, specifically words, I mean. Reasonable. How am I cherry picking? Anyway, okay. Nami calls light. Nami says that light shot out of. Nami says that the light that shot out of Foxy's hand, that the beam that shot out of Foxy's hand is light, right? Foxy states that it is light. Says that they are photons. Says that anything that they touch, they slow down anything that they touch. It is stated to be light. 3 times, 3 pages back to back. And Nami, later in the story, literally, in the same arc, and Nami, later in the story, calls it a beam. Now, let me close this one. Okay, and now, I don't need this right now. Right here, it is stated by the characters. It's a beam. You're choosing one that supports your claim more than one that's the most accurate, more than one using the most accurate one. Which one's the one that's most accurate? And you at least keep it more balance-sided than just going about your own interpretation. Which one is the more, you're saying that one is the more accurate claim. What's the more accurate claim? Anyone here interested in Marvel Tokon at all? I thought about getting it, but every time I buy a fighting game, the same thing happens. I play it for like the first week, and then I don't play it again because I keep getting my ass destroyed because losing isn't fun. So which of these claims... Okay, so which one is the more accurate one then? Tell me. Which one is the more accurate one? No, we're going to move past the Noro beam, but okay. So, we know for a fact that Luffy is objectively dodging beams of light. Honestly, it's sad how Aizen exposed his fodder verse for only destroying mountains when clashing with Ichigo. I agree. Bleach is not as strong as people think it is, but whatever. That's not the topic of conversation. Close this shit. Okay. So, it's stated to be a beam of light, so I'm going to go under the assumption that Foxy's light speed, but it doesn't matter. You can start from earlier. Anyway. Luffy is capable of dodging a barrage of beams of light right here. Luffy is capable of dodging the beam after being reflected off of a surface. That would at least make him relativistic. Let's just say Luffy... You know what? Let's downplay Luffy and say that he is 1/10 the speed of light, right? Let's say that Luffy is at least 1/10 the speed of light, so essentially borderline like sub-relativistic, right? It looks goofy, so it doesn't count. Yeah, all that crap, right? So let's just say Luffy, by the end of the Foxy arc, is only 1/10 the speed of light, right? So we're just going to leave it at that. I'm not going to focus on that anymore. Fuck the Foxy scaling. Let's just say that Luffy is at least 1/10 the speed of light because he's relativistic. He already fought a guy that is made out of lightning. He already fought... I know DB did a video, but I will die on the hill that Yusuke Urameshi beats Ichigo. Yeah. I mean, it's completely fine if you think it, you know. I think it's fine. Notice how Yamamoto almost died from tanking his own explosion, which Aizen said would have reduced the small town to ash. Yeah, I don't know, man. Tokan will be Dragon Ball Fighters, but more sweaty. Okay, so now Luffy meets CP9. This guy's name is Blueno. Luffy is having a hard time fighting Blueno. Luffy cannot seem to land any hit on Blueno. Again, Luffy who is fast enough to react to a beam of light and is fast enough to fight and effectively dodge a guy who is able to shoot a beam of light and a barrage of light, but we're gonna lowball Luffy, say he hasn't gotten any stronger, and say that he is only 1/10 the speed of light. And he's getting absolutely blitzed, perception blitzed, etc. by them. He says right here, he disappeared. I just moved faster than your eyes could see me, using my superior leg strength. So he moved faster than Luffy could visibly see, and Luffy misses again. He gets absolutely jobbed on by CP9, right? He gets absolutely jobbed on by CP9, right? Okay. So, we have Luffy at this 0.1% the speed of light. Now, there's something I need to cover first and foremost. Something that Luffy did between... The only thing that Luffy did between his fight against CP9... The only thing that Luffy did between his fight against CP9 was pushing two houses apart. The new Avatar fighting game looks amazing. It looks alright. I don't know. It kind of looks like a Flash game to me. Does anybody else feel that? Does anybody else feel like the new Avatar fighting game looks like a Flash game? I don't know. I didn't like the art style for it. As long as it's got like a healthy fighting game community or whatever, I think it'll be fine. But anyway, so Luffy right here is eating. The only real things that he does between getting beaten by CP9 is eating food, and there's a reason why this is important. Once we get to CP9, we know right here that they have their Doriki. Doriki is the way that they measure physical ability. And Blueno has a Doriki of 820. Fukuro has a power level of 800. Toph has the best moveset in your opinion? Cool. Healthy game community is funny now that I think about it. I don't care if it looks fun as fuck. It looks fun as fuck and it's all hand-drawn and it's $30. But lovely. Next, Luffy fights Blueno again. Luffy says, I didn't think he could keep up with my shave technique. I underestimated him. I didn't think he could keep up with my shave technique. Luffy is now keeping up with Blueno. Blueno is now going full speed against Luffy. I must be careful. Hitting a rubber man doesn't do anything. Tempest kick, Tempest kick. Luffy is now catching up and keeping up with Blueno and the others. Luffy is now physically capable of keeping up with Blueno. And Zoro states throughout this arc that twice that they get stronger after every island. They have gotten stronger after every island. Why are you on voice chat and Discord? I was hoping to see if anybody wanted to join in and debate me on something, but I guess they didn't, so fuck it. I don't really care. Just... So, again, Luffy is now keeping up with Blueno, who is evading him physically, who before he could not keep up with, and now Luffy can literally know exactly where Blueno is going to be coming from. John rage quit the discussion on Discord. I don't care. I don't care. John, as far as I'm concerned, was being disingenuous as soon as he brought the whole thing about Nami not knowing what light is. I'm like, okay, the discussion's over. I don't give a fuck. Now, I think that he wasn't coming from a bad place, but his arguments were devolving into, I don't think that it's wrong to be skeptical about this. And the more he tried to break it down, the more he tried to break down what the requisites were, the more I realized there's a lot more to this than before. There's a lot more evidence to back it up than there is non-evidence. He kind of had a soft crash out at the end, a bit corny, not gonna lie. I don't care, dude. I don't give a shit what kind of crash out that he had. I'll read it later. I'm not gonna put that on stream right now. So again, Luffy is now physically keeping up with Blue Note. And he says right here, I can't do it. I can't beat you like this. He's talking about his base form. He can match my speed, forcing me to change the path of my Tempest kick. His physical abilities are unbelievable. Let's go back. Before, Luffy could not physically keep up with Blue Note and the others. Before, Luffy could not physically keep up with them. He was getting blitzed. Using Shave alone was enough for Luffy to get blitzed. And now Luffy's not only keeping up with Shave, which again, let me show you guys later. Your feet are hitting the ground more than 10 times each instant. Why do you think it's better, Naruto or One Piece writing-wise? One Piece 100%. One Piece has definitely better writing. 100%. There are things about Naruto that are better. I do think that the art style in Naruto is a lot more pleasing to the average person. I think how grounded Naruto is, especially at the start, is a lot better. I think that Naruto, especially in the early arcs, has a much stronger start for the average person than One Piece. I think that the Chunin exams, I think that the search for Tsunade, I think that a lot of it is extremely well written and diagnosed and kept together by Kishimoto. I think there are a lot of positive things about Naruto. I think there are a lot of positive things about One Piece. I think One Piece also has a lot of negatives in terms of its writing, like writing characters off. Also, the OG meant definitive lightspeed, which is the Japanese version, and you're using the English version, which actually makes the speed lesser. No, the Japanese translation says light like, using gotoki, which is primarily used for similes. Similes are not one-to-one 100% objective comparisons. So they are not 100% compacted comparison. There you go. Like Naruto, only at the end of the Pain arc. Yeah. Like Naruto in the Pain arc, where like Naruto has like very satisfying moments within the story, like in the Sage mode, or like there are a lot of moments in Naruto that I can definitely say are extremely hype. I don't think Naruto is a bad series. I don't think it even has bad writing overall. I think there are certain things that Kishimoto does, something my family and I sometimes do, where like at some point we're just tired of yapping. We just go, like, we just go like that. I don't know. What do you think about the Mifune arguments? What, that Mifune using a Ninetales cloak that is amping him several times beyond what he's normally capable of, and only using this technique in his, again, chakra cloak form one time in the war arc is equivalent to other characters just having automatic light speed feats? I don't care. Okay, but what's the difference between being as fast as light and being light? There is zero difference, really. No, there is a difference, because again,
simile. What is a simile? If I say he punches, he floats like a butterfly and stings like a bee, does it literally mean that they are floating around with wings like a butterfly, and their fists literally are tiny little stingers that when they punch, their internal organs are going to come out from their fucking stingers? One smart, do not be dense. Drop it, please.
That's quite literally not the same thing.
Light like speed. Butterfly-like movements.
Yes, it is. So, Luffy is clearly keeping up with a guy who, once again, if Luffy was getting speed blitz before, if Luffy is stating right here, if they are stating that they hit the ground more than 10 times each instance, and the One Piece Yellow Data Book says, power and speed are extraordinary. Even the Rokushiki users cannot respond. Power and speed increase tenfolds. Not even a master of Rokushiki can anticipate his attacks. So if the French translation is literally has some level of grounded neutrality with this statement right here, they support one another, hitting the ground more than 10 times each instant, and Blue Note was, at the very least, 10 times faster than Luffy because he could blitz Luffy visibly, that would mean that Luffy should, at the very least, be light speed at this point while using second gear. Similes are not objective comparisons. They're a figure of speech. That's what I'm saying. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm just telling you to drop it. I'm not trying to have this whole back and forth. I'm tired, dude. I'm tired. I'm not a fucking scaling machine. I'm a human being who simply thought that making a YouTube channel about power scaling would be fun, and that talking about this topic that I find, yeah, no Naruto fans wants to step up to the VC chat because they know that as soon as we start fucking yapping, and as soon as I break down their fucking logic, they're just gonna sit there and look like they're just gonna crash out on me. Dude, I'm human. I am tired. A person can only handle. By the way, what's good, Lilo? A person can only handle so much back and forth disingenuous fucking arguments, dude. At minimum, you could say that he's FTL at least, but no, I'm gonna say that Luffy is actually, well, let's go back. Luffy is keeping up with Bluno, so Luffy has to, at the very, Bluno using Shave, so Luffy has to, at the very least, be as fast as, and we can see it right here, he has to be, at the very least, as fast as Bluno's Shave speed, which means that base Luffy is now light speed. Cool. So, second gear means that Luffy is 10 times the speed of light. Second gear means that Luffy is now 10 times the speed of light with second gear. So, with second gear, Luffy is 10 times the speed of light. No, I didn't type that, but I did see someone with my did. Oh, what did they do? Did they say something bad to you? Because if they said something bad to you, let me know right now and I'll fucking time them out. I'm not doing this shit. I don't know, dude. I think you should go back to writing the script and not engage with them. Somebody wanted me to give them the speed scaling for Luffy, so I'm giving them speed. You're fine with the debates and disagreement, but you hate when people lie. I hate when people have to jump through so many mental hoops. You know what it is? You know what it is? Here's the thing. If any of the garbage that these people try to spew at least had some level of validity, and as far as like, okay, there is an open argument for this because there is some literal skepticism that can be had, not just saying that all of the evidence presented it means nothing. No, saying that, well, for example, again, like with John, if there was only one statement once that said Nami, if it was just Nami saying in one specific panel and never it being backed up again, with her just saying light shone out from his hands, I could 100% agree. You can be 100% skeptical. I'm not even going to use it. I wouldn't even use it. I would not even call Foxy's beams light speed if it was just a singular Nami statement. But no, again, multiple interpretations, blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to get into it all over again. All I'm saying is I hate when people have to go through all of these mental gymnastics just to say that something is or isn't what the fuck it is when you have nothing to back it up. Yeah, it's always disingenuous arguments. We have a LARPer, one smart in the chat. Their Karibo is slightly brighter than mine. In the chat? There's another one smart here? Oh, there is. Ah, so somebody's just trying. Yeah, all right, whatever. Thanks for letting me know. There's a second one smart. Ah, got you. Yeah. No, I got you. I gathered that. Yeah, I gathered that. When you said LARPer one smart, and I looked at it, I was like, okay, I see what you're talking about. Okay, cool. So you're saying that theirs is brighter, right? So this person's clearly using some bullshit account. So yeah, just gonna hide that person from the channel. I'm not doing this. You're not going to come in here, try to act like somebody else, and then I'm going to come at them. Chat, you decided. Does extraordinary contradict tenfold? Thank you so much for the 5. Can we give some W's to Gygas? Sure. Can extraordinary power and speed contradict tenfold? Is that the one with the movie, two of the same girl things? I don't know. I asked him for his reasoning. No. I asked him for his reasoning, but again, the reasoning ended up devolving into I just refuse to believe it. And the more questions that he asked, the more I got a stronger argument. The stronger my argument became, the more questions that they asked. Okay, so Luffy should be at the very least 10 times faster than the speed of light with second gear. Cool. Can we agree upon that? Fantastic. Now, right here, what do you notice? Luffy eats a snack, right? Luffy eats a snack right here, and then we move on to the next portion, where it is that Luffy is now fighting against Rob Lucci. When Luffy fights Rob Lucci, they go extremely high diff. They're both going high diff, and they're both going relative to one another. Luffy can, from a standstill, grab Rob Lucci and toss him. You can see right here, Rob Lucci is kind of caught off guard by this. You can see a bead of sweat. And this is reasonable, considering that Luffy would be, if Luffy is comparable to Blue Nose's speed before while using Shave, he would have to at least be as strong as Rob Lucci, who has a power level of 4,000. Over 4.8 times stronger than Blue Nose, right? But you're saying, Eon, why are you saying that he got stronger? Under what facet of logic did he get stronger? Well, let's see. Frankie defeats Fukuro. He says, strong hammer, and he says, I sent that Fukuro freak flying. I see you beat Fukuro and came here. Sorry, but my power level is 5 times stronger than this. So his physical prowess, his physical abilities are 5 times greater than Fukuro. I'm impressed that you beat Fukuro. You two are superhuman, and yet Luffy is still able to keep up with him. Let's go back. Blue Nose and Fukuro are only 20 points apart, and yet Frankie is getting one shot by, and yet we know that it's linear because Rob Lucci says it's 5 times stronger. So Luffy should, if anything, defeated a character. What was that Nami panel? I saw that. Don't worry about that. So Luffy should be, if anything, 20% stronger than Frankie by the time he beats Blue Nose. But now he's fighting Rob Lucci on equal footing, which means Luffy had to get stronger. If you pay attention to One Piece throughout the entirety of the story, there are moments where Luffy goes into a fight. Let me move this here. Luffy goes into a fight. Eats a meal, and then gets stronger by the next part. Right? So I could technically argue that Luffy would be, if his base form was 5, if his base form was 1, and he's now 5 times physically more powerful, he should be now 5 times stronger than the speed of light, and against Rob Lucci with second gear, he should be 50 times faster than the speed of light, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to use Doriki. I'm going to assume that Luffy with second gear is still only 10 times faster than the speed of light. And either way, while using second gear, and either way, it makes sense whether or not you agree with it or not. It makes sense because when we move on to the next arc, Luffy's subordinates, while exhausted after fighting for an entire evening, after fighting each other and fighting for an entire evening, his subordinates fight Kuma, who says that air pressure deflected at light speed, creating a piercing shockwave. And what does Zoro do? He evades the attacks. Zoro is evading a barrage. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He evades, at the very least, on panel, 10 of these attacks. I'm not counting the Zenkai boost. I am going to say that Luffy does not get any faster throughout the entirety of the pre-time skip. He does not get any faster than this 10 times the speed of light to really lowball him. I'm not going to say that throughout any of the following arcs, after any of the following meals, after any of the heavy fights that push Luffy far past what the Blue Nose fight pushed him. I'm going to say that Luffy is stagnantly stuck at 10 times the speed of light just to serve a fucking point here. Now, Zoro dodges a barrage of light beam attacks. Okay. Then they get blasted by Ursa's shock. Look at this blast. Look at this. They get blasted by Ursa's shock. Zoro took the attack essentially head on. They all got blasted by the shockwave. And what does Zoro do? He gets up from the blast after tanking it. And then dodges a beam of light. He is able to react to, while still on the ground, you can see that he's literally physically trying to get away with the beam of light. Whether or not you think that this feat doesn't constitute as true light speed, the context of Zoro literally tanking a massive fucking explosion and immediately going in for an attack while also going through an entire night's worth of fighting, not even including the Oars fight, mind you, would imply that yes, the characters are no ifs, ands, or buts light speed by this point in the series. Luffy's subordinate Zoro, who does not have an ability at this point that amps his speed. Then let's go right here. What does Luffy dodge in base form? A beam of light. So Luffy, again, lowballing Luffy, and again, you see right there, they call it a beam. Right here it says a beam is a light ray. Right? So let's keep moving. Also, Zoro, alongside Luffy and Sanji, dodging beams of light that they're being shot towards them while in a fucked up physical state, because he quite literally says, hey yo, Zoro hasn't recovered from the last fight and he's keeping up with these guys. He's keeping up with second gear Luffy and Diable Jambe Sanji, who is stated to have increased acceleration from his kicks. He's still keeping up with them. He says he still hasn't fully healed from what happened back there. And mind you, we're not talking about Kuma. We're not talking about Ursa's Shock. We're not talking about Oars. We're not talking about fighting Ryuma Samurai. We are talking about Zoro after tanking all of Luffy's fatigue. And Zoro is keeping up with light speed characters. Then let's skip over a couple of arcs with Luffy doing nothing but fighting, without accounting for Doriki, with Luffy fighting. And what does he do here? A beam of light is shot and Luffy dodges it. A beam of light is shot and Luffy dodges it in base form. And then what happens later on in the arc? Oh, look at that. A beam of light shot from Kizaru at Luffy, and what does Ivankov do? They use a death wink and blasts Luffy away so the explosion misses him. Let's move onward. Let's go here. Luffy jumps into the admirals, uses Stamp Gatling, attacks with a bunch of frozen rocks, then uses second gear. You can see it right here, second gear. And again, without assuming that Luffy has gotten any faster and should be at the very least with every bit of downplay possible. It's worrying that they can copy the YouTube chat name because I didn't even add these numbers and they haven't changed this name in years. It's worrying, but if anybody ever copies you guys, let me know immediately so I can just take the person out behind the shed and just remove them from the channel. I'm not doing that shit. I'm sorry that somebody tried to do that to you once, Smart. It's kind of scary, and I do agree that, like, they shouldn't be allowed to do that kind of stuff. It's, like, just a one number's worth of a difference is crazy. Okay, so, Luffy here blitzes past them, and oh, what does Kizaru say right here? Oh, look at that. Look at that. What does it say right here? Too slow. Kizaru, casually, looking at Luffy, just saying, too slow, kid. Again, the Luffy that I just went out of my way to prove to you guys, it should be at the very least 10 times the speed of light on a massive low ball. 5. Let's count them. Let's count them real quick, just so you guys know that I'm not just making up a number here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 arcs after Water 7 and Enies Lobby, I have not increased Luffy's speed whatsoever, saying that he is still only 10 times the speed of light at best, without accounting for Doriki. And yeah, Kizaru's calling him too slow. Okay, just to be clear about that, let's just cover that real quick. And what does he do post time skip? He fucking calls light beams slow. Too slow. So, how fast would post time skip Luffy be? Now, I don't know if this is disingenuous on my end, but after downplaying Luffy all this time, would you say yes or no? Let me put up a poll for you guys. Let me put up a poll for you guys because I'm going to go get something to drink. Would you say, after all of the evidence I presented, that post time skip Luffy is at least as fast as second gear Luffy? G2 Luffy. Pre-time skip. Is post-time skip Luffy? Is post-time skip Luffy at least as fast as pre-time skip Gear 2 Luffy? Base Luffy. I'm gonna go get something to drink. You guys go on the poll. I'll check it out in a second. I'm gonna get some more water. Do you think it is at the very least a reasonable conclusion on my end? Well, I'm happy that that was funny. I'd say Pete is 10 times faster than pre-time skip Gear 2 Luffy. You can believe whatever you want. I'm just saying, out of a massive lowball, do you think it's fair to say that at the very least, post-time skip base Luffy is at least as fast as pre-time skip Gear 2 Luffy? That's all I want to know. Anybody who believes it, you're more than welcome to check it out. I'm going to keep going with my scaling now. So, under the assumption that Luffy is at least 10 times faster than the speed of light in base form, when he hates data books, because it's the only data book entry that I have that also helps establish how powerful, how powerful second gear is. And for a heads up, I don't like data books, but I still use the Gamma Bunta 17 meters tall. Do you think Snake Man Luffy is always using Future Sight? After a certain point, Luffy is always using, after a certain point in Wano, Luffy is always just using Future Sight. Okay, so now, Luffy is capable of, here is Doflamingo, who is fighting Luffy, who is blocking his attacks. Oh, but Luffy keeps tagging him. Here's Luffy using Eagle Bazooka, you know, one of his second gear attacks, which would make him 100 times faster than the speed of light. And oh, look at that, Doflamingo dodged him. Doflamingo just dodged a 100 times the speed of light. So if this 10 is now our base speed, then 10 times 10 equals, 10 times 10 equals 100 times the speed of light. So Luffy is now 100 times the speed of light, bare minimum, using second gear post time skip. And fourth gear is stated to be raises its power several times beyond its limits. No workarounds for the N-word? Did he use it? Yeah, you don't. Even these N-words act like Luffy's going to use observation hypothetical, so why does it even have to be taken away from him? Yeah. Tamari's statement, bro. Yeah, anyway. So, back to this. Luffy is stated to be several times stronger. Several, on average, means, if you quantify it numerically, means at the very least 3 to 5 times. I can't type, bro. I'm sorry. I can't type. This is why Aster always goes with the whole Eon can't do math type shit. I just can't type. So, Luffy should now be moving 300 times faster than the speed of light. But why is it? Yeah, still no VC. Yeah, nobody wants the smoke. Nobody wants the smoke because they know that I'm going to fucking destroy them if they try to give me any bullshit. I've already heard all the arguments. I believe what Dofi said several times would at the very least be 3 to 5. Won't normally Luffy versus without transform get slapped by high tier Naruto? Won't normal Luffy? No, he would not. Especially post Wano, with advanced Conqueror's Haki and second and third gear being integrated into his base form? Yeah, no. Absolutely not. Luffy can literally use fourth gear without transforming. Luffy can literally use continental crushing punches without transforming. I don't know, man. I don't know. Wouldn't this be like calcs to an extent because you're adding on to the number? Okay, so you're telling me that Luffy doesn't get any faster? You're telling me Luffy just doesn't get faster, he doesn't get stronger. Because I can literally tell you, right here, people consider this calc stacking? No, I'm literally going by where the specific points in the series where the character should objectively be more powerful than their pre-time skip self. I'm talking about Blue, I don't know Saga. Blue no? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Let me pull this up real quick. It's around the time where we get to... Yeah. It's around the time where we're with the giant things. Yeah, right here. Right here. Each time we've passed an island, we've gotten stronger, and each time he's been on an island, he's cheated death. Okay, and you could be like, well, Eon, that's just a one-time thing. Why would we ever agree on any of that blah, 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 blah. Right. Sure. Zoro states this twice in the same arc. No, it should be actually before this, then. Okay, Kaku. Okay, so he's right here. I'm looking for something specific with Zoro. Anybody know the chapter? Have you already seen the spoilers for the upcoming chapter? I have not. I don't care for spoilers. Okay, Usopp shows up. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, no. So it would have to be after that. It'd have to be after the fight with Luffy. Yeah, it would have to be after the fight then. This fight isn't over. This fight is over. Yeah. I'll discuss with you on VC if you want to talk about Naruto. You're just adding on numbers, in fact, the same arc. Okay, so let's go back. Okay, so let's just go back. Let me re-express this. Jesus Christ, I can't believe I have to explain this all over again. Luffy reacts to a guy that is at the very least capable of shooting a beam of light. It is stated multiple times to be a beam of light, and beams of light, when stated in the series, are light speed because it is a ray of light, right? But I'm going to downplay Luffy and say that he is 1/10 the speed of light. Okay. What is Luffy incapable of doing right here? What is Luffy incapable of doing right here? Like, these are objectively, so yeah, I don't care if you have something else for a 10. I'm talking about mistranslations. Okay, yeah, you're just making shit up. He is effectively dodging all of Luffy's punches. He is blitzing Luffy, and we know that Shave is at least a 10 times amp, right? So, are you following me there, right? We know that Shave is at least a 10 times amp, right? Are we good on that? LOL good. Are we good on that? Yes or no? That's the only instance, right? No, right here as well. Missed him as well. Then he gets blitzed by them as well. Zoro and Luffy are just not doing anything to these guys. They're being literally thrown around. Rob Lucci can literally just toss Luffy to the side, right? So, can we agree that Bluno with a 10 times amp, if Bluno is at least 10 times stronger than Luffy, let's just say he's the same speed as Luffy. Bluno is 1/10 the speed of light, right? Let's just say Bluno's base form is 1/10 the speed of light. Would you agree that Bluno is now light speed when using Shave? Can we agree on that? Hold on, won't Naruto use long-range abilities and use summons to try and beat Luffy? What long-range abilities or summons could he possibly use against Luffy? Because Luffy can literally grab Gamabunta in the first arc of the story. Luffy could literally lift up Gamabunta by the throat and send him flying outside of the range of an island. Outside of the perimeter of an island. You need clips, yeah. So you can just be like, I've heard this conversation. Yeah, I know. I've already got the arguments in there, but like, what am I supposed to tell you, dude? Okay, so can we agree on Bluno at least being light speed if he's 10 times faster when he clicks off the ground? Waiting for a response. Loud. LOL. Good. I know. Immortal Prison King. I know. I need to just. I don't want to put the fucking Naruto versus Luffy video, so it's like, I just might as well. Best you can get Bluno and others like massively is like massive. Why can you only get them to like massively hypersonic? So you're telling me that a guy that can visually blitz Luffy is only the speed of a guy that was speed blitz 2 that can be reacted to by Luffy's weaker crewmates? That doesn't make any sense. That literal line of logic would not make sense because of an L. So you're telling me that Bluno is only as fast as these two? So you're telling me that Bluno is only as fast as Usopp and Nami? You're telling me that Usopp and Nami are fast enough, are physically fast enough, right? That's what you're telling me? You genuinely believe that Nami and Usopp could visibly evade blitz Luffy and tell him, I just moved faster than your eyes could see using my superior leg strength. So are we just ignoring all of that? You know what? Go back and look at the rest of it. I've already done the scaling. I'm not doing this shit again. I'm not doing that again. Alright? If you're stuck or you're just confused as to where I'm at, I don't care. I don't care. So Luffy should be, at the very least, 300 times. Luffy should, at the very least, be 300 times light speed with 4th gear on a massive low ball. Then Luffy gets instantly a stronger version of Luffy, post Whole Cake Island, is speed blitzed and one-shot by Kaido. Speed blitzed and one-shot. And then Luffy later on, in base form, is not only now capable of evading Kaido's attack, he's not only capable of now, from being on his knees, is capable of instantly blitzing Kaido from above, and he's capable of speed blitzing him where he couldn't do it before in 4th gear. So yeah, Luffy's base should now be physically stronger, physically faster, physically more durable than than Gear 4 from Whole Cake Island. In the 1 week that Luffy trained, he quite literally got a Gear 4 times amp to his base, a 30 times amp to his. Let's cover it again. If Luffy's at least as fast as his 2nd gear self, he's 10 times faster in light post time skip. With the 30 times amp from 2nd gear, he should be 300 times light speed with 4th gear in Dressrosa, and 2 arcs later and 1 training session later, this should be Luffy's new base. Luffy objectively outperforms his Gear 4 self against Kaido. Luffy could not hurt Kaido. Luffy could not do much to Kaido at any point here, but as soon as Kaido said Thunder Bagua, he speed blitzes and one-shots Luffy. And yet Luffy is capable of still barely reacting to Kaido even in base form. Which means, when Luffy uses 4th gear against Kaido, he is attacking Kaido with a version that is now 30 times stronger and faster than his previous 300 times FTL base at 9,000 times FTL. And then, what does Luffy do? Luffy unlocks Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Luffy later on unlocks Advanced Conqueror's Haki. So how strong is Advanced Conqueror's Haki? That's the next question. Let me close this one up too. So how fast is the multiplier for Advanced Conqueror's Haki? Well, Luffy could not keep up with Kaido in his hybrid form. They were all weaker than Kaido in hybrid. And yet now, it's 10-10. And yet now Luffy is dealing more damage and outperforming his previous Gear 4 self. Which means that Advanced Conqueror's Haki has to amp Luffy beyond Gear 4. But without making an assumption for how big the amp is, it has to at the very least be a 30 times amp. So Gear 4, so Luffy's base is now also being amped by a cloak of Haki. He's coating his body in Haki. Luffy is now physically capable of keeping up with Kaido much better than Gear 4. And yet Kaido still put him down. Kaido still put him down. So what does Luffy do throughout the next couple of chapters? He gets saved after a massive battle. 20-something. When is Luffy? That's when they're fighting against Yamato. It's always a certain attitude that's brought up upon anytime you feel like the thing you're presenting is just definitive in a way. I don't see it that way. That's fine. That's fine. If you don't see it that way, that's completely fine. As long as you're not trying to tell me that, oh, hey, but this interpretation's all wrong because, and then insert some random fucking argument that doesn't have any actual basis, but nothing more than skepticism. As long as you're not hitting me with an argument that's built off of nothing more than skepticism, I generally don't care if you don't agree with me. Like, that's the truth of it. I don't think I'm objectively right. I cannot express enough how much I say that I do not believe that I am objectively right. I do not think that the values, I do not think that Luffy is, objectively speaking, literally speaking, 270,000 times the speed of light. But that is the value that I get when I quantify Luffy, and there is genuinely no reason for me to believe that Luffy doesn't surpass his previous Gear 4 self when he's taking more hits, tanking more attacks, dealing more damage, and literally physically keeping up with Kaido better than his previous Gear 4 self. Like, at that point, what can I tell you? Especially in base form, right? Like, it's just one of those cases where if you just don't believe it, you don't have to believe it. I'm not telling you you have to believe it, and I'm not telling you that this is the only objective way to see things. I am not saying that, objectively speaking, Luffy should be 270,000 times the speed of light. I am saying that through canon multipliers, through canon evidence and canon multipliers, I can get Luffy to this speed. That is it. Luffy wants meat. He also wants to be taken up. I need to find the statement where they're giving him a metric fuck ton of food. When do they just start giving Luffy a metric fuck ton of food? Ah, right here. They feed Luffy. This is important. They feed Luffy. So, Luffy was fed. He comes back up to the rooftop, and now he deals with Kaido much better. Right? Now he's keeping up with Kaido much better. Luffy is now capable of integrating 4th gear with all of the amps. Sorry, Advanced Conqueror's Haki with all of the amps, right? And what does Luffy eventually do against Kaido? So, right here, he's using Rock Gatling. What is Rock Gatling? It is 2nd gear plus 3rd gear with Advanced Conqueror's Haki. And what does... You're legitimately just calc stacking. Okay, and? What's the issue with that? I feel like bro's getting hit with a nuh-uh, and then he goes, why? And then they go, I don't know. Yeah, it's calc stacking, okay? So what's the point? Okay, so what's your point? Cool. I calc stack. Cool. It's not calc stacking. I'm not using calcs. I'm using narratively implied multipliers. If you want to boil it down to calc stacking, you can do whatever you want. But is it or is it not an objective fact that Luffy is outperforming his current Gear 4 self? His previous Gear 4 self? Somebody actually presents the issue in your logic, now you just don't get pissy about it. I'm not getting pissy about it. I'm asking you, can you provide for me a panel or any kind of logic that implies that Luffy hasn't objectively surpassed his previous Gear 4 self? Can you present to me any kind of evidence for that? Because otherwise, again, I don't have anything to go with you. And I'm not getting pissy with you. I am tired after 4.5 hours of having to fucking debate with disingenuous people. I am tired. So if I don't have exactly the most patience to sit here and say, oh yeah, simple, the Elbaf stuff. What's the Elbaf stuff? What's the Elbaf stuff that debunks this? What's the Elbaf? Because last time I checked, what does he say right here? Like, you can't even call it calc stacking if there is a literal statement in the series that says the characters are getting stronger after every island. And all I'm saying is that Luffy is physically stronger than his previous Gear 4 self that got one shot by Kaido. So you're saying that Luffy isn't physically tougher. Wait, are you telling me that if you remove all of Luffy's training in Udon Prison, he would be able to fight Kaido exactly the same with no issues in base form? Being Luffy staying the same shape and strength in Gear 4, nothing remotely different nor changed, okay? It's a transformation. It's a transformation, yeah. What about it? So you're telling me that... Jesus Christ. So you're telling me that Luffy, in base form, if he took a Thunder Bagua from Kaido, would... is broken anyway. It's not broken. The problem is that you cannot see past. You cannot see past your own fucking logic. You view things from your logic. You don't view things from another person's logic, especially when they're presenting narrative implications, narrative statements, feats, etc., and literal objective outperformance. How can I sit here and tell you that Luffy... Let me ask you this. Let me ask you guys this. Do you believe that Luffy didn't outstat himself, his previous Gear 4 self? Are you telling me that Luffy at this point is genuinely as strong as this form before? You're telling me that Luffy doesn't get any stronger? You're telling me that Luffy doesn't get any stronger? You're telling me that Luffy's punches are exactly as strong as... When the fuck does he punch the fuck out of Kaido? Just to clarify, I'm trying to see where your thought process is on this. I'm trying to see what your thought process is on this. So you're telling me that Luffy's punches are exactly as powerful as this point? I'm trying to present the actual evidence. You're not present. What actual evidence have you presented? What evidence? You haven't presented. Dude, you are just like fucking Michael. You are just like fucking everybody else. Jesus fucking Christ. You people never present evidence, my guy. You people never... What evidence? Where did you once state a single point of evidence? I'm going to scroll up right now. You have not once presented any bit of evidence. It's always a certain attitude that's brought up at any time presenting a definitive. Okay, so let's see. Where else have you presented evidence? Why did... No. Where did you present evidence? Where did you present evidence? That's the only instance. Cool. That's the only instance. Cool. I never denied that part. I'm just adding the fact that you're adding numbers in the same arc. Cool. That's where this whole thing started. Cool. Best Bluto's massively hypersonic. You have not given me a single piece of evidence for that. You're saying how? That's lightning, though, not a beam of light itself. Yes, and lightning is massively hypersonic, and they're literally dodging it. They literally call it a beam of light. Dog, you honestly do not expect me to vibe with this? I don't give a fuck if you don't. I don't care about what your opinion is. I've told people, your opinions mean nothing to me. Everyone here's opinions mean genuine jack shit to me. If you cannot give me an objective argument that doesn't include some random, personalized, I vibe with it or I don't vibe with it, I don't give a fuck. I genuinely do not give a fuck. Where's the Elbaf stuff? You saying the Elbaf stuff staying the same shape. That's not objective evidence. You haven't provided any evidence at all. You're saying he stays the same shape. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? Never provided an actual fucking argument, dude. What the fuck is the argument, dude? You people never bring up arguments. You always just say, fans lose all brain cells and they realize you don't count Naruto stomping a giant snake in the forest as a city level feat. Just do me a favor and don't say they're losing their brain cells. Do me a favor and don't say that. Let's just keep that kind of language out. But anyway, dude, like, are we really arguing here that Luffy doesn't get stronger at all from Gear 4, from the moment he got one shot by Kaido in Gear 4? How do you look at one version of him getting one shot and then a weaker version of him, a weaker base form, a quote-unquote, the allegedly weaker base form, tanking the attacks, taking the hits, speed blitzing Kaido, punching him? Like, come on, bro. Come on. As if Luffy literally not being absolutely jacked at the end of his Udon training doesn't do it. He didn't, but this isn't good for you to let that man go, yeah. It's the same thing. It's just people being disingenuous, dude. You people, you know what? People say that I make power scaling not fun because I choose to look at the actual fucking story and choose to follow what the narrative is saying. People say that it's not fun, that I just have to Google or fucking look at some random fucking made-up math calc and that's the only way you should power scale. But when I ask people to actually present a genuine fucking argument, dude, it's always just, I provided evidence. No, the fuck you didn't. Michael didn't provide evidence. John hasn't provided evidence. You didn't provide evidence. God damn it. Why is it so hard for people to say that, okay, I just disagree? That's it. Just say I disagree. I don't care otherwise. I just say I disagree. That's it. I can't actually argue against what you're saying, Eon, but I just disagree. That's it. If that's the case, I will shut the fuck up. I won't even come at you anymore. We don't even talk. That's it. Sometimes, dude, you just gotta realize either you can't debate or can't skill. Notice when people strawman. Are really arguing that Luffy never gets stronger in Wano? Yeah. This one just feels people don't read. No, people don't read. People don't actually know how to power scale, dude. They will say whatever the fuck they believe in because it's all off of vibes. If you base everything off of vibes, I'm telling you straight up, you are not actually power scaling. Power scaling does not require vibes. It's all about what is actually happening and being stated in the series. If you're following the author's intentions and you're actually, like I said, why even argue physical stats when Naruto's at least 100 times slower than Luffy? Oh, way slower than Luffy. Far more than 100 times slower than Luffy. Because it's important to establish a baseline. If you want to have a conversation, establish a baseline. Yeah, people here are just LARPing, dude. They just, if you're gonna sit here and tell me that anything is based off of a vibe or based off of blah 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 or whatever, I just shut up. At that point, just shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. You do not have an argument. You don't have anything based off of any actual logic. It's just based off, I believe this because I choose to believe it. That's it. That's all you believe in, and that's fine. I don't care if people are having opinions. I don't care if people are red, blue. I don't care if people are white, black. I don't care if you believe that the earth is flat. Don't push that shit onto me then. Don't tell me that I should look at things from your perspective if you think that the earth is flat. That's my point. That's my point. Like, if Lord Iron, if you're saying that Luffy is omniversal, omniscient, and omnipotent for the vibes, yeah, cool. Believe that. Do not push that on me. I hate it when people try to push their fucking bullshit logic on me. I'm sorry. I just hate it, bro. It gets me tight. It makes power scaling not fun. It genuinely makes power scaling not fun. Because at that point, it's like, okay, well, I could see that interpretation, but okay, but what's the interpretation for if there's nothing other than your own personal bias? I have an argument for Kaguya's Dimensions having their own star systems. Cool. Fantastic. Do you want to hop on VC and have a discussion? We totally can. Do you want to hop on discussion? We totally can. The Discord link right there, you can hop on. I will hide chat. We can have a full discussion. He went from getting one shot in Gear 4 by base Kaido to fighting hybrid Kaido, a stronger version in base. What are we even talking about right now? Yeah, no, but apparently, you know what's crazy? The same thing can be argued for Goku in Dragon Ball. Goku quite literally reached the point where he could punch away a universe alongside what's his face, Beerus, like a shared feat, and then they literally say Goku's base is now stronger. Goku's now stronger than he was back in his fight against Beerus. Oh yeah, now Goku scales to that universal base. Oh, that's calc stacking, but nobody gives a fuck because it's Goku. It's because it's One Piece. Just say it's because it's One Piece and get the fuck over with it. If you're just gonna say it's because it's One Piece, then shut the fuck up, go on your merry way. I don't care. Your arguments mean nothing to me. If you have any issue with any of the scaling on One Piece because it's One Piece, I don't give a fuck. Your argument means nothing to me. You are genuinely just yapping at a brick wall at that point. Get eclipsed by Luffy's base. Do I believe in the Fishman Pill meta personally? You can argue it if you go by the anime adaptation only. If you do not use, now that I'm confused myself, it all looked pretty hypothetical. It's all hypothetical. It's always been hypothetical. I've never presented this as anything other than, this is what I believe Luffy to be. I can get him to 270,000 times the speed of light based on narrative implications through the story implying that they are getting stronger. I feel like power scaling is development to calcs, pixel scaling, and taking statements at face value without context. So when someone power scales based on narrative, their line of logic crumbles. Exactly. That's the whole point. The whole point of my form of power scaling, my metric of power scaling is to say, fuck interpretations. Fuck personal opinions. It's either one of these things. You can choose to believe it's any one of them. I'm choosing to believe the one that narratively makes the most sense to me. The one that is backed up by the most narrative, by the most author's intent. Because I cannot tell you how powerful every single thing is in the series. When I get to Alabasta, I'm not going to tell you Luffy is massively hypersonic. I'm not even going to tell you he's high hypersonic. The only thing I can tell you is Luffy is fast. That is it. He can keep up with Crocodile. There is no speed scaling. There's nothing for me to go off of. I will not lie to you and tell you that. But when I see Luffy dodge, to be honest, I only go for Luffy's speed scaling on given multipliers. And mind you, I'm going with low-end multipliers. But you were so adamant on being true. You were so focused on convincing us. It's not about convincing you guys. I'm presenting my evidence. Maybe I just word things wrong. I'm presenting the evidence for why I reached this conclusion. And if you disagree, that is completely fine. But if your disagreement is just, I don't simply agree with the number, I don't care at that point. Feels very unfair. What do you mean? What do you mean? You're just defending your ideals. Like if somebody says they think Luffy is 9,000 times, cool, that's fine, whatever. How'd you get him the 9,000 times? Okay, cool, that's it. I just want to know, that's it. Gets a 2 times amp and you still manages to keep up. Anyway. Yeah. Luffy combines 4th gear with Advanced Conqueror's Haki when he's fighting Kaido. So stack 300 times Lightspeed base times a 30 times amp times a 30 times amp for times 230 times amps for Advanced Conquerors, and basically it's this. 300 times Lightspeed base times 30 for Gear 4 times 30 for Advanced Conqueror's Haki. There you go. Very simple. You get at people for not believing in your info, but the moment someone else... Because the problem is that I can at least back up everything... Because the problem is that I can at least back up everything I say with actual evidence from the story. I can... Every single point that I make... Gear 4 was never stated to be several times. I'm confused. Several times beyond his limits. He is pushing his body several times. Several is, at the bare minimum, numerically, a 3 to 5 times. That is why. It is a... canonically implied multiplier. Again, that's why I say canonically implied. And the reason why I come at people is because the reasoning always crumbles down to, I just don't believe it. It's not, I don't believe it because this other evidence presents this completely separate thing. It always devolves into, I'm just being skeptical. Sure, you can be skeptical, I don't care, but then don't try to push a point so hard, because if you're being skeptical, at that point, I don't care. You can be skeptical, that's fine, I don't care. Okay, sure, but why do you say that it's Lightspeed? But because every piece of evidence in the story that is implying that it's Lightspeed says that it's Lightspeed, that's why. I'm not even telling you to believe it, I'm just saying, this is the evidence right here. Tell me what other alternative I have to believe in. That is the problem. When somebody says he's not 270,000 times the speed of light, okay, sure. Do I think he's actually the speed? No, but if I have to quantify Naruto versus quantifying Luffy, one is clearly giving me a higher yield number on a low ball than the other is on a massive wank. That's the problem. Implied. Okay, yeah. Narratively implied multipliers. I always say this. These are narratively implied multipliers. I say it every time. When does he, Gear 4? Right here. Right here. He's hardening his skin with armament haki and using the tensile force to raise his power several times beyond his limits. And why does he get faster? Because he quite literally speed blitzes Doflamingo, who is visibly looking at him. Flies towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo's visibly staring at him. Luffy's right here. He disappears. Doflamingo's wondering what happened. He literally speed blitzes him. So I can use 3 to 5 times for what? Remember 8 Gates guy? Now imagine someone faster and unfathomably stronger, basically. They will believe the random calcs from a random slavers who don't even show their calculations. They just show you that the formula for kinetic energy and claim that Naruto has multi-continents and ignores One Piece feats. That's what I'm saying, dude. For his gear full multipliers. Yes, so it is at bare minimum 3 to 5 times from, at very least, 2nd gear. And it has to be, at the very least, 2nd gear, which is a 10 times amp, as implied by the One Piece Yellow Data Book and the Water 7 Arc statement that they kick off the ground 10 times each instant. So again, a 10 times amp, you were trying to give headcanon stats to the character's speeds that doesn't even fall in line with the author's intentions at all. So it's not the author's intentions to write that Luffy moving 10, that's shave. The technique that Luffy steals is not 10 times faster, especially when added with a Yellow Book translation that says it's a 10 times amp. So I'm not using the author's intentions, right? So I'm not using the author's intentions when I say that Gear 4 is several times stronger. So I'm not using the author's intentions when I say that Wano Luffy, that Rooftop Luffy objectively outscales Gear 4 Luffy. So I'm not using the author's intention? No, it was not. It never was the case ever. How was it never not the case ever? Explain. Power scaling is all about interpretation. That's how I got that scaling. So I low-key have Luffy at around FTL plus base Wano. Cool. Is there any way to quantify a multiplier for Gear 5 contrary to Gear 4? No. It's either you think it's twice as strong, bare minimum. So you're telling you're telling me that all of these statements combined don't add up to nothing. I can't use them at all? Is that your argument? I can't use it at all? I can't reach this reasonable conclusion based on evidence that I got from the story? So at that point, you're telling me that none of the things provide at all. So you're telling me I can't just use any of the power scaling at all, right? Fantastic. Cool. Cool. That's the point we've reached, right? That's the point we've reached. Sure. Now we've reached the point where using statements, feats, and evidence to Gear 5 exponentially increases his power. Goro say one of them. How the fuck does Gear 4 look like no amp in Onigashima? If you're doing that to the same for any other series, it's honestly a double standard. I do the same for all series. I do the same for Bleach. How am I supposed to get the characters to be stronger? Yeah, you have to essentially use Bankai as a multiplier. How do you get a character to be How do you get a character in Naruto to be faster? Check your texts. Sure. Breaking news. Inmates have reportedly overpowered guards and taken control of parts of the North Carolina jail. That's insane. That's funny as fuck. Shame on you, Eon, for backing up your claims and providing evidence. Sure. Had years of wank after it finished and his power skin got hardcore glazed like it was, like, not even joking. It's the same thing with Naruto. I can get Naruto multipliers. If Naruto multipliers were more concrete, if Naruto characters could give me an objective scale for them getting stronger or faster than a previous version of themselves, I would do the same thing. That's the problem. The scaling works for One Piece because I have consistent and objective ways of proving that a character is faster and stronger than their previous selves. You have characters saying, we are stronger after every island. You have a quantifiable metric by which the characters get stronger after every single island. I have a way to quantify second gear. I have a way to quantify fourth gear. Luffy objectively becomes stronger than fourth gear in Wano on the rooftop. But oh, none of it, you can't use any of it. It's almost as if it's just an opinion. Matching Itachi in reaction speed? No. Itachi was falling down, he simply jumped up and they simply exchanged hands for a second. I was told that jail only has 3 guards. I don't know about that. Off topic, but have you checked those Elden Ring videos I shared? I completely forgot, dude. What channel are they in? Just ping me on the channel and I'll check them out after stream. I'm about to turn off stream, dude. I can't handle this. My chest feels extremely heavy right now. I really don't want to keep doing this. And yeah, we forget. But yeah, I'm not even bringing up. None of this is on me, dude. You clearly tried using baseless stats. What's the baseless stat? So me saying that Luffy is at least 1/10 relativistic to the speed of light after dodging a beam that is literally stated to be light is a baseless stat? So I'm not doing any baseless research? Where is that coming from? Am I not literally telling you what is happening on the page? Are you dead ass right now? Baseless stats that are stated? How? Okay, so let me ask you this. So how fast? Okay, so if I have a guy who can dodge a beam of light and I am lowballing him, I am giving a low-end interpretation by saying that a guy who can literally dodge beams that are stated to be light, and in the story, narratively, beams are light, you're telling me that it's disingenuous to me, that I'm making shit up when I say he has to, at the very least, be 1/10 the speed of light? That's disingenuous? I'm making up a baseless stat? I'm just making shit up? There's nothing to back it up? I'm just making that up. Come on, dude. Don't. Oh, come on, dude. That's so fucking stupid. That's not a low ball, though. How is that not a low ball? How is that not a low ball, though? Saying that he's not, at the very least, a guy who's capable of So you can check him out later, like you asked? Yeah, please. I'll check him out in a little bit. Okay, so how is that not a low ball? Dodging a beam of light, dodging multiple beams of light won't even make you sub-relativistic. Not even 1/10 the speed of light, dude. Is any, like, So dodging beams of light just doesn't even make you low-ball sub-relativistic? I don't get it, dude. I don't, like... I have been consistent since day one. Everyone instantly put Naruto in a full light speed. Meanwhile, Luffy fighting a motherfucker made out of light and dodged literal light. Yeah. So just to understand this. If I say... Fuck, where is it? I always forget what chapter this is in. So by your logic, right? By your logic, me saying Luffy should at the very least have light speed reaction time and movement speed in a short burst because he dodges a beam of light after it's fired. That's a gross overestimation of what he's saying. Are we looking at the same panel because the attack shattered and in a different direction? It's no longer light anymore? What do you mean it's no longer night? What are you talking about? So, wait. Are you saying that a beam of light that has been reflected off of a mirror is no longer a beam of light? Guys, is a beam of light no longer a beam of light after it's been reflected? Are you Turtle, just be real with me. Are you genuinely trolling me right now? Apparently, it is wrong of me to say that a guy who apparently it's wrong of me to assume it's no longer a beam of light. It's reflected on a different surface. Why are you not trying to understand what I'm saying here? What makes it slower? So what objective piece of evidence makes it slower? Let me ask you this. What objective piece of evidence makes it slower? I guess light turns into Skittles then, right? Right? It has to, right? I don't... Like, how much fucked up logic? How much fucked up logic do I have to deal with before somebody just says, you know what, dude? I'm not even gonna blow up. I think I'm just done. Okay, and you're out. And you're out of here. You are out of here. Hide user from channel. You're out of here. I'm not doing that. Don't call Naruto. Don't call anyone. I don't care if it's Naruto. I don't care if it's Bleach. Do not call anyone the R word just because you don't fucking agree with what they say. Jesus fucking Christ. You guys, can you guys understand? Like, let me ask you guys this. Do you people genuinely understand why I took a break from like just streaming? Do you guys understand why I took a break from streaming? Like, this isn't even worth having a discussion over anymore. I just cannot have a genuine discussion with people. It's always applying some bullshit logic instead of just going by what is on the panel. Apparently, I'm wrong for using what is on the panel, what the series is constantly presenting to me. But you have to apply always some bullshit logic to everything, dude. It just doesn't make sense. Quite literally, you're not trying to listen to the logic. What's the logic that you're presenting? Why is the beam now slower after it's been reflected? Why should I believe it? Where is it stated in the story? What is the logic you're trying to present? Because because now you're just sounding like every single other guy that I've dealt with today. It's always just, my logic is better than yours, Eon, and Eon, your logic is trash. Like, this is literally. Guys, I'm done. I'm probably gonna make a bigger announcement after this. I don't know what the future of the channel is gonna hold, but I think I'm done with power scaling. No, it's not about getting rage baited. It's genuinely just some of the most disingenuous fucking arguments of all time. Like, I'm not even mad at this point. I'm just tired. It loses momentum if you run at full speed and you hit a wall. You're much slower if you go back and run the same gear. Let me ask you this. Okay, can you show me where can you show me where there's an example of this? Can you show me where there is any example of this within One Piece? Show me where there's any example of this within that chapter. Within that arc. Show me where there's a single example where it's stated or shown that the beams of light reflected from a mirror by Foxy lose their speed. This ain't on you, fam. I know it's not on me. It has to... if you genuinely want to understand the disconnect, I can offer a 101 off stream and try to help you explain. I don't know, because here's the thing. It's all based on looking at it from a specific perspective. Why do I have to look at it from that perspective? I'm telling you right now, I'm going by what the story is telling me. I don't care about another person's conclusion. If I have to jump through mental gymnastics to reach a specific point in logic, I don't give a fuck. I don't care about your opinions. That's my point. I'm going by what the story is telling me. How can I quantify a guy who is literally dodging a beam of light to be anything lower than even sub-relativistic after it's shot, if the logic is, well, they lose speed, but the claim has no basis off of it? I'm frustrated because it's never a genuine conversation. It's never just, okay, fuck my own opinions, fuck my own interpretations. What is the story telling me? Cool. What is this author trying to present? Cool. How do I interpret Luffy dodging a beam of light in any other way? How do I interpret it? I don't know. Don't you want to try other power scaling? No, I think I might just be done with power scaling because honestly, it doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what it is because it's an undiscovered. I'm done. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. I can't do it anymore, dude. I can't. Like, power scaling isn't fun if you genuinely always boil down something to some extremely pedantic, semantic, real-world comparison, dude. I'm so over it. Doesn't even slow down in real life after. I don't, but that's the thing. I wouldn't care even if it did. As a physics, it's so funny to see all these science illiterates try to do fake maths for power scaling calcs. That's what I'm saying, dude. Whatever. Guys, I'm done for the day. I'm probably gonna quit power scaling after I make Naruto versus Luffy. I'm not even joking about that. Like, I'm genuinely feeling like that might just be the best option. This level of pedantic reasoning of, apparently you're coming from an illogical perspective. No, you're coming from an illogical perspective. When I've always said that it's all about interpretation and what you personally choose to believe. And it's people essentially telling me that everything that I choose to believe is wrong because, oh, hey, even though I'm going off of actual canon evidence, it's still wrong. Like, it's just not fun, bro. No, there's no narrative, there's no nothing of that. It's just fine. I don't think I want to do any more power scaling because at the end of the day, notice how when it brought up, nothing could be brought up. Notice how when I bring up that you knew nothing, you could brought up. How do you mean I don't know nothing though? What do you mean by that? Take a break, recharge. I hope you don't quit. No, I'm quitting, dude. Thank you for the 10, but no, power scaling just is not inherently fun. Guys, let's get some W's for John, but I'm genuinely might just quit, bro. I'm not gonna stream again after this. I don't think I'm gonna stream again. I'm probably just going to get the, unless I have something that I specifically need to, like, cover over, I'm probably just gonna do, quick streams, a quick stream or two where I need to, like, cover over something that I'm kind of, like, stuck on in terms of the video, but that's it. I'm making Naruto versus Luffy, and I'm moving on, bro. You can't disprove my point. What was your point? Okay, how about this? Can you prove the claim that the beam of light slows down? How about this? Prove the claim that the beam of light slows down. Give me an objective piece of evidence. Give me an objective piece of evidence within the context of the story. You can't really get around the part of the argument. The particle argument? I can. What does it being undiscovered mean? Why is it undiscovered? Why is it being an undiscovered particle mean that it's not light speed? Let me ask you this. Why, objectively speaking, no room for interpretation, why does it being an undiscovered particle mean it's not light speed? Let me ask you that. Why is it not? Why is it not? The particle argument, I've already had to talk about this too many times. Just explain to me what exactly. Leave it be. Leave it be. Explain to me why an undiscovered particle that is stated to be light multiple times in the context of a series is not light speed. The ability on the beam. So you wait, time out. So you agree it's a beam? Eternal, do you agree it's a beam? Can we agree it's a beam at least? As well as all matter. So where is it stated that the beam itself loses its speed? Where is it stated that the beam that's a claim. Slowing, including the beam itself as well as all matter. No, it says right here. Whatever this light strikes, it does not say the light itself gets slowed down. So that's a claim on your end you cannot prove. Why is an undiscovered particle not light speed? Why is it not? Give me an objective piece of evidence. I don't care about interpretation. Give me an objective piece of evidence. Go ahead. Write down, right now, type it in, why exactly it being an undiscovered particle proves that it's not light speed. It's always, you can't disprove it, but then the counter argument always breaks down as soon as you ask them, why exactly does that mean what you think it means? I really think I'm just done with it, man. I'll be waiting until you do. Otherwise, I'll give you guys another like 2-3 minutes. I'm gonna be on my phone. Until like I see the comment, and then I'm leaving. You guys ever have like You guys like ever play like games that have like a fuck ton of ads no matter what you do? And a certain translation says it was. And the streaming cool off because you know what's crazy? It's crazy to me, and I'm gonna just say this. This is gonna be the last thing I'm gonna show. This is gonna be the last thing I'm gonna show. Right here. Nah, I'm cool. I'm chilling. I'm chilling. Like, actually, I'm chilling pretty nicely right now. I'm letting go. It's okay. I just want to see what they have to say. I'm not gonna get upset. I'm not gonna crash out. I just want to see exactly what the logic is behind an undiscovered particle, what the objective reasoning is behind an undiscovered particle. No, it's not a beam. Look at the shape. It slows down all matter, including itself. So where is it stated that it slows down all matter, including itself? The burden of proof is on you to prove that. The burden of proof is on you to do that, right there. And you said it was a beam. You said it was a beam. So you're taking it back? You're saying it's not a beam anymore? You're saying it's not a beam anymore. Here. Light shot out from his hands. Slow beam. It's called a beam. Everything the light strikes loses its speed. Still waiting on an objective piece of evidence that says that it slows down the particles themselves. The particles themselves are slowed down. Still looking for that. Oh, what does Nami say here? It's not a beam, though? What are you talking about? Not in a literal sense? If you say that, then you have to admit zeros are beams of light. I don't have to admit that at all. But anyway, right here. I don't care about that right now. I don't give a fuck about Bleach right now. What is this? What does it say right there? Fantastic. What does it say right there? So the author just doesn't know what they're writing, right? Let me just put them both right here for you. Yeah, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. So when I use evidence, it's wrong, right? It's not like, come on, man, no. Why would I believe you? Why would I believe you over what the story's telling me? Why would I believe you when it's what the story's telling me? So I believe you? Remember, it's hard to argue with smart people because it's impossible to argue with brain dead who can't. Okay, that's kind of fucked up, Julio. I'm not gonna lie. Don't call people brain dead. Anyway, I'm gonna do like a 1-minute timeout for you. But anyway, I think I'm done for the day. Have a good one. I don't know what's happening. Don't really care. Wait, why are there two? I guess it was some random dude. I guess it was some random dude trying to act as Eternal. I don't know. If that was, it already happened to one smart, so I'm not exactly gonna say it's not a possibility. Y'all focused on the beam as if Foxy's beam wasn't confirmed to be actual photons. Yeah. It's all good. Appreciate you guys too. Love you guys too. Don't worry about it. I don't know if this is John. I don't know. I don't think it was John. Don't put it out on anybody. Somebody probably tried to hack you or whatever. It's fine. Just leave it be. Guys, I'm going to leave it be. I'm going to head out. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I hope that anyone who I disagree with still has a wonderful rest of their day. I am going to definitely consider what I do in the future for the channel, what kind of content I choose to make, but I think that for the most part, power scaling might just really have to, I'm gonna say it, I'm probably just gonna take a step off of power scaling after Naruto versus Luffy. Yeah, no, it's fine. You're fine, John. I don't think, I don't think it was you. I don't think it was you. Okay, so, there we go. Have a good night, guys. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Peace out.